feeling some fluid in his knee in the second half of the season as he tried to play through it. But he has decided that it's a now or never type situation for him after 5 years of consistency and excellent performance with Craig Boyton. They got all the way up into the top 5 together. He decided it was time for a new coach, new racket, and a new outlook.
It's always a brave thing to do when you're sitting inside the world's top 10 and you're earning a fair bit of coin comfortably in many ways for somebody like Hubie Hurkacz. We've seen Cam Norrie from Great Britain try and change his kind of approach. Hasn't necessarily worked out straight away for Cam. It's still very much a work in progress. Quarterfinalists this week up in Hong Kong. So it's going to be interesting to see how things pan out for Hurkacz. But two excellent coaches with him in Nicholas Massou and Ivan Lendl as we see their head-to-head. 3-0, they have all come on hard courts, these matches. Dubai 2023 was when they first locked horns, and Hubie getting over the line there 9-7 in the final set breaker. He does love a tiebreaker and a tight one in the third. Marseille under the roof in France in 2024 was comfortable, dropping just the 5 games. Did drop a set in Miami last year, but came through in a final set 6-3. So Shevchenko's knocked on the door, Jim. He's knocked on the door, and he will have understood that Hurkacz is not playing, as of right now, the same type of tennis he was when they last faced each other early in the season last year in Miami. So he'll know this is possibly his best chance to get a win over Hurkacz so far. Hurkacz, again, with the change of racket, just searching for a little bit of confidence, and that can only come with match wins, and he got a vital one against Billy Harris of GB a couple nights ago. Well, we're having a look at Shevchenko on the screen, and we're going to go down to the court with their captain, Alexander. Firstly, congratulations on making it through to the semi-finals. I'm interested to hear your opinion on how the conditions compare here in Sydney to Perth.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, obviously we are really pleased with the results so far, and it's a bit different conditions. We arrived a few days earlier. Just had one practice day yesterday here in Sydney. But both Alexander and Elena, they said they like the conditions here, closed roof, you know, a bit different, but overall they like it better than in Perth. And how has Alexander's performance been from your eyes so far here in his 3 matches on the singles court? Yeah, in a way he's been struggling a little bit, you know, especially against Germany, like when it was a late change from Zverev to Massur. Obviously it was a mental struggle for him to find his way through, but in the end of the day I'm really pleased with his performance and you know, fighting ability to get a W for the team. So that was the most important. Listen, I know he's right next to you. Just one final question. What has he learned from his previous 3 meetings with Hurkacz that he feels he needs to do well today? Well, obviously he knows what it takes to be the top player, and yeah, he had a really close one, as you said before, in Dubai, in Miami. It was just a little short of crossing the finish line, and hopefully today's the day. Alexander, thanks for your time. Well done, as I say, for making this, and good luck for today as well. Thank you. Thank you. Stage is set. Stage is set. Is the DJ ready? That's the question. There. Ride that fader all the way down, because Hubie's about to serve. Love 15. And a good morning to Tom Woodbridge as well, who's made his way from the studio to courtside. Good morning, Petch and Jim. Nice to be here, and a bit of excitement around this because it's a big match with a bit of. Expectation on Hubie Hurkacz, and that young man on screen has had a brilliant United Cup. He's really coming along nicely. See what he can do when he does have time on the shots. Just thumps that 2-hander and a nice stick volley, and there's early tension in a Hurkacz service game here at Love 30.
Pitch, what are the things that our viewers should be looking for out of Shevchenko's shot selection bag? What's he got? What are his best assets?
Well, I think he plays quite close to the baseline, which I think his court positioning is excellent. I love his backhand down the line, personally. I'm interested to see how much damage he does with his forehand today against somebody like Hurkacz. That will be the area that perhaps he's not quite as proficient in at the moment that he needs to be.
Yeah, both of these players a little more stable on their two-handed backhands. The forehands can go up and down the elevator. Sometimes there's some great stuff. Sometimes it's a little bit troubling. But that first serve tends to be pretty darn reliable from Hurkacz.
And it's going to be interesting to see early on here, Shevchenko, whether he's going to do that, which was pretty much a guess on the return off the first serve, or he's going to try and hold his balance and spring one way or the other. A little hop to the left. He was on that one, and he did have a little mini opportunity, as Jim said, but it slides by. Team Poland up and running.
We've talked about Hubie Hurkacz and the changes that he has been making in the offseason to his team. There's Nicolas Massou, his coach from Chile, and that's going to be the head coach of his team. He's also brought on board Ivan Lendl as a consultant, so Lendl might travel a little bit. We don't know that yet, but it's going to be Massou who's going to be doing the lion's share of the work on the court. There's the win predictor. Hurkacz, the big favorite at 81%. But for Hurkacz, it's a big change, leaving the comfort of Craig Boyton. They had a wonderful run together. Craig will resurface with another player for sure. Too good of a coach with too good of a track record to not be on tour. Look forward to seeing him back out here, but looking forward to seeing how this develops with Hubie, with his new team, and especially that new racket. Played with Yonex for his pro career. Wore Yonex shoes and clothes as well, now with Adidas for the apparel, and a Wilson racket. So that's a pretty big change for a player to change brands. Changing within the same brand, not normally as difficult, going from one Yonex racket to another. It's a different shape to that. Yonex a little more rectangular, this one an oval.
15-all.
Good example of what Toborich was talking about prior to the match. Not everybody perhaps was looking at the studio, but he was talking about Shevchenko's pretty predictable second serve into that side, and you could see Hurkacz already trying to latch onto it. It's a slightly awkward motion that Shevchenko gets. It's not going to hit the top speeds that Hurkacz does.
15.
Yeah, we talk a fair bit, and we have done this week, about the return of Hurkacz. And I think one of the things that I notice when he's returning is that he doesn't seem to really target a specific spot where he wants the ball to land. He kind of just hits it up and into the court, trying to make it. I'd love to see him really hone in. Like, he does it more off that backhand side. But just in this match, if he could pick 3 or 4 spots, no more than that, and just try to hit them. One could be hard, deep through the center. That backhand go hard, cross court, and then maybe there's something off the forehand where he just pushes it deep and gets it in, and just simplify it a little bit. Do that, then he can really build pressure, because he obviously holds his serve so comfortably.
Often he'll find himself up there today.
Use.
Doesn't do enough with the forehand and pays the price. A terrific pass on the full run from Hurkacz, but Shevchenko had a ball that he should have buried, this one, and it lacked speed and it lacked precision. Hurkacz very precise with that two-hander, and here comes the first break point of the match.
Team Poland.
Big occasion, and Hurkacz handles the opening stages of it better than Shevchenko.
Team Poland is 2 games to love. Love 15.
Jimmy talk often about going to a player's kind of stronger shot or trying to open up the court. If you were playing against Hurkacz, would you direct even more traffic than normal into that forehand side?
I think so. I think so. He's missed a lot of forehands in this event. Going down the line, he's been trying to be more proactive with his forehand. That's probably some instruction from the new coaching team. And he's far more comfortable pulling the ball across his body on the forehand, whether he's on the run going cross court or whether he's in the middle of the court pulling it inside in into his opponent's forehand side. That's a more natural shot for him. That one. But down the line, you could see him just guiding in there because he doesn't have the conviction on that shot to accelerate with his wrist the way that he does cross court. He trusts the cross court shot. So if you can put the ball out into this corner, especially with some pace, I think there's some positional advantage available for Shevchenko. That backhand down the line, perhaps a vital shot today, Petch?
Yeah.
Sergio.
17 out wide on the outside solves a lot of problems. Trying to be impactful, but in the end just hurting himself with that two-hander.
40-30.
Yeah, the frustration, the hands in the air, primarily because he missed a rally ball. He wasn't even trying to really hurt Hurkacz.
He does have delicate hands. A delightful finish to the third game of the opening set. And all three games, to the delight of their fans, have gone to Team Poland. And it's nice to see him making these forays up into the net, and he's looking comfortable, as he should do when you have a serve like his and you've already got an early break and you're halfway through the opening set. Times are good.
Good look at this approach. It's like he's a butterfly net here, just capturing the ball as it comes to his racket. Just accepts the pace, brushes up on it a little bit as he catches it. Look at this racket work. The racket going backwards really is like a butterfly net in a way.
Your game starts to be so much better when you're away with the legs. So much better. So remember, try to be solid, try to be with the legs working out together. And then you know how to play. The rest of it.
Already the need for a fairly intense staff meeting for Swiatek, having dropped the opening 3 games with his coach Simon. Hasn't been past the second round of a major yet, Swiatek, despite the success that he's had getting in the world's top 50. But it was a fascinating way that he actually came into tennis. He was on a skiing holiday at the age of 9. His sister actually played at Nicky Pilic's academy in Germany. Actually hit a few balls, I believe, with Novak Djokovic. She's about 10 years older. He didn't want to ski anymore. You don't have to go on a skiing holiday and you don't want to ski. It's a tough spot to be in. Decided to push his mum to go and hit some tennis balls. Ended up having a lesson with Markus Hipfel, the Austrian, who was a former player, who said, do you know what? I think you hit the ball well enough. You should come and see Günter Bresnik. Of course, Dominic Thiem's former coach, worked with Gael Monfils a bit, one of his idols, incidentally. And the rest is history. Ended up living in Vienna. But perhaps my favourite story was the Phoenix Challenger in 2023, where he forgot to enter, went there with his dad, drove there from Indian Wells. What is that, 5-hour journey or something in the car? I'm not sure, maybe a little less.
3.
3? Turns, well, at your speed, maybe.
Speed limits are pretty quick there. You can drive 85 on that highway. Miles an hour. Carry on after this point, of course.
Turns up in Phoenix, there's a baseball game on. No hotel rooms, because he hasn't booked one because he wasn't planning to play. 1,500 a night was the hotel room, so he was planning to sleep in the car with his dad. At 11 p.m, a hotel room popped up on booking.com for 300, grabbed it. Spent the night in the hotel, got out of qualies, had to play Monfils, his idol, in the first round. And then beat Berrettini and Quinton Elise to take his ranking from outside the top 130 to virtually inside the top 100. What a sliding doors moment. The forehand from Hurkacz already looking a little better today.
Well, what I like about it is the direction. He's giving himself the comfort of going to a comfortable spot, so he can be aggressive with the cross-court forehand. So I think that's a great idea to do early on. Get comfortable, and then expand upon that, you know, if the scoreline suits you.
Well, I don't know if Todd Woodbridge is comfortable in the sweltering heat, but I think he's made his way down to the pod where Team Kazakhstan are.
I certainly have, Petch. I've got Joachim Nyström, one of the great Swedish players of all time, with me, who's working with Alex, and not the ideal start that you would have been hoping for there.
No, definitely not. I mean, he has love 30 twice on Hurkacz serve, and he makes some easy mistakes. I think he's a little nervous from the start. But he needs to pick it up. I mean, you don't get so many chances to break Hurkacz, then you have to be on.
Tell us a little bit about him, because you've worked with him from the academy that you work out of in Stockholm. And chatting to you, he's a good young man.
He's a very nice guy. I mean, he cares about my well-being also, which is nice. And he's a hard worker. He was at Brezhnik's academy in Vienna from when he was 11, 12, so he knows how to work hard.
And do you make him work hard, Jockey?
I do my best, yes.
And finally, to get back into this, what would you like to see him do here?
No, but I mean, he needs to play solid service games, and then hopefully he gets a chance to break Hurkacz back.
Thanks for chatting with us.
Thank you. Thanks.
Grand Slam doubles champions, no Grand Slam doubles champions. Did an Eastern with Mats Wilander in 1986, winning Wimbledon.
Game Team Poland.
At the moment, the winning is coming from Hurkacz's side of the court. It is 4-1 to Team Poland.
Team Poland is 4-1.
Does show ambition, though, doesn't it, who you hire?
There's no doubt. Hurkacz is committing in a big way right now.
And Shevchenko, to be fair.
And Shevchenko as well. Both committing to some high-level coaches that will come with a cost. So there's an investment on both of these players to try and get to the next level. For Shevchenko, next level is probably getting around 25 in the world and seeing where it goes from there. There's a nice look at the service action of Hubie Hurkacz, and this one didn't fall in the net, fall in the court, but if it did, this was awaiting us. It was going to be a hot shot around the net post from Hurkacz, something I know you quite enjoy, Petch.
I do love a singles net, no doubt, but Shevchenko there is going to have to manage his court position on the return. You could see that was out of his comfort zone, above his shoulder. He's either got to come in closer to the service line or drop deeper. Talked about Hurkacz's experience, of course, the semi-finalist at Wimbledon, beat Federer there, lost to Berrettini in the last four. And the AO, he's had a couple of tough losses. Back in 23, lost a quarter in 5 sets and a final set breaker. And of course, last year, that epic 4-hour encounter with Daniil Medvedev, he came up short in 5 sets, Hubie Hurkacz. 8 singles titles for him. Most recent coming last year, Estoril on the clay. A couple of times, though, he's claimed a Masters 1000 crown. First in Miami. And then in Shanghai in 2023, saving a championship point against Andrei Rublev. He introduces the ball to the line, and a bit more pressure on Shevchenko's serve in this, the 6th game of the opening set.
Well, we haven't seen him be this patient, have we, throughout the matches so far? He threw in a nice slice backhand, which allowed him in this rally to be able to get some opportunities to dictate with his backhand, but Shevchenko probably needs to push him around the court a little bit more. That's what's been troubling Hubie this week. With the issues he's had with his knees, movement hasn't been perfect, but geez, looking better, much, much better.
Some of that has to be attributed to the confidence he took from beating Great Britain's Billy Harris, too, after losing his opening 2 matches. Lost to Casper Ruud and to Thomas Mahac, who's been in fuego here for Team Czechia. So was low on confidence, Hurkacz. Maybe starting to add to that. That's a magical elixir for an athlete.
14-15.
Lights out tennis from Muchova and Mahac yesterday. Stunning.
In Kazakhstan.
Serve is a problem, isn't it? I would say technically, Todd, and the best players in the world, as we've seen in recent times, like Jannik Sinner, have changed his. You can see some of the leg drive and performance from Hurkacz's particular serve, and you can see the uptick compared to the average on speed and everything else. But it has been a great narrative to watch that the game that you bring onto tour doesn't necessarily have to be the one that you stay with. Jannik Serve's been through a number of iterations. I believe that Alcaraz is turning up in Melbourne, and he is going to have a slightly smoother service motion as well as a heavier racket.
Well, you've got to continue to keep working on it, you know, and that's certainly for Shevchenko. That's one of the things, is accuracy on the second serve is not consistent at all. Lovely point. A fascinating bit of info that you've obtained there about Alcaraz. Going to a heavier racket, it can be quite interesting, particularly with a fast arm like his for the rest of his game. So sometimes you make a change to help one area, but it actually alters sometimes your strength. So I'm keen to watch that.
This is so good from Hologic. Just the final point on that, yeah, Jim, is that it's not just hours on court for Shevchenko. If he's going to get a better serve, he's got to change it technically.
Yeah, I think that's right. And when next time he serves, you can lay out exactly what needs to be altered. But we are seeing more and more players make adjustments during the season. Historically, off season was when the changes would typically be tried to brought into the game.
At 14-15.
And Hurkacz understanding that his forehand is an area where he can improve, change rackets with the intention to do just that. He's one of the flatter hitters in tennis. This new racket and string setup he's using is giving him 5% more topspin on the forehand. That will be significant for him once he gets a comfort level with it. That'll allow him to be more aggressive, hit the forehand harder with more control, because the topspin, it'll bring it back down into the court.
Team Poland.
Well, he's hoping to bring it home for Team Poland today, and this has been an impressive start from Hurkacz in the opening 7 games. He's grabbed 5 of them.
He's 5 games to 2.
Third edition of the United Cup, and it has been through one significant change, of course, when Team USA won it. There were a couple of members on the men's and the women's side and the mixed double, so 5 matches in total. It got shortened to its current version right now, and an opportunity for both of the teams that played over in Perth to get a little extra time on the main court here to get used to conditions. It is the house that Ken built, one of the most iconic Australian players of all time, it has made a nice home here. Of course, it used to be a ATP WTA event before turning itself into the ATP Cup and then the United Cup. Much calmer Nicholas Massou out there today, Jim.
Well, Massou is an excitable sort. It's a very different energy that he brings compared to Craig Boyton, who's super laid back. I mean, both fantastic coaches, but they have their own styles. And Massou, when he came on board as Dominic Thiem's coach, immediately he was engaged and in there, and his player's biggest fan on the sideline. So bringing that same energy here. Hurkacz a game away from an opening set if he can steal it. New balls for Team Kazakhstan to deliver. What's going on with that service motion, guys? What needs to change for Shevchenko?
Todd?
Is the elbow in the wrong position? What do we got?
Give me another look at it here again.
Put your phone down, Todd. You're such a millennial.
I mean, when you look at it, it's
15-all.
We get a slow bit here. There's a bit of disconnection there. The racket's down low. Takes a long time for it to get even and into that throwing position. But I mean, drives up well. If anything, I mean, I'm interested in his grip ball looks good.
30,
kind of 15. Opens the strings down the court, doesn't he? He doesn't sort of take it back sort of with the strings sort of looking to the side.
Yeah, that's exactly one of those things. And also, I think there's a bit of a mindset when I watch him play. He's used it as a point starter, not as a weapon. So in his development, he's seen it as a shot that, okay, I'm going to do this. This gets the point started, and then I'm going to use my ground strokes, as opposed to, you know, somebody like a Hurkacz, because I'm going to win my points with my serve and focuses on that. And that's, you know, a lot has to do with that, how you develop as a younger player and how physically strong you are with how your serve goes.
He's come away with both of those points, but it does make a good point, excuse the pun, that even though he managed to clock one over 200 Ks and that one coming in at 191, it's the location of the serve because of the technique that isn't as precise, and therefore both of them actually came back and he had to work hard to hang on to his serve. Doesn't often take the racket out of his opponent's hands.
No, that's where you talked about the face and the strings. If you can get more shape on the ball, you get more pinpoint accuracy. If you come in with a flat racket face, it's much easier to block back. And we can see that with Hurkacz's serve, the way that his racket approaches the ball.
15 love.
Couple of pretty pedestrian first serves in from Hurkacz, making sure that he made them on this important game as he tries to serve out the set.
I think he must have heard you. Stepped on the gas, 215K to get the triple set point.
One man's pedestrian's another man's Ferrari, let me tell you.
That's true.
Yeah, for service.
Somebody that had a mini minor of a serve.
Hurkacz has the benefit of being a tall player, right? That helps him be able to have more accuracy with a harder serve than a smaller player. Swiatek, just about 6'1", 185. That's the set, is what that is. And that is a great start for Team Poland. Hurkacz rounding into form, question mark? Maybe so. He needs one more set to put Poland up 1-0.
Let's roll the credits. They're going to be pleasant viewing for Hubie Hurkacz, just 1% under 70 in terms of actual serves made. But as we know, the more important correlation is how many points you're actually winning behind it. If you're down at 50%, winning 90%, that's a good trade. If you're at 50%, losing 50%, that's not so good. But he's looking good. But there was the highlighting of Shevchenko's limits on his serve, and they have come to fruition in that opening set.
And not a single clean winner for Shevchenko. 10 unforced errors trying to pierce the veil of Hurkacz, but Hurkacz with 13 winners to go along with his 12 unforced errors. The one more in charge in general, and you're right, a lot of that has to do with the serve when he's in command, and Shevchenko's second serve being a little bit lighter than tour average. And Hurkacz, with his big wingspan, able to get those returns in play and go to work. Used some wonderful feel out here, did Hubie. And he's got to be feeling better and better about his tennis after dropping the first 2 matches of his season.
Team Poland looking very comfortable. This is the stage last year for Hubie Hurkacz, where he had a couple of championship points against Zverev, who produced an absolute miracle for Team Germany last year. Was on court for almost 24 hours. Every single match the Germans won went to a deciding mixed doubles before hoisting the trophy at, what was it, 2, 3 a.m. in the morning? I kind of forget. It's the sort of time that Todd Woodbridge is usually up at.
Well, at my age, it's for a different sort of reason.
All the reasons on show as to why Hurkacz took that opening set. The problems are coming thick and fast for Shevchenko. Can he solve them at the start of the second? Interested to see what he can do individually that's impactful against what Hurkacz is doing, or whether he needs a little helping hand from the former top tenor. That accuracy will help. Again, you just wonder whether to get that accuracy, does he trade too much pace? That one drifting in at 168 Ks.
Good quality returns from Hurkacz the last couple of points, and Shevchenko backpedaling, unable to find the court. Bigger targets needed there, no need to panic, right through the middle of the court, and then brace for impact on the next shot from Hurkacz.
Team Kazakhstan.
A couple of wonderful serves through the middle on the outside. Seals the opening game of this second set.
First game, second set.
Hurkacz's opponent, Shevchenko's had some good wins. We talked about Fritz in Basel, ranked 9 in the world, the American there. Also beat Helge Rune, of course, in Rotterdam last year, who was ranked 7 in the world. Rune went through a little bit of a stage of handing out top 10 scouts, a bit like Tsitsipas for a while, who dropped outside the world's top 10. Is 11, who he got past at the United Cup over in Perth. His other top 20 win coming for Shevchenko against Khachanov on his way through to that final in Metz in 23. Khachanov ranked 15 in the world, so he does have the class, but perhaps does need a little bit of a helping hand at times from some of the higher caliber players. Hasn't had that so far.
He's not seen a lot of second serves so far today. Hurkacz serving around about 70% for serves in play. It's tough sledding for a returner. Needs more of these opportunities to get at least back to even in these baseline exchanges and then look to be offensive. He's deep to return this serve. Just allowing Hurkacz to control the center of the court a little too much, though, Todd.
15 love.
Yeah, he is, but this is such an improvement from Hurkacz in terms of where his first strike goes. So he's setting himself up to be able to play 2-3 hit rallies and then get that ball to put away. That last shot is a little more what we saw in the previous 3 matches from Hurkacz, where he actually changes direction on the wrong ball. I think he's a little more disciplined today. He's playing into the right places. That was a longer rally before he decided to go, but we saw that happening far too early, off first, second shots. He's got a little more confidence today, and I think he's starting to feel the ball off the racket better. The last thing to add, though, is that the weight of shot from Shevchenko is not bothering him at all. So he feels like he has more time to be able to stay in the rally. It's a different pace coming from Shevchenko than the other matches that I've sat courtside for Hubie so far in this tournament.
And it's interesting you say that. If there was a game to make for Shevchenko, he perhaps might look at his racket. It is a very stiff frame. It is the same frame that Dominic Thiem played. We've talked about the connection with Gunter Bresnik.
Team Poland.
That same mate does produce different models that certainly could give him a few more kphs off the ground easily. See that backhand he missed on the previous point before the ace came down again, where he's trying to almost force it with his body and therefore losing control.
Oh, that was some excellent striking from Hurkacz, and Nicholas Massou was out of his chair, pumping his fist and screaming encouragement, just indicating, Hubie, those are the types of points we want you to play. Keep that forehand going cross court until you get something a little easier to change direction on. That's a nice response from Shevchenko. Needs to keep his nose in front in this set. Got down with the early break 2-love in the opening set and couldn't recover it.
Talked pretty openly this week with the ATP about how he's been inspired by Rybakina and her professionalism away from the court. He feels as though between the lines he's been like that for a long time, but maybe not living the same way away from the court. As the contest is starting to rev up.
30-15.
And I think this is better for Shevchenko. He's starting to really push Hurkacz a little more from side to side, and that's been more troublesome for him this week. You can't let him just stand through the center and be happy to, you know, hit balls without really getting some physicality into the point. So it's a pick up here.
And 14-15.
Давай, давай, давай.
Really impressive.
Kazakhstan.
Some stand and deliver tennis there from Shevchenko at the end of that third game, and maybe just getting to grips with this unique style of play that Hurkacz brings to a tennis court. It's 2-1. Maybe that's why he's 3-0, because it is a slightly awkward start for him, as Jim was saying, that Hurkacz not one of the bigger hitters, so therefore he has to generate, as he managed to do there.
Yeah, but that was the best sequence of play from Shevchenko this match. From love 15 down, he made good choices and committed to his shots. And the accuracy then followed. Let's see if momentum carries, if he can get any kind of pressure into a Hurkacz service game.
Doesn't need to look too far in terms of good friends that return big serves well. He's good mates with Daniil Medvedev. Maybe that particular position on the court is somewhere he's going to need to explore if he's going to change things up here.
Time.
The most enthused and enjoyed he's looked on the court this week. Well, the man may be from Poland, but Jimmy's built a nice little place in South Florida, and he'll be used to these kind of warmish conditions as the day goes on. As we take a look at what he's been doing, he can roll it in at 207 when he needs to, but interestingly enough, he's dropped about 12 Ks on that first serve on the opening point of each game.
15 long.
And that's still 6 Ks under his actual average. So by even his high standards, that is a percentage serve rather than just pure power.
Shevchenko challenging him to hit the wide serve here. He was standing closer to the tee, and then when the ball toss went up, Shevchenko tried to cover the wide serve. Hurkacz was double crossing him, went up the tee, but couldn't handle the ground stroke. So we're starting to see a little bit of the cat and mouse play here from Shevchenko in the return of serve positioning. Mixing and matching a little bit. So if you watched Hurkacz play his first couple of matches, this forehand approach shot, he was trying to hit it into the backhand corner of righties, going against his normal pattern, which is what he just played, pulling it inside into the forehand. This is the right thing to do early in the season when you're making all those changes. Yes, I'm sure you're being encouraged to go different and make the improvements, but incrementally is better than all at once. And he was trying to do it all at once in the opening couple of matches. This is much better shot selection from him. And this is the first real moment of tension in his service game for quite some time. Shevchenko had a couple love 30s in the opening set, but Hurkacz has settled into a nice rhythm. What's he got here? 30 all.
$14-30.
Of overcommitting in your mind to what you think is your opponent's only shot rather than their favorite shot. Goes against the default setting that time and sweeps the winner into the opening space behind Shevchenko.
Love 15.
Got to be careful here. He doesn't dwell on that opportunity at 30 all. It wasn't the greatest serve that Hurkacz has hit, and he was so disappointed. And he's rushed the opening couple of points of this game.
Love 40.
Well, 3 unforgivable mistakes, 3 unforced errors for Shevchenko after playing such a great service game in his last one. Is handing over a break of serve here so far in this one. 3 break point chances for Team Poland.
What an athlete Hubi Hurkacz is.
Team Poland.
Flew through the air to pick up that volley, and he is flying through this match. A set and a break to the good.
Team Poland leads 3 games to 2.
Just take a look at how good that was. He has got some skills up at the net. He is one of the great trick shot kings out there on the ATP Tour. But there was nothing flamboyant about that. He just needed to find a way to get the ball back in the court. Shevchenko's disappointment is because he virtually broke himself. Is an infusion of enthusiasm and optimism.
He's a joyful type, is Nicolas Massou, and Hurkacz is a very gentle giant. But he's one of the guys that even when he loses a match, after about an hour or so, if you see him in the player area, most players, they want to stay to themselves in those moments. They're understandably disappointed and down. And Hurkacz comes over and he's shaking it off and he wants to know what's going on in your world and how are things. And he's a very open book in those moments, which is quite refreshing and unusual.
What, if anything, can Shevchenko do to rescue this situation? That's a good start to the 6th game.
Love 15.
Much needed. Prolific amount of points coming into that Shevchenko forehand for Hurkacz with his first serve. More traffic
15.
going that way.
It's starting to feel a little bit more like the Hubert Hurkacz that we're used to seeing.
Game Team Poland.
And it's immense.
Team Poland leads 4 games to 2.
Always easy to see the 10,000 view when you come out in your opening couple of matches and look a little scratchy and optimism is high, all the changes, but he has settled very nicely in his last couple.
Maybe one of the most attractive things about starting a season at the United Cup is it does offer you a mulligan. All the other tournaments the players are playing, whether it's in Hong Kong or Brisbane or Auckland, you lose singles match, you're out, and you got to wait another week to find some confidence. And you can have some awful luck like Kyrgios had getting Pechi Pericard in the opening round. This is getting away from Shevchenko in a hurry. And look, these players all come from the off season, as abbreviated as it might be. They're all searching for matches in confidence, and getting multiple chances to play just helps build that rhythm. And eventually for Hurkacz, he has found, it seems like, what he was looking for. Here's a moment now for Hurkacz to really grab control of this one. 130, chance for a second break.
personality of tournaments change, but not the dimensions. And this one has been the perfect offering at the start of the new season for Hurkacz. Pulling the trigger too often and too early in a rally has not proved to be a profitable play for Shevchenko. Facing break point again.
Deuce.
That was lovely and so vital for Shevchenko's chances just to hopefully keep him close here. What a great get from Hurkacz, and Shevchenko did what was needed. Get in tight to the net there and then hit the brakes, decelerate that shot, add in. Oh my goodness, what a horrible swing of the tennis ball there though. Todd, he may want to consider pulling that one inside in like Hurkacz likes to do.
Yeah, just sort of looking at him closely, he doesn't reset very well for each point. He just keeps playing. He's like he's rushed. It's like this intensity levels he's just not used to. Used to players giving him a bit more of a breather that he can control. And Gibby's done a good day today in shutting that feeling down for him.
A bit of a strange brew as a player, Hurkacz, with that big serve and then the softer ground strokes, but when it all comes together, it's magic. And that's been the case today.
Your board, please.
Shevchenko can't lay a glove on Hurkacz. She'll serve to put Team Poland 1-0 up today.
Team Poland is 5 games to 2.
And he's been very solid off both wings, and then he's seen an opportunity. He's been good enough to take it. As for Shevchenko, it's been kind of a high-risk strategy in this second set. There's been far too much roadkill along the way. Some good tennis from Perth. He's outclassed today. It's been a very nice takedown of Shevchenko by Hurkacz. Unquestionably his best performance of the United Cup this year. And with the blockbuster contest coming up after this one, with Rybakina up against Swiatek, and Rybakina with that head-to-head lead over Swiatek. This was a match they would be very keen to get on the board, and that's exactly what's about to happen.
15 love.
Hurkacz's first serve has really locked in this set, only missed 2. Up around 90% for serves in play. This is a march to success. And setting the table for Iga, who's on deck, as you say.
Oh. Front row seat for that one, Todd.
Well, how he managed to control that, I'm not sure. This was ripped hard down low, plenty of spin.
14.
And he just hits that stop volley. Look, you can see the racket just hit behind the ball, goes straight down and blocks it beautifully. Great hands.
It's been a masterclass. Match point. Luxuriated in the lead all the way through the contest.
6-3, 6-2.
Big Gauff between them today. Hasn't always been in their past head-to-heads. Hurkacz was magnificent. Team Poland lead, 1-love.
That's going to feel good for Hurkacz because he was playing very, very far from this level 4 matches ago when he opened his season. And all the patterns of play looked a lot more stable in that one. The first serve was just outstanding as well. 76% for the match. Never faced a break point and puts Team Poland in the catbird seat.
Yeah, we have seen some virtuoso individual performances in the last sort of 24 hours here. Muchova, Mahac, and now it is Hurkacz that has also managed to put a stake in the ground. The stakes are high today. Opportunity to get through to the United Cup final. Here is Hurkacz with Todd.
Well, Hubie, congratulations. Isn't it incredible what confidence can do for you after a win in the last match? Today you come out a completely different player.
Definitely last match here gave me a little bit of confidence, and from every single match I'm playing better and better, so definitely happy with my performance, especially that Alexander is a difficult opponent and I needed to play great tennis.
When you talk about building confidence, coming here, having the opportunity to play 3, 4, maybe 5 matches, that's exactly what you needed at the start of the year, wasn't it?
Exactly.
Talk about our next one. That was under an hour, so, you know, physically you've got to be feeling okay. But Iga's coming out next. This is going to be a big match against Rybakina.
Oh, definitely. I mean, obviously Rybakina is such a great competitor, but we trust and we believe in Iga, and she's such an amazing competitor, and you know, seeing her from up close compete from the bench was really incredible. The last match was really special. The way she handled pressure, the way she played in the difficult moments is really inspiring and helps me as well, you know, to know what to do in difficult moments, and also all the team behind. So yeah, thank you so much, guys, for being here, and hope you guys gonna support Iga, and let's go Poland.
When you talk about inspiring, Iga is a world #1 and she's trying to get back to that, yourself for being a top 10er. What has that done for Polish tennis, for the young generation that are coming along?
Well, hopefully inspires them a lot, and it's really incredible to have her play for Poland and represent our country all over the world, win so much, and definitely the young kids can have a role model to look up to.
Well done, Hubie. You got Poland off to a great start. Congratulations. We'll let you go in and get ready to come back out and get on the team bench.
Thank you guys. Thanks for being here.
Jim, he'll need to beat probably higher-ranked players if he's going to go deep at the AO again, but that felt like a big win. It was the sort of performance that's like a nice down payment for harder battles to come.
That's exactly what that feels like, Petch. It's important from a momentum standpoint, and also when you're trying to build trust in a new relationship, to have some positive reinforcement that the work you're doing can pay off. That means a lot too, as we take a look at the match summary. Less than an hour of play for Hurkacz, so that looks good for him. If he's going to need to come back for the mixed, he'll be fresh. Of course, the finals tomorrow, if Poland's able to get there, he'll need to be ready for that one as well. But he was excellent with the first serve. He was most impressive for, I think, my eyes, with the forehand. Just 3 winners, but very few unforced errors on that wing. A shot that had been a little erratic in his first couple of matches here. So things looking good for Team Poland, but beware. Elena Rybakina does not mess around. She will bring the firepower to Iga Swiatek. You don't want to miss that one. We're not going to miss it. We got Sam Smith, Andrea Petkovic standing by, Mark Petchy, Todd Woodbridge, and I. We're going to stand down and bring some real experts in here at the United Cup.
Jim, Todd, thanks very much. Yep, Team Poland lead 1-0 over Team Kazakhstan.
Not too far away now, the women's, the second singles here in this three-match tie between Poland and Kazakhstan. And we're a few minutes overdue, waiting for the world number 2, Iga Swiatek. And in the background, in the blue top and white shorts, is Elena Rybakina, former Wimbledon champion. They're just making their way to the, well, they're in the bowels at the moment of the Ken Rosewell Arena. But very shortly they will be on court. It's a beautiful day here, actually, right on cue. Temperatures up towards 30 degrees, and many of the fans packing in for the semi-finals of the United Cup. America take on the Czech Republic tonight in the evening session. So this is actually day 9 of the event. It's a long one for a season opener, and the Australian Open not too far away. Qualifying draw was on a little earlier today. So not too far away. I'm Sam Smith. I'm going to be joined by former top tenor Andrea Petkovic, and Laura Robson is courtside. And now we'll await the 2 players.
It's time to introduce the players for this women's singles match at the United Cup. Please welcome from Team Kazakhstan, Elena Rybakina. And from Team Poland, Iga Swiatek.
And this is a much-awaited battle between Grand Slam champions. Iga Swiatek, currently the world number 2, but has 5 majors in her trophy cabinet back home in Warsaw, up against the Wimbledon champion from 2 years ago. Her catch has already given Poland a very good start here. If Iga can seal the win, they will book their place in the final. Andrea, lovely to be alongside you again. I mean, we are getting some great matches here potentially, aren't we?
Yes.
Over the next few days, and we've had some goodies already.
We did, and especially on the women's side, we have Iga Swiatek against Rybakina here. Later we will have Coco Gauff and
Karolina Muchova.
And Karolina
I know, it's been 9 days. You can get a little brain fog going on there.
So many players to keep up with, but I thought especially on the women's side, there were so many blockbusters. We had the Swiatek Muchova, we had the Paulini Muchova, and then, of course, maybe the best match of the tournament so far, the Swiatek Katie Boulter. Yep. Katie Boulter played tremendous tennis, and I'm so excited to see her here in Sydney. She looked very dominant over in Perth, didn't lose a set.
And it'll be interesting to see how Iga pulls up, because she's got a little strapping on that right leg.
Okay, this is Sadie. She's going to help us today. Ladies, it's the same conditions as in the previous matches. After the coin toss, 2 photos, please. One with Sadie and one just you. Any questions? Questions? No? Elena, we have AO or John Newcomb? AO it is. Okay, go. John Newcomb. Serve. Okay, and the photos, please.
Swiatek winning the toss and electing to serve. Sadie has done her job for the day. Lovely to get the kids on the court, so I'm spending some time with the top players. Starts to sow a few seeds, doesn't it, for future dreams of tennis greatness. So it is Kazakhstan taking on Poland, and we'll see how the Kazakhs have travelled on their way over from Perth. They've had a couple of days to acclimatise. I think worth remembering, Rybakina, only 25 years of age, has had quite a few illnesses and injuries, but she's not going anywhere from that top 10, is she, Andrea?
I really
She's a
don't
fixture.
think so she is a fixture, and she is so fun to watch when you have the chance to sit courtside. Justin, Laura will probably talk about it later. The crispness of her ground strokes when she connects with the ball is just something to have heard and have seen. So clean, such nice technique. Everything looks simple and yet very efficient. On the other side, of course, won Wimbledon on grass, one of the best serves on the tour. She's actually second in aces in 2024, and she hasn't played a lot of matches, especially in that second half of the year.
Well, we always expect her to be up there with the service leaders. A couple of years younger, though, is Iga Swiatek, now on an unfamiliar world #2, but held the top spot for a very long time, taking over from Ash Barty in April 2022 with the shock retirement of the Australian. She's looked very good here, 3-0 so far. Dropped the one set against Katie Bolter. It'll be interesting to see how she's recovered. Has had a day off, but has played a lot of tennis in a short space of time. But fascinating to see this heavyweight clash. Head-to-head, fascinating. And one of those victories by Swiatek, they didn't finish the match in Rome. So I mean, one match that's actually completed that Swiatek has won. And I think that gives us quite a lot to talk about, doesn't it, Andrea?
Definitely. This is the type of player Iga Swiatek does not like to see on the other side. Similar to the Katie Bolter match, who just went out and played first strike tennis. And maybe that was a good test for Iga Swiatek to be ready for what will come towards her off the record of Elena Rybakina. And in the past, she's been very stubborn, Iga Swiatek, about the return positioning, refused to take a step back on Rybakina's serve. So it will be interesting to see whether, with the new coaching staff, she will make some adjustments here.
Are those adjustments you feel she has to make to have more success?
So.
Yeah.
I do think so, especially on the first serve. On the second serve, I don't mind so much, but that first serve of Rybakina, she needs to find a way to neutralize it. Hasn't been able to do so in the past.
No, it's a serve that comes through very deep in the box and low as well. Tough to pick up when you're standing close. Well, we're all set for what is going to potentially be a heavyweight clash between Elena Rybakina and Iga Swiatek, both women undefeated so far at this year's United Cup. And I believe we're going to have another chance to speak to Mateusz, again, the Polish captain. You ready for us, Mateusz?
Yeah.
And we're right behind you. It's Sam and Andrea up in the box. We've got to talk to you an awful lot. It was a wonderful match Iga played against Katie Bolter. What was she most pleased about that performance, what coming out of it?
I think just the way she fought, the way she believed, and you saw that breakpoint that she saved with the backhand on the line, and it just, her fighting experience and the way she believes in herself is just amazing, and yeah, I was really proud of her. Yeah.
And Mateusz, she had to have an injury timeout in that match. It was a very long, very intense match of high quality, over 3 hours. How is she holding up physically?
No, she's doing fine. The matches are physical, so sometimes during the break, but I mean, she's doing great. So we're really looking forward to this match. Yeah.
What do you think is going to be important out here today?
I mean, definitely, like being there in every point, fighting, and it's going to be small margins. So I'm sure she's going to do really well. Yeah.
Thanks for talking to us. It's not easy when your player is sitting next to you. No, you did it beautifully, and all the very best for this semi-final. If only they could just come in a little later.
Yeah.
It was really tough on him.
You could tell that he was freezing up when she came closer.
That's okay. That's okay. It's lovely to have the chance to speak to them. So we'll see how Iga has turned around from a very physical match against Britain's Katie Bolter. Poland beating Great Britain 3-0 in the quarter-final, after also beating Norway and Czechia in Group B.
First set, Iga Swiatek, representing Team Poland, to serve. Play. Love.
Do you want to hear an interesting stat, Sam?
30-11. Well, you've built it up now. Don't overpromise and underdeliver.
Well, I was really surprised to see that Iga Swiatek actually leads the first serve average speed of all the remaining semi-finalists here at the United Cup. 174 k's an hour is her average speed on first serve.
A couple of weeks before the WTA finals, she took on a new coach after splitting with Thomas Fitkarowski after the US Open. When Fawcett, he's in her player box, and they really only had 2 weeks in Warsaw before coming out here to work on things.
Game, Team Poland. First game.
But she seems very happy and relaxed, and the game's slotting in nicely. We have, once again, Laura Robson courtside, who's going to delight us with all sorts of interesting bits and bobs. And how are you seeing this one, Laura?
Oh, thanks for bigging me up, Sam. No, I'm really excited for this one. I've just been enjoying the fact that Shevchenko's already sat in the player box after a pretty quick loss. So wants to get out and support. I think we'll see a different Iga in this matchup compared to when we've seen them play before. I think that win against Katie Boulter, the way that she turned the match around, will give you a lot of confidence to know that actually what they've been working on the practice court can be implemented this soon into the season at tight moments in a match. I'll be on leg watch as well.
What did you think? Did you pick up on the win predictor, 75% Iga Swiatek?
I think when you're playing someone as classy as Rybakina, I mean, it's a 50-50, isn't it?
Representing Team Kazakhstan. 15-11.
The 25-year-old Moscow-born Kazakh is making her debut at the United Cup, and she's taken to it rather well. Had the win against Spain, Busquets Monero in her opening match. And defeated Greece's Maria Sakkari and then Germany's Laura Siegmund in the quarter-final. Currently ranked at 6 in the world, but has been as high as 3 about 18 months ago.
Just get a glimpse of those nice, clean, crisp ground strokes of Rybakina. So much depth, so much speed on them. This is a 7th meeting between the two. Rybakina leads the head-to-head with 4 wins out of 6. They first met on hard courts in Ostrava in Czechia.
Game, Team Kazakhstan. One game on.
Just to give the audience an inkling of what it's like to play these two players, both have very penetrating ground strokes. This is the Iga Swiatek forehand, a lot more topspin on it, and on the contrary, the Rybakina forehand that goes through the court more. You have to stay nice and low, keep the hips low. Whereas Swiatek gets you with those higher balls. You see it here, two completely different types of forehands and both very effective.
She wants to go higher on the string tension, I think.
Yeah, it is about 10 degrees Celsius hotter today compared to yesterday and the day before.
And Coach Wim is the man with the tension gauge. The last meeting came in Stuttgart in the semi-finals. That's on indoor clay, and Rybakina getting the better of Swiatek. That doesn't happen too often on that surface. 6-3 in the decider.
That's why she wants it tighter.
13-15.
Yeah, the ball flying on her. And when you feel like the ball is flying, you sometimes tend to stop the motion rather than follow through completely, and that will have the ball fly even more. So it's a vicious circle. That's why you need to have the feeling that the ball will drop exactly where you want it to drop. And that play right there, I think, will be very important for Iga Swiatek. The one forehand down the line that went behind Rybakina. Rybakina actually moves a lot better than people give her credit for, but she tends to cover the open court right away. And in terms of agility, that's where you can sometimes get her. So going behind her is a smart play by Swiatek.
(40-30). Let first. Game, Team Poland.
Both women starting well in this semi-final clash.
Team Poland leads by 2 games to 1.
Poland taking on Kazakhstan in the first of the semi-finals here at the United Cup in Sydney. They have played once before, back in the group stages a couple of years ago. And, Poland winning on that occasion very comfortably. There's a lot of work though to do here, even though Poland are 1-love up in this 3-match series.
And I just saw Laura Robson leaning in to try and pick something up of the Wim Fissette coaching.
I did my best. It sounded like he wanted her to stay loose with her arms on the backhand side. And a racket came back from the stringer as well. There was a lot going on in that changeover, but yeah, it sounded like he said stay loose with the arms on the backhand and go for more of those backhand lines when you get the chance.
She executed that perfectly. He's smart, isn't he? He always places his back towards the mic, so it's not easy to hear him.
Rybakina came out pretty hot at the start of last season, winning in Brisbane. But beaten in the second round of the Australian Open, rather surprisingly actually, 7-6 in the final set by Anna Blinkova. Did win in Dubai and made the final in Qatar where she lost to Swiatek. And she was very good that first half of the season. After Wimbledon, caught bronchitis, missed the Olympics and Toronto, and it all kind of went a little bit sideways.
Game, Team Kazakhstan. 2 games on.
187 kilometers per hour here in this first serve. That is very difficult to neutralize in any sort of capacity. Showing her big strengths early on. Seems to have traveled well from Perth, Rybakina. It's not an easy time change. I would be devastated with that 3-hour time difference playing early in the morning. But she seems to be handling it very well.
Love.
Yeah, that's what she can do.
And this shot right here, she has improved tremendously over the course of the last 2-3 years. Used to play mostly cross on the forehand side. Still prefers that one, but now has added the forehand down the line. Makes it so hard for the opponent to read.
She really has gone full out at this United Cup. There hasn't been any holding back from Iga, and she has a wonderful record. Only lost the one match in her debut year back in 2023 to Jessica Pegula, and that was the day after she'd flown over from Perth. They didn't get the extra day.
40-30.
You can see already that Iga is trying to go for those short points in the court, going for the angles, trying to expose Rybakina's movement a little bit. Not easy to do.
Career double fault in the last service game.
Advantage, Team Kazakhstan.
Well, this break point has sort of almost popped out of nowhere. What was a comfortable service game. Rybakina has to win this matchup to keep Kazakhstan alive in this semi-final.
Let first serve.
Oh dear, it's really gone awry. And after only 20 minutes, we have our first break.
Team Kazakhstan leads by 3-2.
We're out in Sydney's inner west. About a 30-minute drive from the CBD, but closer to town there are some fabulous swim spots around the eastern beaches of Bondi and Manly. It's also so much safer to go in the ocean pools. There's a few things out there that can sting and bite you in this part of the world. And I suspect the beaches will be pretty full today. Blue skies, high temperatures. Perfect day for going for a swim. Well, on Kazakhstan's coaching bench, that's quite some lineup on the back row. And the blue hat, United Cup hat, is Goran Ivanic, the new coach of Elena Rybakina. And to his right is Joachim Nyström, who is coaching Alexander Shevchenko, former Swedish top tenor.
Really unusual mistakes from Swiatek to lose serve there, though. She almost fell off the forehand, and especially that last one. Proper miss hit. And it looked like she couldn't decide whether to hit an open stance or close down the legs slightly.
Never easy, is it, working with a new coach? Can take some time to gel, but this United Cup has provided a great opportunity for them to spend a lot of time together.
Better footwork right there. Laura, was it the footwork or just a lapse of concentration?
It looks very clean, doesn't it, from Rybakina?
Game, Team Kazakhstan. Team Kazakhstan leads by 4 games to 2.
A few more unforced errors from Iga Swiatek.
Yeah, what do you make of these forehand unforced? Because I get the idea of trying to keep the point short, but it's just the way that she's missing it. It's almost like a bit of a bailout of the point.
Yeah, it's. I was wondering. You were busy. I didn't see it, but I was asking you. Do you think it's the footwork or a lapse of concentration in the last 5 minutes or so? Is she standing not correctly to the ball?
I was semi-listening to you, but I was also debating whether to go and interview Nicholas Massou.
Okay.
I think it's more of a footwork thing. And I wonder, you know, sometimes when you have that really tight tape around the upper thigh, you feel like you actually can't bend as much as you want to. Whether that's just impairing the load onto that outside leg.
Is that right? It's her right. It is her right thigh. That was taped early in the final set, wasn't it, against Katie Bolter a couple of days ago, a couple of nights ago now. So many matches here.
Yeah, 2-1 in the third set. Swiatek had to leave the court to get that strapping on the upper thigh.
It was a very physical contest. Wasn't far off 3 hours they were out there. And they weren't messing around.
40-15.
Yeah, definitely hasn't quite gotten the feel of the forehand yet. And these are the second serve points won. Rybakina with an outstanding number of 80%. You rarely ever see that a player is winning so many points after the second serve.
Left serve.
Well,
40-30.
he's cruising along in that last service game before it got complicated.
Game, Team Poland. Ball change,
Swiatek
please.
staying close in this Poland-Kazakh matchup.
Team Kazakhstan leads by 4 games to 3.
Let's go.
Through this first set. Coach Wim Facet, who's a Belgian, getting to work.
Yeah, some interesting stuff said in that changeover. They're still going, to be honest. Iga sat down and said, it's not the racket, it's me. So at least there's some honesty. And then Wim was telling her, make simple choices, keep the footwork really sharp, and don't worry too much about what Rybakina is doing. If she goes line, then that's fine, but you worry about your own game plan. Make simple choices was repeated quite a lot. And I think that's the one that Iga's worried about at the moment, when she goes back with her forehand cross-court and then it plays into Rybakina's forehand, where she actually can go really well with that line ball.
Well, and that forehand cross-court usually for many players jumps right out of their strike zone. Here we see a big swing.
Which is where it should have been from the beginning.
Absolutely, I agree 100%.
Yeah, for me it feels like that cross-court forehand from Swiatek, because Rybakina, she's a bit taller anyway, but she doesn't have the knee bend that some other players have, so naturally her contact point is just a couple of centimeters higher, so when it jumps off it sits up really nicely for her.
Exactly, you're taking the words out of my mouth. I'm so glad you are here.
Great minds.
40-15.
Again of Rybakina, so beautifully produced. She also, like Swiatek, trained at a private club. She was at the very famous Spartak Moscow.
Game Team Kazakhstan.
And this ground stroke serving her very well.
Team Kazakhstan leads by 5 games to 3.
It's interesting, neither of these two hot-housed at foreign academies. Rybakina is very much part of having group sessions really until she was able to afford a private coach, which was one of the drivers for switching nationality. Swiatek serving to stay in this opening set.
Left, first serve.
Only the one break separates these two.
Love 15. Fifteen. 30-15.
And supposing that she took a day off yesterday, which she had said to Laura in the on-court interview after that epic 3-hour match against Katie Bolter, maybe it's just that she needs a bit of time to get back to match temperature.
Sometimes it can take you a set.
Yeah.
It's a great combination. You go from the pre-season where I'm sure she trained as hard as anyone, if not harder. But then you are, then you go and you're redlining it, aren't you? Right from the off. It's a big change up, and the body sometimes is not quite ready to do that.
And the cortisol, the stress hormone that floods your body, floods your muscles, the adrenaline, all of that is just not replicable in practice, and it affects the body in different ways. And then also you wind down when you do take a day off, which is important for recovery, but then it sometimes takes a while to get the engine back up and running. So we'll see whether she cleans it up in the second set.
Advantage, Team Poland.
She's won that exchange, but I'm not sure that's what the game plan is with the simple choices to go harder into Rybakina's forehand.
Let first serve.
Swiatek
Team
staying
Poland.
close in this first set.
Team Kazakhstan leads by 5 games to 4.
Very noisy Ken Rosal Arena is the stage for the first set, and both actually the semi-finals and the final of this third edition of the United Cup. New Belgian coach Win for set, using every second of the changeover to build a rapport with Iga, to impart information, find out how she's feeling.
The DJ wasn't allowing me to eavesdrop in
Yeah.
that one. That was tough. I felt initially I heard a couple of sentences and it was quite negative from
really?
Iga. Yeah, she was like, I'm not sure what I'm doing out here.
Found great depth here on the return.
Love 15.
It's the first step in neutralizing Rybakina's serve, which is so hard to do.
Wow. Beautifully produced.
It looks like she has so much
15
time.
Yeah. She has this very early take back, and it's so simple, and she's already there when the ball comes her way. Just such nice and smooth technique. Even a little fist bump.
Maybe a little door opening here for Swiatek. And she might be a little muddled about what to do tactically, but what she will do is compete.
Keeps it a bit flatter here in those forehand cross-court rallies, Iga Swiatek. And gets the unforced error.
Her first chance to break in this opening set.
And that is her favorite serve, the big wide on the ad side, Rybakina's. But she can serve T2, so you can never really fully cover it.
She had to dig out the return, but the move afterwards from Swiatek was to cover her backhand side. She knew good chance that's coming into the corner.
Another opportunity in this game for the Pole. There's like a giant throwdown, isn't it, with these two?
So fast.
The tennis is unbelievably big. Rybakina fighting to close out this opening set. Too good.
Advantage, Team Poland.
We're back level.
Game, Team Poland. Five games all.
I'm obsessed with that lady. I think her name's Sister Margaret.
How do you know that?
Well, she was interviewed the other day. She's been here every day.
Oh.
But now she's made it to like the player tickets.
Oh, fantastic.
So she's infiltrated the team. We love to see it.
Love.
Oh dear.
Just like one tiny little step. It was the perfect play, opened the angle nicely. And that's something Goran Ivanišević will improve to the max. That's his specialty, how to close the net, when to move forward. Just one step, yeah. That's how close it was. Just one step missing for Rybakina on that drive volley.
40 love.
And Sam, she wants even higher tension on her strings.
I'm surprised by that because she's really starting to control the spin of the forehand much more. Wim's been re-gripping as well in this last game, so man of many trades.
He gets back on track. 3 games in a row now for the Polish #1.
Team Poland leads by 6 games to 5.
$26 kilos.
Is that the tension she wants, Laura?
Yeah, that's what they've just sent.
What's that?
What's
that in pounds?
Oh, now you're testing me.
I'll have to try.
It's not super tight. 26, 26. Sometimes if you've got a different string in the cross and the mains, you might go at a 28, 26. Are you converting, Sam, or shall I?
I would say it's around 12.5 pounds.
No, it's 57 pounds.
Yeah, 57.
Oh, the other way around. Yeah.
Equipment, very important, particularly when the conditions are changing as much as they are. That looks a very professional. He's spent some time in the pro shop, hasn't he, Wim?
Well, I'm now thinking, what tension did she start at if she's only at a 26 now? That'd be quite loose.
And you just saw an incredible set right there before this first point. Iga Swiatek's backhand speed has picked up in the last 5 games by 10 kilometers an hour. That is a huge difference in the way she's striking that backhand wing. And part of the reason why she's managed to turn the set around and bring it back to even.
Rybakina led 5-3 not so long ago, was a couple of points away from closing out what looked like a very straightforward set. This United Cup, certainly for the new coaches of Goran and Wim, a real opportunity to get close up to their players and really learn what makes them tick.
Boy, will she be dangerous with this man by her side when he makes her move forward more. She already is one of the most dangerous players on the tour. So much upside to her game.
40-30.
She is much happier, isn't she, Iga, with a tighter frame?
Yeah.
Or as scouted it, apparently it's up to 26 kilos, which is 57 pounds in old money. It's not terribly tight. But it's really done the trick.
Advantage, Team Poland.
And 15 minutes ago, this looked like a most unlikely scenario. Team Poland with set points.
And will Rybakina go for that big wide that she tends to go for on big points? That's what I love about her. You can never really tell. So unpredictable.
Goran would have looked at her patterns as well, and he was one of the most unpredictable players, and maybe one of the first. I mean, one of the great servers, the former Wimbledon champion. One of the first things he would have looked at was going, "You can't keep doing that at this level, surely." It's wide.
How about the pickup from Rybakina? That was a tough volley there.
Advantage, Team Kazakhstan.
What a service game.
Thank you, thank you.
Look at Shevchenko in the back.
Deuce.
Bravo, let's go, let's go.
Advantage, Team Poland.
Swiatek leaving it all out there. You can see what it means to her to play for her country. Another chance to take this opening set.
Deuce.
This is what a coach would say is a good miss, trying to get the depth, doing everything correctly, just missing by the smallest of margins, but that doesn't help Iga Swiatek, of course, knowing that she's hit the right shot.
Advantage, Team Kazakhstan.
Well, if you want to get ready for the first major, which starts in just over a week's time, this is the perfect place to do it. The temperature really hot out there, 30 degrees plus, high humidity. And this is a very physical contest. Her first double of the set.
Yes. Advantage, Team Kazakhstan. Let first serve.
Got it.
Deuce.
She explodes across the court surface, and hitting partner Kamil Mahac far in there. She's been giving him some workouts. Been hammering at the practice courts, haven't they? He's the second male singles player. I love that. Oh dear.
Advantage, Team Kazakhstan.
The dip in the end, put so much rotation on it that it looked like it was going out, that return of Iga Swiatek's, but it just dipped in the last moment. And on we go.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
The
Thank you.
set,
Thank you.
Over an hour old in this 10-minute plus game.
That's a great miss, though. The setup on the previous shot was excellent. The difference in height, and then Rybakina, she gets away with it because she is so tall, but definitely had to play the backhand above the shoulder.
Game, Team Kazakhstan.
It's living up to the hype, isn't
games
it?
on. Tie break.
This is great.
How's the temperature down there? It looks super hot.
Oh yeah, it's toasty, Sam.
Yep, I can.
Back of my neck's feeling it.
Okay, you're doing well down there. Stay hydrated. Fourth tiebreak these two have played in all their previous meetings. Swiatek's won 2 of the 3 so far. What can she do here?
Quick adjustment from Rybakina.
1-0, Team Kazakhstan.
That higher spin got her in the 2 points prior. Quickly moves up to it here and takes it on the rise. Quick thinking from her gets her the first tiny little mini break.
One all.
Andrea, I don't know if this surprises you, but last season Rybakina only won 40% of her tie breaks.
Yeah, that does surprise me. Because normally tie breaks favor good servers. So that is definitely a surprising fact. Something to keep in the back of our minds here, possibly.
Team Kazakhstan.
Back edge. Oh, goodness me.
3-all.
More punts are being won against the serve than with it in this opening set breakup.
And Laura, these balls look like they are going to fly long, and then they just dip in the last moment. Iga Swiatek's forehands.
Yeah, she's definitely trying to add a bit more topspin over the ball, getting away from these fast cross-court forehand rallies, and we've just seen her go for that one line into Rybakina's backhand side slightly more often. But as you mentioned, Rybakina, in my mind, so underrated tactically because she makes the change straight away. The adjustment was there to cut the angle off.
Oh dear.
Team Poland.
Yet another point against the server.
For all. For Team Poland.
His work so far in the men's singles done today, very efficient over Alexander Shevchenko. Eager to take this singles match and put Poland back in the final where they were last year, runners-up to Germany.
Team Poland. Thank you. Thank you.
Poland with a third set point.
Team Poland.
First time that she's had a chance to close out the set on her serve. Been a brutal opening set, but it goes the way of Team Poland. Swiatek takes the tiebreak, and with it, the opening set by 7 games to 6.
I think I need a medical timeout here. This has been incredible.
Definitely a bathroom break.
Wow.
I wouldn't be surprised if they both go off, but in the meantime, that gives us a chance to just see what the numbers tell us.
Yeah, and interesting, Iga Swiatek hit a few more winners than Elena Rybakina. She's also hit one unforced error more. Very even the numbers as one would expect after this very tight opening set. And I think the biggest difference was that increased speed on the backhand side from Iga Swiatek. It was not a little bit of increased speed. It was 10 kilometers an hour faster on the backhand side. managed to break Rybakina, and she has just left the building for a bathroom break.
Good set of tennis, that one.
Wow.
Hour and 14 minutes.
This is how it finished. Some of the best moments from a pulsating opening set, which in the end went the way of Iga Swiatek. 7-5 on the breaker. And it was Rybakina who led 5-3 with the break, and it was all looking quite straightforward.
Yazda indeed.
I like the chest bump as well that she went for.
What is Yazda?
Come
It's
on.
come on.
Come on.
Polish,
I had a
yeah.
feeling it might, but I didn't want to just jump the gun. Very warm day here in Sydney, as it will be over the course of the weekend. But we have some respite from the temperatures, although it does tend to get very humid under the tent.
The WTA physio has just walked past me with an ice cooler of electrolyte drinks to drop off on the Team Poland bench, so everyone's doing their best to be peak performance.
The centre of your picture is Captain Mateusz Teraniski, who played on the lower reaches of the tour for a while. Found out today, actually, he, as a 12-year-old, moved from Poland to South London to train in England. That's why his English is so good. He was there for 6 years.
Very proper.
Those are the girls sitting just
behind you,
on top of me. And I say on top because so far some signs have been dropped on my head, some water's been dropped on my head.
And it won't be. I wouldn't be surprised if they topple over here as well. They're so excited when Iga won that first set. But they've been here every day. They've been absolute. They are Iga's, I think, #1 fans. There they are. Maybe even rivaling Sister Margaret.
They're certainly energetic, these ones. No, I love the outfits.
They definitely made an effort. We are awaiting Elena Rybakina to come back to the court after what was a hefty opening set. And where we are at the moment in this semi-final, Poland 1 set away from booking their place in the final.
Yeah, not to steer old wounds, but last year had a heartbreaking loss in the final against Team Germany, holding match points.
Now the Poles have come to play, haven't they? They've come for this one in their 3rd year.
Yeah, you can feel the energy and almost the rage of not having done it last year, being so close, and just brings this extra bit of intensity on the court. And this is a tough one for Rybakina as well, while Iga does some nice on-court sprints, because she's done most things right. So what do you change in a second set that's so tight? Do you just go for the same things? Do you change game plan completely? It was a matter of 1, 2, 3 shots difference. Isn't that the perfect image of their personality?
The calmest walk back on court and your opponents doing footwork drills on the baseline.
Two very different people out here, but they are producing a wonderful contest.
It felt like the only difference in the breaker, that especially those last few points, is that Swiatek was able to get returns in play and just keep the point going, which the best players do. They find a way in the key score lines.
Second set, Team Kazakhstan to serve.
It looks potential as if we could go the full 12 rounds here between these two. I mean, they really are taking a swing at each other. Oh, she's made it.
15-13.
Just wasn't quite behind that ball right there. Rybakina didn't get her full body weight behind it, and it just kept pushing her off the court. And this is so tough to do after such an intense set. 1 hour, 14 minutes to try and keep the intensity up and going.
Almost harder to be the server in this situation, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree. I think I agree 100%. It's easier to return the first game after such an intense first set, just to get the groove back on.
This is a fascinating partnership, isn't it?
Yeah.
It sort of came out of nowhere. Well, Novak Djokovic was saying that Goran and himself had always really admired the ball striking of Rybakina. They couldn't be more different characters. I love it.
Game, Team Kazakhstan. First game, second set.
Yeah, and as strange as it may seem on the surface, I think when you dig deeper, it's the perfect fit, really, because what you mentioned last year, she used to go almost exclusively for that wide serve on the outside at important points. Today, already very evenly distributed. That was Goran's big strength. And then the other, of course, if Goran can get Rybakina to move forward to the net with that big game that she has, it's going to be even harder to play her than it already is. You will feel even more rushed. New partnerships all around in the new year.
Well, Iga's really got her teeth into this one. Rybakina, who won their last meeting in the semi-finals on indoor clay in Stuttgart. That went to a deciding set. But it was Swiatek who won their last match on hard in the final of Doha, where she did take the opening set breaker and then romped through the second set. But these two have had quite a checkered history, so all bets are off. Anything could happen from here.
Laura, were you more a new season, new coach kind of gal, or change when need?
Change when need. It's nice though, isn't it, when you start with someone new but you have that off season just beforehand to get used to the way each other works.
Yeah, Wim flew to Warsaw. He's based in Belgium, in Hasselt. He's a Flemish Belgium, and he said 2 very intense weeks at her club, which she's always practiced at Legia Warsaw, which is one of these big multi-sport clubs, very famous, particularly for their football team. They got a lot done by the sounds of it. That is classic Swiatek. Putting her foot down here.
For Tila.
I'm sure there's lots Wim would like to do. He's made plenty of notes in his little book, hasn't he? But it's a case of when and how. It's a busy season. They've made a start. Exactly as she opened the match nearly an hour and a half ago.
It was interesting to watch the dynamic between Iga and Wim in Riyadh, because of course he'd just come on board and so was using that week of matches almost as like a learning curve. He wasn't saying too much during the match. He wasn't really saying that much on the practice court as well, but making a lot of notes.
See, pen and paper, it still works, you guys. Might be worth noting that Iga won 59 out of 61 matches last season when she won the first set. Great front runner.
And you can see right away why. There's right away 20 to 30 centimeters more depth in her ground stroke. She's hitting it freer. This is going to be very tough for Rybakina to hold off.
Got away with that. Yes, last year, only Linda Noskova of the Czech Republic at the Australian Open, remember that match under the lights on the Rod Laver Arena? She was able to come back and defeat Swiatek after losing the first set, and Potensova did it at Wimbledon.
Yeah.
They're the only 2 players.
(30-15). 30-40.
She really has been under the cosh in actually her last 4 service games, constantly having to save break points, and another one to face right here. Well, she is knocking on that door. And by contrast, Swiatek's starting to hold very comfortably. Certainly Rybakina, it would seem, working harder of the two here.
Advantage Team Kazakhstan.
And it is maybe a bit easier for Iga Swiatek in these tight moments, just because she's had these incredible matches with Muchova and Katie Bolter. She's already kind of gotten those high quality.
Yeah, she has been in the throes of battle. Rybakina responding well.
New balls. Team Kazakhstan leads by 2-1.
Champion Elena Rybakina speaking with Captain Alexander of Gauff's.
Man, interesting to see that they decided, Goran and Elena, to take a more hands-off approach to United Cup. And some partnerships would prefer to keep it as close to a Grand Slam mode as possible, where he's not able to be on court with her. I knew that of those players when on-court coaching was still a thing, but not in Grand Slam tournaments. And I would do the same thing 2-3 tournaments prior to a Grand Slam. I would not call my coach out on court anymore, just to get used to the Grand Slam mode. So maybe that's what they're thinking and logic is here.
30 love.
Well, we might be overanalyzing it.
maybe she's just like, bro, I don't want to hear to your listen to your coaching.
No, it could be like, leave it to the captain, or Goran might be feeding to the captain, or just getting to know each other. I don't know.
That's very true.
But it has got, the coaching rules have changed dramatically in the last few years.
Actually, at the
30,
Australian
15.
Open, there's going to be coaching seats that are even closer than the usual player boxes. So almost like a United Cup style, where they're very yeah, just very close to their player on the changeover.
Yep, and you can speak to your coach when you're near them, don't it? When they're down your end.
Beautiful return there into the angle. Caught it just before it jumped up on her. Tiny little possibility, possibly. She's missed a couple of those when Iga gets her off the court with that heavily rotated forehand topspin ball. Doesn't get entirely behind the ball to control it.
Game to Holland. 2 games on.
History would suggest in their prior 6 meetings that the winner of the first set is in with a very good shot of taking the match, because every time whoever's won the first set has gone on to victory, apart from in Rome a couple of summers ago. Swiatek won the first set and had to retire in the decider.
15-11.
She's quietly intimidating, isn't she, Elena? I would not know the score.
And what you said, Sam, exactly right. Goran feeding to the captain. And the captain feeding to Rybakina, possibly.
That's how it works, and all going well for Rybakina in this second set.
Kazakhstan leads by 3 games to 2.
Даже если они справа, слева будут переводить, когда мы на полосу.
Да? Ну, так мы играем, особенно слева, когда едет направо.
You ever fancied a captain's role, Andrea?
No, too much stress. Too much stress.
I think you'd be a great captain.
Oh, thank you, Sam. Thank you for believing in me.
I heard it was you that organised the champagne and pyjama party on the way back from a Fed Cup with Germany on the way back from Australia. Was that you?
Those were joint efforts.
I think you might have been the ringleader. On serve in the second set, and it's 3 matches, the best of 3 matches between Kazakhstan and Poland in this first semi-final. Poland had the early advantage, big win for Hubie Hurkacz to open up. Potentially Iga Swiatek 1 set away from putting Poland in the final. I'm very interested to get your views on this, Andrea and Laura, but I just felt that Swiatek made that very big push, didn't she, after winning the first set? Had a break point in Rybakina's opening service game, and then again in her second, couldn't convert. She's made that big push. I wonder where the energies are now and the intensity. I'm just fascinating to see where she goes from here. Oh yeah.
It was very nicely done. I think what has helped her is that she didn't have too much trouble on her service games for a while now. The 30-all in the previous game was the closest she's been in a while, so it just gives her a few points to sort herself out. But Rybakina has really picked up her intensity well in the second set, I have to say. Tiny fist bump here. That's very impressive, considering that she just came from Perth. There's a 3-hour time difference, and she didn't have the caliber of players in Perth.
Yep. No, there's a few things working against her. But Swiatek, first time that she's been at 15-30 in the second set.
Courtside, it actually felt that it was more important for Iga to win that first set. Not that Rybakina ever really gives much away, but she just didn't look stressed about the situation. And then down the other end of the court, we were seeing so many changes from Swiatek's game.
Great hole from 15-30.
They've both played the big points today incredibly well.
Yeah, particularly on the serving front, these were for Great serves by Iga Swiatek to hold, and we've seen Rybakina serving really well to save some of those break points. Has saved
Love 15. Love 13.
Rybakina once again not being given a lot of room to breathe on her service games. And real trouble.
Love 14.
Okay, Swiatek made that big push coming out of the first set tie-break. Didn't make the breakthrough. But Rybakina has been so good on those love 30s, 15-30s, juice points, the points that lead to a break point. And all of a sudden, there's the breakthrough. And it might be all she needs. Poland closing in on a place in the final.
Poland leads by 4 games to 3.
There was the first real lapse of concentration for Rybakina. 3 loose errors right after the serve. And we were talking about that in the previous matches with Iga Swiatek, that high pressing that she does, where you always feel like you're under pressure, like she's on you, on your throat, and eventually you will give her something, and that's when she's there to take the opportunity.
Yes, you compared it to Guardiola's Manchester City, didn't you, in terms of a sporting analogy, which I thought was excellent.
Good teamwork happening here as well, with one of the other players holding the ice on the back of her neck.
It's all hands to the pump. It's a hot one here under the roof at the Ken Rosewell Arena. Kazakhstan and Poland doing battle. Poland edging towards a place in the final. It's all hands on deck.
Time.
Goodness me, Iga Swiatek, the amount of high-quality tennis that she's got from this United Cup and practice as well. That's why she loves this competition. Sorry,
yeah, she can definitely not complain about a lack of preparation before the Australian Open. Has been tested in all different kinds of way here at United Cup, and she will be the stronger for it.
Just how relaxed she looked at that changeover as well. Of course, it's a team environment. You get a few more people to chat to on the change of ends. But all week, we've noticed that she's playing her best tennis when she's just enjoying the competition of it.
Yes, it's the individual sport that you cannot do alone, isn't it? Most of the weeks on tour. But even as a youngster, 15, 16, Iga was always keen to put a team around her. Only her second ace of the contest. Actually, low numbers for Rybakina today, who was one of the ace leaders last year. It was actually Zhong Qinwen who was the ace queen on tour last season.
(30-15). (30-all). (40-30). Game, Team Poland.
A fantastic hold for Iga Swiatek, and we talked about the head-to-head in favor of Rybakina, and we talked about Iga's stubbornness on return position. Take a look at that. This is the first set and the return hit points of Iga Swiatek, and here we have the hit points in set 2. It just comes to show you that she is willing to adjust, a softening in her approach to tactics, and it bodes well for her and team and season 2025. Doesn't bode so well for the opponents.
Seems a long time ago, doesn't it, since Rybakina broke in the 5th game of the opening set and led 5-3 in the first. Tables have been completely turned here. Champion battling to hold on here. Also a finalist a couple of years ago at the AO.
4-11. Wait, please. Game to Kazakhstan.
Vital hole. Kazakhstan staying in this match.
Team Poland leads by 5 games to 4.
Last time I had this situation,
Давай, все будет нормально. Может, какие-то ответственные мячи, она больше подает через тело. А так все супер.
Well, will Flammy the Flamingo be going to the final? Team Poland, 1 game away. Flammy is the lucky mascot and he's been good so far. They needed something after last year. Had 2 match points in the mixed doubles against Germany in the deciding match in the final. They were heartbroken afterwards.
Yeah. The only note I have, the name could have been a bit more original. Other than that, I'm fully behind Flammy.
Love 15.
Swiatek serving to put Team Poland in the final for the 2nd consecutive year. Beautifully done.
Just a bit of hesitation in the ground strokes of Iga Swiatek, and Rybakina takes charge right away.
from the world #1's dug very deep out here this afternoon.
It seems like Rybakina was almost surprised to be on the ball that well. Could have hit it rather than take the racket into one hand.
Left for serve.
Oh, well. First double fault of this second set. What a play from Swiatek.
Insane defensive skills here. That was a perfectly played point by Rybakina. Got the depth, got the speed, but Swiatek just everywhere and gets the depth.
Advantage, Team Poland.
Goodness me, she's responded so well out here this afternoon. It's been a 2-hour battle fest between major champions. Team Poland with a point to go into the final.
Team Poland.
What an ending!
2 sets to love, 7-6, 6-4.
Swiatek takes Team Poland into the final. It was a battle royale, 7-6, 6-4 in a shade over 2 hours. And it gave us everything that we hoped for.
Everything and more, and what a point. What a last couple of points to end the match. exerting herself in the defense, Iga Swiatek, and she's been tried, she's been tested, and she prevails once again. Even Goran Ivanišević is impressed. And now Rybakina looks in very good form.
One to go. The Czechs or the Americans await. Goodness me, she's putting a shift, doesn't she, at this United Cup? I can tell you she's not going to be out there for the mix. She's headed straight for the ice bar, probably with Laura Robson.
We will hear Laura. I'm sure Laura will ask her what kind of recovery is about to happen for Iga. How did she get those balls back? Those was incredible balls. Honestly, one day I will slide into your DMs like Iga Swiatek slides on hard court.
Still only the one defeat at the United Cup for Iga Swiatek. That was Jessica Pegula a couple of years ago, but she is 4-0 this year. And now she is 12-1 in this competition in singles. That is a huge win. So close to the first major of the year against her opponent, who's beaten her on 4 prior occasions. Well, she's got up from her seat, I can tell you that now, and she's with Laura Robson.
Iga, you just said to me this match was so hard. It was, and it was so impressive to watch, though, the way that you two were competing out there. But you've secured a spot in the final for Team Poland. That has to mean a lot to you. I'll let you have a drink of water as well, because it's a hot day.
Yeah, wow. Well, honestly, I think that's the first time I was able to win with Elena on faster surface, so it means a lot. And yeah, like, I for sure didn't start well. I felt like I'm on the handbrake a bit, you know, but I knew that I need to do something because this match is going to kind of like, you know, go to waste. I wanted really to work and change the momentum, and I'm happy that I kind of did that in last possible chance in the first set. I kind of told myself that I'm not going to miss anymore, and I'm happy because for sure it was tough. It's always tough against Elena, and it means a lot to me to be able to play today, especially after such an intense day. It's not easy to recover when you're finishing like at, you know, going to the hotel at 1 a.m. and falling to sleep at 5. So especially this win makes me really proud.
You mentioned that you felt like you had the handbrake on. How do you turn that off? We saw you send a couple of rackets off to the stringer, seemed to go a bit tighter in the tension, but it's one thing to do all those things with the equipment. It's another thing to implement it on the match court. We saw you increase the speed of the backhand too. How do you make those changes?
Oh my God, it's not easy. I think this is like the toughest thing in this sport. But, you know, I just thought that, you know, I have nothing to lose. And yeah, well, the strings helped for sure. But I think even with, you know, lower tension, it was more about me and, you know, not getting the right spin and speed of the hand. So I just tried to think about the details and work for it, not overthink anything, just think about, you know, one point at a time. And at the end, I felt for sure like more loose than 2 days ago because I just got through it. So I'm really happy, yeah, for sure.
And it was pure stubbornness from the side to see you move the way that you did in that last game. You didn't want to let it get to 5-all. You didn't want to let it get to 3 sets. Obviously, yeah, but I got to ask about the leg as well, because you mentioned the other night how sore it was. How is it feeling today? Are we going to see you in the mixed?
Well, on my last match, it hurt me for some time, and yesterday I thought I was like, I don't know, more panicking because it's hard to say after like 1 day, you know, what's really going on there, but nothing happened in everybody's opinion, so I'm ready to play some more matches, and for sure tomorrow, you know, I'm not going to be the freshest player. It's hard to do that in this format, like also playing mixed at the beginning of the tournament, but I think it's a perfect preparation before Australian Open, and for sure it gives me like more confidence. Like, I mean, you can't give up in tennis, because if you're going to do it once, then you're going to do it second time, third time, you know, so you always have to just try, you know, and I think I'm going to be fine, so it's all good.
Fantastic news ahead of the final. Congratulations, Team Poland, through to the final tomorrow.
Yes, I'm not playing mixed doubles, fortunately, so I'll go rest and see you guys tomorrow.
Give it up for Iga Swiatek, Poland through to the final.
Exhausted but happy, and they're not cheering for the fact that she's not going to play the mix. They're just delighted that Poland are through to the final. Andrea, she is one of the most open and honest about her sport than actually so many players, isn't she? You just get a straight answer from her every time.
Yeah, and I really enjoy that when you ask her a question, she thinks about the question and wants to answer as honestly as possible, and that's very rare, and so I appreciate her openness with us, with Laura, in this interview, and we always get a great insight into her incredible tennis brain.
The numbers almost feel like an anticlimax, don't they, after such a wonderful match, and I believe we're going to get them.
Or just a shot of this.
They're also, the machine is also tired as well.
Yeah, and interesting that Iga Swiatek remains and finishes the match with a few more winners, 2 Rybakina's winners and just 1 more unforced error than Rybakina. But this was a very tightly contested match, and it could have really gone either way, especially in the first set. It was just maybe those few tough matches Iga had before Rybakina that made the difference in the end.
Andrea, wonderful to be alongside you. Wonderful to hear Laura as well, that it's Team Poland who are through to the final.
10 seconds.
It's time to introduce the players into Ken Rosal Arena for this United Cup mixed doubles match. Please welcome from Team Kazakhstan, Zibek Kulambayeva and Alex Shevchenko. And from Team Poland, Maja Falinska and Jan Zielinski.
Well, a very good afternoon to you all here for what promises to be a very entertaining mixed doubles clash. We've seen two great matches so far today where Poland have been absolutely dominant in the singles. Leading the way, Herbert Hurkacz getting the win early, followed by an incredible match where Iga Swiatek has safely secured the win for Team Poland. It's good afternoon to you, Laura Robson, and of course courtside we have Andrea Petkovic, which we will get to a little bit later. But first, Laura, what a clash we've just seen.
Oh, what a great match for Swiatek to close that out in 2 sets after being down in the first. It was super impressive. She's been sharp all week, but you wondered how she was going to hold up after such a long match the other night. She mentioned in the on-court interview she went to bed at 5.
Wow.
After that win against Team GB in the quarters. So, yeah, great news for Poland to be through without Swiatek needing to play the doubles.
And resting Herbert Hurkacz as well. Very good replacement in Jan Zielinski, teaming up with Maja Falinska.
And Maja. Oh, very good. So we'll be, after the contest, we take 2 nice pictures together. So any questions, like usual? Just to remind you about the timeout before serving, okay? Please ask Team Kazakhstan. So we have AO or John Newcomb. This one. You take Newcomb now. Okay, let's go for John Newcomb. Up in the air. Oops. Oh. Yeah, you're right. Good start. Serve, okay? You stay. So nice picture. Come, Andrea and Oscar together here. Now this is the most important.
Well, John Newcomb's performed particularly well. He's had another win on the coin toss. He seems to win all the coin tosses.
He's had a great week.
Well, he is a local from Sydney, John Newcomb. So still plenty to play for these 4 players. Lots of prize money here at the United Cup. Great to see Alexander Shevchenko back up, teaming up with Zibek Kulambayeva.
It felt like he was almost the team captain. He was straight back out for the first point in the women's singles, up on his feet with every match. But a new partner in Kulambayeva, actually pretty decent in the doubles, ranked 150 in doubles at the moment. Singles ranking slightly lower at 315. But a handy and crafty player.
Absolutely. Shevchenko was really handily beaten, I thought, today. It was the best we've seen Herbert Hurkacz play on a singles court. He's got better all week. Just didn't have the answers, and I just think that the transition coming from Perth, it's a completely different court, isn't it?
It's, well, seemingly it looks a bit faster. Having not been in Perth, it's hard to tell without seeing the ball in action courtside. But yeah, it definitely looks like conditions are a bit faster here. And the fact that there's the roof as well just plays slightly differently. We saw a bit of Team Poland in this particular partnership the other night in the dead rubber against Team GB. Falinska, very crafty.
So you're well versed.
I am.
You're ready to go.
She's got a lovely stroke. She's a lefty. She really made herself known out on the court and threw in some really lovely lobs. She was using the line shot really well against the male player, just making sure that she was creating some chances for her partner Zielinski, who's coming in with the most experience of any player on the court in terms of doubles.
Yes, had a big year. He won 2 mixed doubles slams in 2024. Played the first mixed with Iga Swiatek, and Herbert Hurkacz subbed in for the second one. He's an aggressive all-court player, Zielinski. He'll serve and volley.
Well, even in that matchup that he didn't play, he was dictating tactics. He was the one in the team captain spot and telling them when to go I formation, when to start crossing. So just put him out there. Just make it easy. Mateus, got to be happy with how the 2 singles matches have gone today.
They're going to be hard to beat with the form that they're in, of course. Bit of a luxury by playing first and can get straight into the recovery. Team Poland, I'll make every bit of use of that time.
Yeah, of course, Czech played last night, hence why they're in the evening match today.
1 minute.
Would have been a very tough turnaround for them to be back on court at 10:30.
Beautiful day here in Sydney. Just a little bit after lunchtime and really warm conditions courtside and around the grounds.
30 seconds.
Plenty of great food and beverage opportunities out there. Lots of kids on the court playing some hot shots tennis. Weather really has been superb every day this week here. Under the roof here in Ken Rosewool Arena. Might be a good opportunity just to check in with Andrea Petkovic, who is courtside. Andrea, very good afternoon to you in what is a rather warm, steamy day.
Yeah, it's very warm, I have to say, and on top of that, Laura Robson has warmed up the seat I'm sitting on now for 2 hours plus. And
hopefully not too sweaty.
No, it's okay. I have a towel that I was given, so I'm ready for this. I know it's a dead rubber, but it was really beautiful to see yesterday that in the dead rubber, the motivation was just as high and attention as well. So really looking forward to watching this courtside and listening to you, to your commentary.
I hope you're ready and pumped up. Are you pumped up?
I'm pumped up.
Good.
I'm pumped up.
Well,
There's still money on the line.
Plenty of money, plenty of cash. Kazakhstan winning the toss and will serve first.
First set. Alexander is ready to serve. Team Kazakhstan. Stop. It's fault. Technical error.
Let's get him to work early.
Bit of drama.
Mohamed's not having any of that. Still watching the lines like a hawk, even with ELC.
And 15 love.
That was a good effort from him. I usually think now the chair umpires are just sleeping because of the electronic line calling, but good job by Mohamed.
Yeah, he doesn't miss a trick. Very experienced. Have you got a tip for us in this one, Andrea?
30 love.
Chair umpire wise or team wise?
Both.
Both.
Yeah.
Chair umpire 10-10. Team, I'm gonna go with Poland, I think, just riding off the back of 2 fantastic matches of the teammates.
Okay. Is that the same for you, Laura?
It is, yeah. And the fact that we've seen them play already this week, and they were very impressive.
That's the perfect start.
Team
Kazakhstan holding to love.
Yeah, Helenska actually has 2 WTA titles on the doubles tour at 125 level, 2 different partners. But Kolumbayeva, talk about a doubles history. 33 career doubles titles at ITF level. With the asterisk that a fair few of them were at 15K level, but
a win's a win.
Yeah, title's a title.
Jan Zelinski to serve for Team Poland.
And there's that feel from Helinska on the first volley. She doesn't overplay it. She just goes into the open space. Always thinking of the next possible shot.
Yeah, very much trying to take over the court here, Shevchenko.
And 13-15.
She's got 33 titles. She's only 24 years of age. That's a good win percentage for Kolumbayeva.
A huge. 2021, she became the person with the most trophies in the ITF women's circuit. 1 singles, 9 doubles. If you're going to go line, you're going to make sure that it's dipping down at the feet of Shevchenko. And he went for the fake out at the net.
This serve is reliable.
40-30.
Zelinski likes to be aggressive on both first and second serve. Good cross here.
Team Poland.
So Team Poland on the board.
1 game over.
And they've had good support all week, Poland.
Incredible turnout.
Great fans.
Huge Polish community in Sydney, clearly. And they come prepared. I love the outfits.
It's not often you see a left-hander play on that juice court. I know you're a left-hander in doubles. Did you play the juice court?
I did, yeah, because I wanted the forehand volley. It just makes it that much easier to cross. And if she feels confident with her backhand return, then Quite often it's the preferred side for a left-hander.
Lefty there, Goran Ivanisevic, Wimbledon champ, famously defeating Pat Rafter in 5 epic sets on a Monday final, where it got rained out on the Sunday. And all the public were allowed in, an incredible atmosphere. I'm sure
That's crazy when you think about it, having to sleep halfway through a Wimbledon final.
Well,
sleep? Question mark.
I know, that's the thing. How would you? You'd be lying there thinking of every single point that you lost.
Well, I know Pat he played quite a few long matches to get to the final, and he didn't actually hit for 3 days because of the rain on that one day, and had a couple of days off. And whereas I think most players would be very anxious about not hitting for a couple of days, going into
3 days, I've been framing everything.
It was certainly 2 days he didn't hit for. Or about 3, but it was a long time. I remember it. Goran Ivanisevic, a wildcard entrant, first and only wildcard entrant to win Wimbledon. That's great touch from Team Poland. With themselves the first break point.
30-14.
It's a great return game. So Team Poland with the opening break.
Team Poland.
They lead 2-1 first set.
Team Poland leads 2 games to 1.
Big opportunity, isn't it, for these lower ranked players who have come all the way out here to Australia, not getting into qualies even next week. So it's a big commitment to come and play the United Cup.
Helinska will be in qualies.
Yeah.
So great experience for her, not only to play the mixed doubles, but they've put on some proper practice matches for the number 2 and 3 players that are on the teams, with line judges, ball kids, the works, and it really does feel like a proper tournament out there.
So Maja Helinska for Team Poland. It's made a great start.
Hey, 15 love.
Petko, is it fair to say that Zielinski probably looks the most experienced out here on court?
Yeah, definitely the most comfortable mover around the net. I think Shevchenko has actually nice volleys. You can just tell that he tells himself to cross. You know, it's not a natural move. It's more like, okay, this is the point where I'm going to cross, and then he does it. And with Zielinski, it just feels very organic, very ingrained into himself when and where to move.
Yeah, just like that, it was a well-timed move.
Team Poland.
Wonderful skills on display. An easy hold. 3-1 for Team Poland.
3 games to 1.
Also interesting to see that he's seems to be more comfortable with Maya by his side. The Iga-Swiatek pairing just made him a bit nervous there. I think he felt the pressure and the intensity from the side.
I imagine just the fact that she's such a huge star in Poland that
Not 15.
she's almost like a cult-like figure there, so that would be quite imposing, I'm sure. It's a bit like you playing with Boris Becker. Could you imagine?
I don't want to.
15-all. Okay.
Got some good commitment there.
13-15.
Holinskin not shy at coming forward, certainly.
Yeah, I like that she's got the confidence at the net.
13.
It's turning into a big game. Cannot afford to go down a double break here. Yeah, well done.
14-13. Deuce, deciding point.
So the deciding point, male player serves to the male.
And you have to think, if it's another break, it's pretty much set over.
And it certainly is. What a return from
Team Poland.
Jan Zielinski. Sets it up nicely for Team Poland. 4-1 double break.
Team Poland. 4 games to 1.
Not a lot of stress in Team Poland.
They're chilling. Why
As you
wouldn't
would
they be?
It's the luxury you have when you've got 2 gun singles players in your team with this format.
Yeah, I don't know who the favourites would be in the final. Obviously still a match to play tonight, but very tough if it's against Team USA, equally tough if it's against Czech again. Obviously they played each other earlier this week. That plays a huge part.
That could come down to the mixed doubles to check.
Well, it did in the group match.
Yeah.
Time. Up 15.
We're seeing glimpses of the brilliance today from Shevchenko. He's promised a lot in his career. I sort of, Laura, feel like he hasn't quite hit the heights that he's capable of yet.
No, I would agree with that. What do you think that is?
Well, I think when he's in full flight, he looks brilliant, but I think the gap between his good stuff compared to on an average day is a really big gap, and you don't see that with the very best players. So maybe just managing the emotions and...
It sometimes feels like a concentration issue, doesn't it?
13-15.
And I will say that he looks a lot fitter this season, though. Last season I saw him a few times where I thought, you know, he just doesn't look... When somebody's in the best shape of his life, I just didn't have that feeling with him, and he would struggle in the heat.
You would know, Andrea. Best abs on the WTA Tour.
Still. Even
to
retired.
This day.
Ebb. Singular.
He is coached by Joachim Nystrom now, who traditionally does work his players particularly hard.
Chance for one break back here.
Use. Deciding point.
Well, they've been so crucial, these deciding points, throughout this event. Oh, had the whole court. Good fight back from Kazakhstan.
It was the right shot, wasn't it? He saw the space, he saw Shevchenko go early for the cross.
4 games to 2.
Yeah, he absolutely saw it. He just didn't quite execute, just catching the top of the tape. Do you like the no-ad scoring when you were playing this format?
In general, yes. Depending on who my partner was, I often took the sudden death points because I liked a target on the return.
No holding back. Just
Yeah,
let
just
it rip.
commit.
Just let it rip.
It could be a winner, it could hit the back fence, but total commitment. Oh, could have been an outstanding point from Kolumbayeva, just one too many to try and cross on that last ball.
15.
And Petko, what about your no-ad scoring format when you got the deciding point? Did you like to take it as a returner?
Yeah, actually it was similar to Laura, but it was more often to the fence than not. That's why I never played doubles.
Your disciplined mindset would never allow it to go into the back fence, surely.
15-30.
He had those moments in that first mixed doubles with Iga as well, Jan Zelensky, where he just goes off for a couple of points.
Oh, he's overplayed that.
He's done it again, Andrea.
There's a huge chance. Shevchenko had some brick hands on that volley.
Use deciding point.
It's a good fight back from Team Kazakhstan. Staying in touch. Team Poland with the lead. 4-3 first set.
Team Poland against the free.
Beautiful day here in Sydney, and that's where you want to be, around this magnificent harbour. Incredible sights of the Opera House, Sydney Harbour Bridge. That's where all the fireworks happen. Over 1 million people along the foreshores here of this incredible city. You can still do the Sydney Harbour Bridge climb, which is very popular with the tourists. New football stadium that's been built. Incredible city here in Sydney. So Poland still up a break and in control, which they have been all day here at Ken Rosewall Arena. Herbert Hurkacz getting his team off to a winning start. Straight sets winner over Alexander Shevchenko. And then, of course, it was world number 2 Iga Swiatek in an absolutely cracking match over Rybakina in straight sets as well. So Team Poland safely through and leading 4-3 with a break in the mixed.
love.
네, 13 love. 네, 14 love. Team Poland.
Just steadying the ship, so Team Poland 1 game away, 5-3. First set.
Team Poland, 5-3.
Oh, just like the dead rubber yesterday, you can't say that this isn't competitive. Both teams doing everything possible to win.
15 love.
Made it.
At 13-15. At 14-15.
I kind of think if Kazakhstan can hold this game, then it's an interesting first set, because Helinska's going to struggle a bit more down that far side with her own serve.
That's a good hold. And they're going to ask the question of Team Poland. They're in control and lead 5-4 first set.
Team Poland in 5-4.
Я ж просил Стефана, что сделать.
So a good opportunity here for Poland to wrap up the first set. Jan Zielinski, Maja Halinska coming out to serve.
And time.
Bit of confusion, but a good put away nonetheless.
Net. Second service.
Well, you understand that she wants to go for a bit more. He rather.
Great put away. Been very sound around the net.
To me, the choice was a bit baffling because Kulambayeva is quite small. If he just kicks it, I think she will have trouble controlling that. And he goes full out on the second serve against her. Maybe feels better about himself if he doesn't hold back.
To you that time it was the kick
serve.
serve.
The serve was great, but could have taken the +1 shot out of the air maybe. And sometimes you can be the best server in the world, but if someone asks you to hit it 60% pace, you cannot make it.
Yeah. Having to generate pace in tennis is a difficult shot. When you're redirecting and absorbing pace, it's probably easier.
Oh, missed it. That's a shame.
Things getting a tight courtside, Petko. I can see your reaction on that missed volley.
Oh, you saw that, yeah. It's just because she did really well, and I thought she was actually looking quite comfortable, but the tiniest of margins, and they're in trouble again.
That's what he could have done on the previous ad point.
Deciding point.
Serve and drive volley.
Well, impressive for Team Poland, as they have been all day. They take the opening set, 6-4.
6-4.
Well, they were the more experienced team on the court. Jan Zielinski getting himself into a little bit of trouble there in that last service game, but in the end, Team Poland probably deserved winners in that first set.
Yeah, they would have wanted a couple more first serves if possible, because their points won off the back of that very high 79%, and then just a few more unforced errors. If you look down at the bottom of the stats, 15-9. They'll want to rectify in set 2, but overall did just enough. And you knew as soon as they had the double raker serve that it was going to be tough for Kazakhstan to turn that set around.
No, it was a good start, but you're right. The 4-1 lead, it just probably seemed a little long way back for Kazakhstan. A nice reaction here for Team Poland. Playing with lots of confidence, and they will be moving on after a great day here at Ken Rosewall Arena.
One set away from the clean sweep, Team Poland.
They were in a difficult group, Team Poland.
Well, very tough matches.
Lucky to get out of it.
It came down to the deciding doubles against Norway.
Time.
Casper Ruud, in his mixed doubles match for Team Norway against Poland, probably should have won that. They were up 8-6 in that final match tiebreak.
Love 15. Death for service. Love 30.
Just lacks a little bit of doubles IQ, I feel, Shevchenko at times. Oh, beautiful. Went out early.
Love 40.
Well, Shevchenko's doubles ranking is sitting at 865, and you can kind of see that from time to time in this mixed.
That's the perfect start. Excellent game again from Poland. Quick out of the blocks and a break.
First game, second set.
1-love. We've seen this a lot today from Halinska. Very capable around the net, particularly off the forehand volley.
I do feel like when she is on the volley that Team Kazakhstan could move forward already, because she tends to go for the drop shot almost exclusively.
Yep,
and gets them every time there.
Love 15. 15-all. Thirteen, 15.
Taking no prisoners.
40-30.
Oh, with the first set in the bag, plus the break. They're just on a roll here, Team Poland.
Yeah, excellent. Great placement on serve. Up around the 200 Ks an hour.
Team Poland lead 2 games to none. Love 15. $15-all.
Seen that a couple of times in the last few return games. Petko, I love how she just takes that backhand return early.
So early, and she did exactly what Laura mentioned earlier. Just goes for the man, is not afraid. Because they will tend to try and cross and keep the middle, cover that. That's what I meant earlier with Shevchenko. It feels like he picks a time to go, no matter whether it's the right shot or not, because there was a really excellent forehand from Zielinski to cross on.
Oh, stunning. So Team Poland really on a roll here. Have the first set and lead 3-love in the second.
3 games to love.
Just such a great return. It's the depth here that does the damage. And Zielinski moving forward, just piercing the court. Like such a difficult when your partner hits a deep return. got better as this match has gone on, Zielinski.
It's a classic song.
Yep. We might see the Petco shuffle with this song. Seem to play it at all the big sporting events.
A lot for the Polish fans in the crowd to be excited about today.
A very good day at the office, there's no doubt about it. They're going to take some beating. 2 match points last year in the final to Team Germany. They gave up.
Love 15. Fifteen-all. At 30-15.
Looks a little weary moving towards this. Been a big week for Shevchenko. And that crafty little left-hander just sliding it into the body forehand. It's a nasty return.
Oh. Hello. Team Poland.
His backhand really opening up the match.
Well, that's why she's in the juice corner.
That's right. Wide open stance, plays it on the outside of the leg with the body weight. That's an impressive backhand.
15 long.
And Shevchenko just keeps touching his left hip ever so slightly. Maybe he is feeling what you just said, Josh. Maybe he is feeling the matches and the travel from Perth.
It's not often you come out and play 2 matches each day. First week of the season.
At 30-15.
There he's just trying to stretch it.
40-15.
maybe you can pass him on Andy Murray's number, Laura.
Hopefully it's not an Andy Murray hip situation. Might need a
hip replacement.
yeah, a bit more than a day's rest.
Or just some stretching exercises.
14-30.
On the board, Kazakhstan. But it's all Team Poland here at Ken Rosewall Arena. They lead a set and 4 games to 1.
Team Poland lead 4 games to 1.
Не дает, не повернулся, не так уже сильно все мне показывает, что он мне прям жестко говорит, если его не дотронуть, типа реально, я пытаюсь его
Time running out here for Team Kazakhstan. Well beaten today in the opening singles, both of those in straight sets. Hologic and Swiatek for Team Poland were in sparkling form.
Time.
Plenty to celebrate for the Polish fans.
Love 15. Love 30.
Well, we have seen in mixed doubles all throughout the week how quickly the momentum can change. Almost saw it in the first set as well.
First service.
This one, in my mind, should always go to Kolombayeva.
Yeah. I think when he's playing full-out attack and he's aggressive, he's a lot more free-flowing. I think at times when the pace slows down, he has to manufacture his own pace and be a bit more deliberate hitting it to the female player. He's come a little unstuck at times, Zielinski. These last few points, he's gone for it a little more. Delicate as she has been all match up at net. Maja Halinska enjoying this. It's a big lead they have.
She's grown with confidence as the match has gone on. Halinska, lovely change of pace. Can hardly believe he's missed it. An absolute sit-up.
And even more hurtful than that is Goran Ivanišević just straight up laughing at him.
Yeah.
Deciding point.
So this deciding point is a game point and also match point. Well done, Team Poland. so dominant all day. And
6-4, 6-1.
a straight sets victory in the mixed doubles. Halinska and Zielinski getting it done. 6-4, 6-1.
Just a better doubles team all round. More feel to their game, but also a bit more pace coming from Zielinski, who was always going to be the standout player on the court. He just has that much more doubles experience, and they impressed us the other day in the dead rubber against Great Britain. Again tonight, Halinska, a really crafty player, gets herself in great positions at the net, and it was all just a bit much for Team Kazakhstan. So Team Poland sweep the day, 3-0.
They've got better all week, haven't they? They just keep building, and they'll be hard to beat here at the United Cup as they move on into the finals. So a great opportunity for Jan Zielinski to team up with Maja Halinska, get some invaluable court time. Who knows whether they'll be called on again tomorrow in the final. Goran Ivanisevic and Joachim Nystrom, two great players, number 2 and number 4 in the world respectively. All right, courtside, let's hear from Andrea Petkovic.
Maja, Jan, this is a tough doubles to play for you. Poland was already through, but you came out and you came to play. Maja, what do you tell yourself before a match like this?
Well, just to have fun, you know. Obviously, we won the tie, but you always want to win, no matter what's the score. So I just wanted to have fun on the court, and I think I did pretty well.
Did you have fun?
Yeah, I did.
Because you played very well. And Jan, you are a double Grand Slam champion in mixed doubles. You won both matches here. Can we call you a mixed doubles specialist? Are you the women whisperer here?
I'm not sure. I think I just make women feel great next to me, I hope. I don't know.
How do you do that?
No, they shine next to me. I'm just supporting all of them I play with. They play amazing. I mean, you saw in the last 2 matches, Maja hit all the hot shots, so I'm just supporting, trying to hold my serve, but as we see, she's holding easier than me, so she's the real MVP here.
And Maja, I saw you not only the MVP of the doubles, as Jan just termed you, you also held the ice bag on Iga's head. Do you think you really pushed her over the finish line there in the singles?
Well, first of all, I'm really happy that she finally won something for us. No, but to be honest, like, we all have some role in the team, so if she can continue keep winning for us, I can hold everything she wants.
Jan, Poland is in through the finals. What do you think the team needs to do now to have a good chance? Last year, only 2 points, 1 point away from winning it. What do you think it needs to get over the finish line?
We need to win 1 more point than last year. I think that's the key to the finals tomorrow. No, but overall, we're having a great run again. I think it's the 3rd year in a row we're making semis or better. So 2 years ago it was semis. Last year it was a final. So you guys answer the question, what's coming tomorrow?
Team Poland into the finals. Well done. Congratulations.
Bit of sarcasm. Finally, Iga won something.
Loved it. She's been so good, hasn't she? 5-time Grand Slam champion Iga Swiatek, and she was impressive once again today.
I'm sure Zielinski won't mind being referred to as the women whisperer as well. I think he'll take that on the chin. So in terms of the numbers, Poland just had a bit more to their game today. More points won on first serve. That's real low for Kazakhstan, under 50% of their first serve points won. And then Poland just able to convert more of those break points, 5 out of 6. The unforced error count dropped for them in a second set, and they breezed through in straights.
Yeah, started off with Herbert Hurkacz, a straight sets winner, 6-3, 6-2. G did it very comfortably, and that's the best match he's played so far. Iga Swiatek in what was one of the matches of the tournament, I felt so far, 7-6, 6-4, tight contest with Rybakina And as we've just seen, Alinsky and Zielinski getting the win in straight sets. So a great day for Team Poland. And as you see, they are the first team through to the United Cup final. That is the road to the final, where they will take on tonight's competitors, USA up against Czechia. So here at Ken Rosewall Arena, it's been an incredible day's play, and as we just check the schedule, that's the night session coming up in a little bit, around just under 2 hours time here from Ken Rosewall Arena. It's Coco Gauff up against Karolina Muchova. What a match that promises to be. And Taylor Fritz against Thomas Mahac, who's in great form. And then it's very likely it would come down to the mixed doubles. So that is the end of a wonderful day's play here, the day session, where Team Poland have been dominant from start to finish. Please tune in just a little bit later. We've got the night session coming up in just under 2 hours' time.
I didn't get to take the other one. Right, how's that? No, his wheels, Alex Simonov.
Have you ever seen anything like it?
Oh, stop it. He has come to play. Coco Gauff, too good. You won't see better tennis than this all summer.
A new tennis season is well and truly underway, and where better for a curtain raiser than one of the world's most iconic and recognisable cities. After 8 days of play, the destination of this year's United Cup will be decided over the 2 days of this weekend. It's a unique opportunity for the fans to watch world-class tennis, where the planet's best men and women compete side by side. 18 countries set out to become United Cup champions, but we're nearly down to our 2 finalists, as tonight the second semi-final will play out at Sydney's Olympic Park. The stage is the Ken Rosewell Arena, where Czechia will take on the favourites, the United States. The winner to face Poland in Sunday's final. It really is a warm one, and it's going to get even hotter as the fans pack into the stadium for a night of sensational entertainment. And this is where we are. Poland, a clean sweep against the Kazakhs in the day session, and so we are nearly there for our Sunday finale. And this is what we've got view. It's going to be the women there leading off. Gauff against Mukova, a fourth meeting between the two. Fritz will be the favourite going up against the Czech Thomas Mahac, and then we could have anything in the doubles. But if we get that mixed combination, we are going to be very lucky tonight. It could go down to a sider, although it might change 10 minutes after the second singles. We shall see. We've had some unbelievable tennis here over the last 8 days, and I'm Sam Smith, and watching it alongside me is former top tenor Andrea Petkovic. And Petko, are we going to get another unbelievable singles, women's singles? Because they've been ridiculous.
They should rename United Cup into Blockbuster Women's Singles Cup, because I don't even know what to say anymore. Every day is a new highlight, and this is just the next one, and I'm very excited to see Coco Gauff in this new season live in front of us. We have seen them on screen, Team USA. They've been over in Perth, but seeing them live and in flash is a completely different experience, so very excited for that.
Coco and Taylor have been putting a lot of hours together actually on the practice court. And I have to say, many of us are surprised to see Danielle Collins back this year, because she was meant to be retiring. I mean, she was firm about it the whole way through last year, and then there was a sudden flip at the end of last season.
Yeah, there was a sudden flip. She did want to retire to start a family, and then a few biological issues and health issues didn't make that possible, so she decided I might as well just continue playing, and the tennis world is luckier for it. Here we have the Czech team.
They've been a happy bunch, haven't they? They really have. They've enjoyed their time here. I'd have to say, Thomas Mahac has been a revelation, hasn't he? Goodness me, he's playing some good tennis. He's going to be dangerous at the AO, and Mukova has come out hot as well. There've been good crowds here at the Ken Rosewell Arena, and it is a hot one, and it does get like a pressure cooker under the tent, but at least it's kept off the really strong sun that we've had here, and it's going to be another hot one tomorrow. And we'll see if the Czech fans can rival the Poles in terms of their outfits and their flags and the general noise and mayhem that they create to support their teams. So a fantastic lineup we have tonight for you. 3 matches. Whoever wins 2 will go through to the final to face Poland.
Please welcome our first team representing Czechia. Daniel Vacek, Patrick Rikil, Vandula Voldmanova, Mahac Gengal, Gabriela Knudsen, Tomáš Mahac, and Karolina Muchova. And please welcome their opponents for tonight. representing the United States of America, Michael Russell, Desiree Kravchuk, Robert Galloway, Dennis Kudla, Danielle Collins, Taylor Fritz, and Coco Gauff. And now, if you are able, please be upstanding for the national anthems of Czechia and the United States of America.
There really is something rather stirring, isn't there, about the Star-Spangled Banner? We've heard it so many times, sung in so many different ways, but a very special national anthem, which was only actually adopted in 1931 as the official national anthem. That was, I have to say, it was written much earlier than that, in the early 1800s, but those 4 stanzas only made official just under 100 years ago. Of course, the Czechs, their new national anthem when they became the Czech Republic in 1993, but now they are Czechia. And that was done by a government resolution back in 2016. And the interesting thing about it, Andrea, everyone sort of ignored it and kept calling the Czech Republic until some of the soccer teams started to be called Czechia. The government thought it would make things more straightforward.
Right.
And it's only really the last couple of years that it's really come on board.
But the way I understand it is in official state dinners, it's still the Czech Republic.
Yes, and on official paperwork as well, which I feel rather muddies the waters. But anyway, we will try and remember to call them Czechia, and they are, on paper, the underdogs against the might of the Americans. And you can almost see the pride on the faces of Michael Russell and Taylor Fritz and Coco Gauff when they stand there with their, their hand by their heart and something that school children in America do every morning. Listen to the anthem as they raise the flag. So it's something they've heard many, many times. So a big country against a small one, but you never know what will happen on a tennis court. Americans flew over on Thursday morning. They were out here in the evening practicing.
Go, go, go.
And what they've been saying is they're very determined to retain the trophy that they won 2 years ago.
Please, at the end of the coin toss, stay with Aria for a photo facing Peter, and then one photo only you two. Serve clocks that go at the back of the court and on the sideboards. Towel racks, 4 in each, on each sideband, or there is a person sitting there, you can ask them to bring you a towel. But you need to put it back in the basket, all right? TV changeover, so please stay seated till announced time. And free crowd movement behind you. It went so far, all good, I think. So if you need anything, something wrong, let me know. Any questions? No? We're gonna ask Carolina if she wants John Newcomb or AO. AO? Go for it, Daria. High up. Awesome.
Here you go. Great.
Sir? Yeah. All right. Daria, stay with girls here. They're gonna take care of it.
Adorable. She could have happily stayed there all evening, couldn't she? So Gauff winning the toss and electing to reserve. 20-year-old Parisian in really good heart, finished last season so successfully, winning the WTA finals and also the 1000 in Beijing. Mukova also having a strong finish as well. It'll be fascinating to see how they come out here. And Andrea, we've enjoyed watching her, haven't we? We always do. But she looks well. You think she looks good?
I really think so. I thought that Iga Swiatek, the one match she did lose against Iga, I thought Iga Swiatek looked really, really strong in that match. And Carolina didn't do many things wrong there. It was just a couple of balls that didn't go her way. And in the end, it cost her match. But other than that, she's looked very strong, particularly in that match against Jasmine Paolini. Both Czech players dismantling their opponents yesterday. I still wonder what they had for breakfast, because that was a magnificent performance from Czechia there.
It certainly was. Hasn't been so long since she left her teenage years. She broke the top 10 actually as an 18-year-old. She's up to 3 in the ranking. She has been as high as 2. Still a little way off the top spot, but Coco making very steady progress over the last couple of seasons, and we love having it out on court. It's one of those head-to-heads that is a little surprising. 4th meeting between the two, and Mukova has never taken a set. And the question is why?
Well, I can half guess and half relate what I heard from the camp of Mukova. I've spoken to Kirsten Flipkins, who is a sort of advisor in Mukova's team, who has been with her at the US Open and during the Asian swing, and she said Carolina really doesn't like that heavy forehand of Coco Gauff's, and when she's in the cross-court rally of forehands, Coco just rolls it down the line a little bit higher with not a lot of pace into the backhand of Mukova, and she has trouble generating pace off of that shot. And that's been the one thing that has bothering her, but we'll see whether she finds a solution to that today, maybe.
Well, that's the fascinating part. She's aware of it now. Let's see what she's done in the off-season. And she's got a chance to put it into action. So we could have done with some of those misting sprays. Certainly down in the courtside position. But we are not too far away now from this first singles tonight. The magnificent Ken Rosewell Arena, based on the design for the centre court and built for the Sydney Olympics back in 2000. We have a chance to speak to Michael Russell. Michael, it's Sam Smith and Andrea Petkovic in the contract. We're actually right behind you. We're up and behind you.
Oh,
if you turn around, you'll see a big glass. Other way. Other way. This is us. Okay.
Okay.
We're waving to you.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mike, lovely to chat to you. How have you prepared for this semi-final?
I mean, so the team came out. Coco had a good warm-up earlier today. And then Taylor came out on center court and hit for 30 minutes. And you know, it's got to bring a lot of energy. As you guys said, Mahova, she's dangerous. She's very versatile, can come in, big forehand. But, you know, Coco has to use her spin and heights to make her uncomfortable.
And Michael, how has it been for you guys to adjust to the new conditions here in Sydney? The time difference is not easy, the 3 hours. You've had an extra day compared to last year, but how has it been for Team US? I know the moment you arrived, you went out to the practice courts.
Yes, and that's why we did it, because you have to get used to that 3-hour time difference, getting to bed later, waking up later. So it was important to practice yesterday on center court and get used to the different court speed and just the acoustics of this arena.
Michael, what's your captaincy style? What sort of captain are you?
I let JC and Coco do all the work. I'm just a good energizer and motivator, and let them do their magic.
Okay. Well, we wish you well. Lovely to chat to you. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks, Andrea.
Mike Russell, former player, has done an unbelievable job with Taylor Fritz, alongside a consultant with Paul Anakine, but he's really taken Fritz the last few years to the next level, and a super good guy as well. Highly respected.
Yeah.
On and off the court.
Maybe the man with the best work ethic on tour, was a player himself, and I've always seen him early in the gym working out. He still does. And we're ready.
Coco Gauff, 2 sets. Ready. Play. Love 50.
Coco's making her debut at the United Cup 12 months ago. She was winning the title down in Auckland. The Americans won Group A over in Perth, beating the Canadians and the Croatians. Coco with a very comfortable win against Leylah Fernandez, and then straight sets over Donna Vekic. In the quarterfinals, they defeated China 3-love, and Gauff winning 6-2 against Zhong Shuai.
That really was the most dangerous group, in my opinion. That Group A, USA, Canada, and Croatia. Some incredible players in there, and the US went through. They were the favorites, but not an easy group to start the season with.
It's a good recovery from love 30. Excuse me, 15-30. It's been a very long day.
And hot.
Laura Robson, once again, you're courtside for us. Hopefully it's a little cooler than it was.
I'm happy to say it is. It's much nicer now.
Oh, okay.
There's a slight breeze coming through even, so
Great.
I'm very happy down here.
We want you to be comfortable. And also, those Polish youngsters that were practically dropping all those things on your head, they've also gone as well.
I kind of miss them now that I don't have them, though.
Okay. What do you think we might get out here? Are you fascinated as well as we are to see how Mukova deals with the problems that the Gauff game presents for her?
I am, yeah. I feel like she'll know what the difference was from just a few months ago in Beijing, what she wants to do in terms of tactics and play maybe a slightly faster game than she did in China. Those courts are much slower than this particular stadium court as well.
There it is already. That she just has trouble controlling that. I think she on the backhand side, she prefers a flatter shot that has a bit of pace on it that she can sort of use to redirect the ball or play a slice. It's also a lot harder to hit a slice off of a topspin ball that jumps higher.
Oh, out of the blocks quickly here.
I feel like if she's going to hit the slice, you might totally disagree with this. If Karolina's going to hit the slice, it needs to be like a lower one back cross court rather than sometimes she goes for that slice down the line and then she gets the slower forehand that she's not really excited about. And I totally interrupted you. Sorry, Sam.
No, not at all. I interrupt away. Seriously, I was thinking very carefully. And in a way, what you're saying is don't give her that forehand that she likes, that she can loop up. I think it's a great theory.
Yeah, that was the perfect example for what Laura just said. Picture perfect, actually. The short slice, which is a really great shot, but Coco Gauff gets nicely under it, loops it into the backhand. You see the height above the net. And then Karolina, this was a tough one, but she just doesn't seem to be able to control it well.
Early break points. Oh, yes. What a start by the American. They've come to play.
Gets even a smile from Taylor Fritz.
2 games still.
Fantastic athleticism from both women, really.
And Taylor might be taking the credit because they had a fantastic practice the other evening. I have to say, he wasn't holding back, was he? Wow.
He really wasn't.
Nor was Coco.
Just to underline what we were just talking about here, the numbers in the bottom right corner, the difference of spin and rotation on the shot between the two players.
And I think if you've seen and listened to Coco's matches before, you'll hear a lot of people saying, oh, go to the forehand, go fast to the forehand, and that's the side that breaks down. But it's when it's really pushed, when it's a mid-court ball or even a slower one with a bit of height on it, she loves it.
And the reason I can understand Carolina a little bit is that I played Coco Gauff, and I have not even a percentage, 1% of the talent Carolina has, but I also played very flat, and that forehand of Coco's is so hard to control when you have naturally flat shots. It's even harder than when you can, you know, generate yourself a bit of rotation on the ball.
30-50.
The serve over the last 3 months has been a bit of a revelation, hasn't it? The first serve percentage increased leaps and bounds from where it was in the summer.
She plays as well on the East Coast as she does on the West. Fast starts for Coco Gauff.
The United States lead 3 games still.
Well, the Americans haven't really been in town long enough to do too much, but those that have been, many have made their way out to Bondi, one of the most iconic beaches of the eastern beaches, close to the Sydney CBD. When you think of surfing and Australia, you think of Bondi. Sydney Olympic Park, it's cooling down a fraction from the top of 30 degrees earlier today. Hot and humid conditions here, and we are under the big top of the Ken Rosewell Arena. The great man has been here this week, and he grew up just a little south of here. Swept away brilliantly. The sound of that contact point, you know, she's hit it well.
Feels almost like a copy and paste of that same point where Carolina tries to break up the rhythm with the slice, but she goes down the line, then Gauff rotates it back onto her backhand, And we see an unforced error there. She needs to change that up. And if possible, soon.
This is going quickly, as it did in the final in Beijing back last October. 1 and 3. It was more competitive at the 2023 US Open semi-final. That was 4 and 5, but Gauff really has got Mukova's number. It's another break.
Team United States. Team United States leads 4 games to.
Laura, you're on the American bench, and you've picked the right zone to be in right now.
Yeah, one of my favourite benches to be on, actually, and I'm with Danielle Collins. It couldn't be a better start for Coco. 4-love, I mean, did you expect her to come out like this?
Oh, I mean, kind of. I mean, Coco, it's just the Coco magic that we're all talking about. I mean, it's incredible to be watching her and doing her thing and just playing at the highest level right now. So, to be honest, it's not that surprising. I mean, I think anybody would expect her to come out here and take care of business. She just does what she does, and she does it incredibly well.
Again and again, yeah. What's been the trickiest part of the last few days to get used to these conditions here in Sydney? A bit more humid for sure, but the court's playing differently.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we had the long flight from Perth to Sydney, and so obviously that's a bit of a challenge whenever you're traveling that far, and getting over the jet lag and trying to recover quickly. But, you know, Coco's so young, you know, she doesn't, she's not like the old girl like me that struggles with the jet lag. So, you know, she was able to get out here on that first day and get a practice in and get used to the humidity. And, yeah, and she's just been playing so well. She just hasn't missed a beat the whole week, so.
And as this match goes on, what are you expecting from Carolina to perhaps change, given that the scoreline at the moment is so one-sided?
Yeah, I mean, I think she'll probably try to use more of her craft and throw a little bit of the kitchen sink at Coco and just try to do anything that she can to get Coco off her rhythm. Probably playing with a little bit more slice and just trying to scrap it out. But, I mean, it's going to be hard for her to really do a lot, you know, with the way that Coco's playing, to be quite honest. And, you know, Coco's just really taking that first ball and getting in control early. So it's going to be very difficult for her to do really much if Coco continues to play this way. So
I'll let you enjoy it then.
Yeah, thank you.
40-15.
Danielle Collins, world number 11. I'm rather pleased to see her back. She's one of the personalities, isn't she, out there? I'm sure you had a few battles with Danielle over the years. Former Australian Open finalist. Three aces in the game, and Coco is flying.
Team United States leads 5 games to.
Czechia taking on the might of the United States. That's the second semi-final that we have for you tonight. The women followed by the men and potentially a deciding mixed. And you can find all sorts of spots to watch it here at the Sydney Olympic Park. Change up for Mukova.
Love 50.
She really doesn't like playing Coco Gauff, does she? What a nightmare.
No. There is another reason I will get into after this point.
Lot 30.
I mean, this is also an incredible set of tennis by Coco Gauff. This has to be said. She's hit 8 winners already to Muchova's 1. But her favorite pattern of play, Muchova's, the serve wide into the open corner, is completely neutralized by Coco Gauff's speed around the court. So she's not getting that punch in that she usually does from the get-go. And so when she appears at the net, she's not in the offensive position that she normally is against other players.
It's also Carolina's debut here at the United Cup. America have taken on the Czechs before. That was in the group stages in the very first edition of this competition, and the Americans winning very comfortably there. Carolina has looked very good. She opened up against Norway's Marlene Helge. The Czechs were one of the best runners-up, and they came squeezed through Group B. They're very one-sided against Marlene Helge, and then beaten in a good match against Iga Swiatek in straight sets 6-3, 6-4. It was closer than the scoreline suggested. And yesterday was fabulous against the Italians and Jasmine Palani, 2-2. She beat the world number 4. This is not quite that performance. It's a long way off it.
Laura, this is a pretty good set of tennis of Coco.
Oh, it's fantastic. I'm just looking at her movement. It is so sharp around the ball, the small steps that she makes just before she goes into the take back. And then she can do the old school Marat Safin jumping backhand along with it. Pretty impressive.
Yes.
physically over the last season or so. She's really grown into that 5'9" frame, hasn't she? It's no longer a junior body anymore.
I think she might need to update her height as well. I'm not sure she's 5'9" anymore.
What do you think she is, Laura?
Well, I'm 5'10.5".
Yeah.
And we're almost the same height.
Okay.
Either she, I mean, she does wear really big shoes, to be fair. But yeah, I'd say she's my height.
I'm with you there, but she's certainly physically matured, hasn't she, in the last sort of 18 months or so.
To me, the best athlete we've ever had on a tennis court, personally. I've never seen anybody be, because usually we've had incredible athletes on the tennis tour, but usually they all have their strengths, and Coco has it all. She's explosive, she's agile, she's endurant. She really doesn't have any weakness in the physical department. It's really mesmerizing to watch.
And that's all really that Mukova's doing out here over the last 25 minutes. She's watching, isn't she? And the American with a second set point.
Yes.
It felt like for a while Coco was such a good athlete that she got away with not correcting a few things in her game style, like the forehand, and then again with the serve, because she was so good at defending on that +1 shot. But now that she's making the changes on both those sides, that's a scary thought.
Daniel Vacek from the top doubles player, very good singles players on the right. He's the captain. Emil Misk is Carolina's personal coach. He's going to have to work very hard to get her back into this match.
Yes.
Both these two women, the daughters of athletes. Caroline's father, a top soccer player back in the Czech First League, and of course Gauff, daughter of a college basketballer, and Mum Candy, track and field star. That's more like it.
Advantage, Team Czechia.
Placed it a bit shorter in the box, the serve, and then the usual beautiful technique. Look at this, oh my God. Just get out of here. I can't look at this. It's too beautiful. I'm blinded by this beauty.
That's a vital hole, I would say. And well earned.
Team United States leads.
And winning this game is so important because Coco has been playing. Coco is in great form, but she played especially well in this first set, and you have to try and keep it close because those runs will always end. She will still play great, but maybe just not as perfectly as in the first 5 games. Wow.
15. 15.
Semi-finalist at last year's Australian Open, beaten in the end by the eventual champion, Aryna Sabalenka. 7-6, 6-4, a tight affair. It was her best run in Melbourne.
You guys have a great angle up there of how wide Muchova is playing that backhand return. No, hang on, I'm thinking it's a lefty. It's a forehand slice.
You are a true lefty, Laura.
My brain can't compute.
No. Oh, those pretend lefties.
Let's see if she goes for the wide one and that's due side again, because Karolina's well outside the charm lines.
The first couple of double faults.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. And despite this little slip up here with the two double faults, has really cleaned up that second serve after the US Open last year. Had one little letdown in Wuhan where she hit 21 double faults, but after that
Advantage Team United States.
Once again, the American with set point. Will do.
Yes. Advantage Team Czechia.
Second chance to break in this game.
Yes.
I think she needs to take that one on the rise.
yeah, that is the one that is bothering Muchova, that off pace, jumping slightly higher. Oh, there it is, Laura. Again, this one.
Advantage Team United States.
I was ready for the catch.
Fourth chance for Gauff to close out this first set. The United States strike the first blow. Gauff with the opening set by 6 games to 1.
6 games to 1. New balls, please.
Now giving the United States the perfect start. And we were watching and waiting to see what Mukova would have to respond to the Gauff game. So far, very little, and it's pretty much going as the 3 previous encounters have followed.
And here we have some numbers to underline that, and the biggest difference for me and Carolina will need to find a solution for that is in the serve. Not only the percentage is quite low for Karolina Muchova, but she's only winning 36% of first serves made. That is too little, and she served a lot better in the last few matches, and that's just taking her biggest strength away. The difference she makes in the first couple of shots, she just wasn't able to penetrate that way in this opening set. It got better at the end there, but Coco Gauff played a brilliant set of tennis here, almost faultless.
An opening set completely dictated by the 20-year-old American who finished last year so strongly. Captain Mike, very happy. ATP Coach of the Year last season.
Deservedly so. Now we see some frustration while Emil is trying to give some coaching advice. Just a tough matchup for Carolina.
Second set.
But this was also a tough ask. Coco playing a really great set of tennis. Sometimes you have to hope that the opponent just drops their level a little bit.
Love it.
Mukova currently ranked at 22 in the world, building back towards that top 10 ranking where she was about 15, 16 months ago, career high of 8. This time last year was heading for right wrist surgery.
There's the movement on show.
I wonder if it's helped by those special shoes that she's wearing. She helped design the Gauff signature shoe. They're not high tops, they're not low tops, they're mid tops. Just what she wanted, a shoe that looked like a basketball sneaker. Oh, she's everywhere.
15-14.
And you've got to feel comfortable in your shoes. Very, very important. And think that you look good as well. She's very particular about her footwear.
Well, she certainly looks comfortable today. This is just cat-like movement on the court.
There you go. The mid top, very cool.
Do you think wearing that shoe will make me move like Coco Gauff, Sam? What is the sarcastic grin? You don't think so?
Might do. I know that you would pair them with something very stylish. That I do know. Richie's had a lot. She had worked very hard with Sneaker Company to get something that she felt right in, and let's see if she can break here. Setting the break now.
Laura, what do you think Carolina needs to do to possibly turn this match around if she can?
If she can, I think she's still probably hoping for a dip in level from Coco. Towards the end of the first set, it felt like she was trying to rush Gauff a little more once the rallies got going, and stay kind of away from the slice backhands and the variety, almost play out of her comfort zone and keep going fast. And it feels like that's kind of what she's got to do, just try and make Coco uncomfortable.
And here we have it. We talked about the serve. Coco Gauff was actually the player in 2024 that made the most double faults on tour, 430. And that is 60 more than the next player did. But she has changed the grip after the US Open. You can see it here. Very straightforward. She used to hold it more in a slice position, so it was inverted to the left. That gave her trouble to serve a kick serve on the second.
Oh, it's massive. So you're saying she's more on top of the grip?
More on top of the grip.
That's quite a difficult thing to do, isn't it?
So
Change your grip.
Well, that's why she's got the little marker actually written on the grip.
Yeah, I was just going to say that in Riyadh, it was incredible to me. She kept looking at her racket and adjusting the grip for the WTA finals.
Wow.
And won the tournament in the end. It was really, for me, this was one of the more mind-boggling things I've seen, to change a grip on the serve mid-season and then win the tournament.
Wow. Yeah, split with Brad Gilbert after the US Open. It wasn't really a great summer for her, defending her title, trying to defend her title.
14.
You can do it with pins as well to practice, and you can put them exactly where the grip needs to be, where your hand needs to be, so that you feel.
Oh, right.
You can actually, you put them in a certain position where when you've got the grip, so that if you move, you'll get a sensory touch of the pin. It's one way of doing it. Take them out for the match. Right now, Mukova feeling on the scraps out here. And are you happy? Do you think it's had a really top impact, just that little grip change? Can you see the difference?
I think it helps her to know, because she used to always serve the slice serve. Now she can get under the ball a bit better and get that wrist work up and above the ball. Nice hold here, and she's done it actually as a first serve a few times to Karolina Muchova, knowing that she doesn't like that kick serve. Used it as a change-up as well, and combined with those big first serves, it's really, really unpredictable now.
You were making the same actually comments about Katie Bolter's second serve, that her grip was too. I'm not great on the terminology of grips, but it was too much in that
slice position.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm also not good. Laura is actually pretty good. Maybe she knows.
It's just the terminology. I know what it is, but I don't know what it's called. We'll leave Andrea. We'll just leave it to Laura. That's the plan. Or we could leave it to Coco.
Love hitting.
Yeah, but I'm the wrong hand. It'd be too far eastern.
Okay.
If you imagine a continental grip is straight on, it's just too far round to the right.
Yes. Okay. So if you're shaking hands with the racket, her grip was too far to the right, so she needed to bring it slightly more left. Oh dear, we're in murky waters now, aren't we? In terms of this contest, in the context of the match, Mukova has to hold here. Nothing has been easy for the Czech, who's only held once, and she has faced a break point in every single service game, bar this one. And that might still happen. That is really playing tennis uphill.
Such a great move forward from Coco, but midway through that rally, Mukova decided to slow things down again, and she waited for a backhand to drop. And that's the mistake. You can't let Coco get herself back into an aggressive position with her movement. There was certainly some venom in that forehand from the very understated and calm, outwardly calm Mukova.
Mukova digging in and staying in touch early stages of the second set.
Team United States leads 2-2.
Ken Rosewell Arena is one of the best places to watch tennis in Sydney, but so is the Sydney Harbour Bridge. If you want one of the best views of the city, it links the north and south shores. It's actually one of the largest steel arch bridges in the world. How many steps do you think there are up to the top, Andrea?
300,000.
Quite a few. 1,390.
Okay.
That's a lot. I've never done it. I'm not planning to. The penultimate night session and the second of the semi-finals. Team Poland away with Iga Świątek and Hubert Hurkacz earlier today, taking out the Kazakhs. And the Americans in pole position here. Excuse the pun, that was not intended.
Time.
Karolina Mukova trying to do something she's never done before. Take a set off of Coco Gauff.
And Sam, we've been talking about Coco's serve and her improvements. Laura mentioned the grip change, and we have a nice new stat. This is the fast arm on first serve measured in meters per second, and you can see a big difference between Coco Gauff and Karolina Mukova, who certainly has a great serve herself, but just comes to show you how much she has improved that particular shot, Coco Gauff.
And by fast arm, you mean almost the racket speed?
The racket
So if she was a
speed.
baseball pitcher, it would be how fast she was pitching.
Exactly,
Okay.
yes.
Baltic 10.
6 aces now.
Mukova hasn't been able to get a read on the wide serve on either side, to be honest. With the slice on this deuce side.
And Laura, this is why I love working with you, because I have a stat on my right-hand side, which you don't have. But we will have a graphic after this game that will underline exactly what you just said.
Ooh,
and
I'm
this
excited.
is why you are a genius when it comes to tennis analyzing, because we have been talking about Coco's serve and how she's improved it, but what does it do to the opponent is really the question, because in tennis the only thing that matters is the result, and we will show you what it does to your opponent. These are the return hitting points of Karolina Muchova at United Cup so far, and these are the hit points of Karolina Muchova today against Coco Gauff. This is almost a meter difference, so she had to back up and is still not able to get the same read.
15. Got to find something. She has a rich palette to draw from. Oh, superb. 30. No. It just gets better. 30.30. Muchova staying close in the second set. Team United States leads 3-2. Well, Matt Russell said his captaincy style was to let Coco's personal coach, Dorda Tolking JC, he's been around a long time in the Gauff team. He's seen many changes over the last few years, and that's exactly what Russell's doing. I suspect he'll be a lot more active when Taylor gets on the court.
Yeah, just really good vibes in the American box.
The dynamic on the Czechia bench is really interesting because obviously she's got her personal coach there, Emil
sitting down next to her, and yet it's the team captain who's throwing in the majority of the chat on the change events. She's had a tough draw there, hasn't she?
She really has. 3 top 5 opponents. She's beaten 1, she's lost 1, and she's playing another one here. No easing into the new season for Karolina here. Oh, nice.
Love 15.
That's more like it.
Love 13.
An hour into this contest, can she find something? Huge pressure on her. Taylor Fritz, very much the favourite in the next men's singles. Czech's best chance would be to get something out of this first match.
Love 14.
Well, for Mukova, it's been thin pickings, hasn't it, on the Gauff serve. Had a couple of break points right at the back end of that first set, but since then there's been absolutely nothing going.
Fifteen, 14. Let's see, 14.
Still break point.
Yes.
Got another chance right here.
Advantage, Team Czechia.
That was a brilliant return, incredible depth there. And it gives her the opportunity to get a short ball and go after it. Needs another one of those.
It was incredible defense from Coco, but
there's just too many of these topspin backhands from Makova where she's not doing enough with it. If you're going to go into Coco's forehand, it needs some acceleration behind it.
Advantage, Team United States.
Oh, she's made it.
Yes.
Now, can Mukova really grasp this moment? You suspect she's not going to get many more chances in this second set.
Advantage, Team United States.
There is Mom.
One half of the athletic gene pool, which has been given to Coco.
Yeah. I wonder where she gets the competitiveness from, Mom or Dad?
I think it's apparently his dad.
Okay.
Dad was the basketball. Mum was a gymnast who became a top track and field at Florida State.
Game, Team United States.
And it feels as if that little door has closed. Constant support.
Team United States leads 4-2.
These are my favorite kind of camera angles. The sheer agony of watching tennis. It's tough being a mom of a.
Mom, we're watching you. Oh, dear.
Oh, yes.
Too good.
So good. Gets an applause from Coco Gauff too.
But I have to say, Mum Candy has got 3 athletes in the family because Cody, the next brother, is very good at baseball, and the youngest one, I think, is about 10 or 11. Cameron, he's going to be an AFL star apparently.
Oh, wow.
So I mean, they're totally spread across 3 sports.
Did you say AFL?
Yes, American football.
NFL.
NFL, yes. Thank you,
I
Laura.
was going to say, I don't think he's playing Aussie rules.
No. That's because I've been here for a few weeks.
That would be amazing, though.
But, and actually Coco is very generous, saying, you know, like, Dad, you know, sometimes can't always come to a tennis. You know, she's got to give the brothers the same attention that she had early on. Laura's always there to catch us, isn't she, Andrea?
I was going to be pleasantly surprised.
30-15.
Yeah, great anxiety, and the Czech camp, they know that this clash really hinges potentially on this first women's singles.
Game Team Czechia.
Czechia hanging on.
Team United States leads 4-3.
Quite serious business, this United Cup at the start of the year, but those teams that have been based in the city have been able to get out and about. And before the competition got underway, the French actually went out to Taronga Zoo, where I hear many years ago Leighton Hewitt had his wedding reception. It's on the northern banks of the harbour. And apparently Taronga is an indigenous word for beautiful water view. I have to say it is exactly that. Certainly has warmed up this weekend after a couple of cooler days. And Andrea, it's never easy for the players, is it, when the temperature changes, certainly with your rackets and your stringing, but also as with your physiology, when there can be a 10-15 degree difference from day to day.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we have some interesting fashion going on. Nice. We saw it today with the stringing. Swiatek asking for different rackets every couple of games. But also Danielle Collins mentioned it. This is tougher for older players. And nobody is old at 28. Only in tennis you are middle-aged. Just missed. Another tough rally here from both women.
Earlier, I think in the week, yourself and Neil were both talking about this matchup and how much Mukova does not like the top spinny ball high to her backhand. And I was trying to imagine it, and now watching it, and she can't bear it. She just cannot play that shot, can she?
She hates it.
She likes that.
And I have to say, she's doing a tremendous job to just trying to stay as close to Coco Gauff as possible, who is playing a fantastic match here. She's just giving herself the chance, whenever there is a slip up on the other side, to be there and maybe possibly get a foot in the door. That's all you can do sometimes in tennis. Once you have the foot in the door, you better make sure to kick it in.
See the breakdown of the unforced errors there. All coming off Coco's forehand side. And I liked that slice a bit more because it was a lower slice. It stayed under her.
She seems to be going for a bit more, Laura.
Yeah,
is that
definitely.
correct? Yeah, okay. So she's hitting hard, trying to hit harder here.
I think she's playing a bit closer up the baseline as well. If we look at her return position now on the first serve there, she's really trying to cut it off.
And Mukova connecting with one of those backhands.
30-14.
For a second successive Gauff service game, the Czech has a chance to break.
Yes.
That might get marked down as an unforced error, but the pickup from Coco, how low it stayed. It was such a difficult shot to go line with at the highest point of the net.
Oh, this is much better.
Advantage, Team Czechia.
A lot closer to the baseline now, taking the balls on the rise, attacking those second serves. And she's ever so closer to a break, but hasn't quite gotten one yet.
Yes.
And once again, Gauff finding a first serve. As she's done on most of the break points she's faced in this match. Defended 8 of 8 now. Great sign of her confidence coming into this semi-final here.
Advantage, Team United States.
Perfect.
Yes.
Just brilliantly placed. Such high tennis IQ. Opens the court with an angle. And then nice backhand down the line. Here's the short shorts man.
Thomas is keeping a close eye on this. He's up next.
Advantage, Team Czechia.
Threw in a double fault in her last service game. It's been coming, and we're back level.
Game zone.
Mukova's starting to have some fun now. She certainly wasn't enjoying herself for the first hour or so out here.
Most of the top 100 would not have fun if they had to hit this many overheads.
No.
And yet she makes it look easy.
But she's done that a few times now, that she's run around that higher forehand of Coco's that Coco plays down the line, trying to get to the backhand of Muchova. She's now trying to get around it and hit it with a forehand.
It's the change in pace as well, isn't it? Because it's a lower, slower slice, but then straight away if she moves in, then you can rush Coco.
You have to say, the women in particular have really come out to play, haven't they?
Yes.
At this year's United Cup. The men have been pretty good as well, but I have to say, the women have edged it. That's some of the performances we've had so far. Gauff back on top.
Balls, please.
One game away from putting the United States in the lead here.
Team United States leads 5 games to 4.
Way to hang tough, Danielle Collins just said to her. And you talked about it, Sam, earlier this week, how the best ones in the world have the quickest break back.
Certainly. It's almost as if the effort it took Muchova to finally break and stay, and also just stay in touch. It's like she just sort of like a souffle collapsing, wasn't it? In that last game, she just couldn't smash anymore or hit any more brilliant winners. Danielle Collins says you're hanging tough. You really are. I mean, that's like a double compliment. Coco Gauff back in control of this fourth meeting with Karolina Muchova of Czechia. Muchova, who is yet to win a set against the young American in their 3 prior meetings. Gauff very close to the finish line now.
I like the Candy's got the merch on already. When has she had time to get down and buy a Sydney, Australia t-shirt?
go.
Yeah, she was always going to get burnt with that one.
Good yellow.
As soon as she hit it, you thought, oh no. Gauff closing in on victory. Well, she raced through the opening set. She went up an early break in the second, but was pegged back. But here, a chance to close at 40 love in this game. The USA strike first.
6-1, 6-4.
Coco Gauff with a fabulous performance. Straight sets once again over Karolina Muchova. A shade under an hour and a half. And Coco gets the United States off to the perfect start.
A brilliant performance by Coco Gauff, particularly in that first set, and Karolina Muchova made a push in that second, but Coco Gauff just proved too strong, and boy has she looked great since that Asian swing. Just a completely different player here, scary for the rest of the field.
And I wonder if Poland are watching. Maybe they are.
I think they might be.
They await the winner of this clash between the USA and the underdogs, the Czech Republic, Czechia. Well, Coco's come out this season on fire, yet to drop a set at this year's United Cup. And if this was a relay, she has run the perfect lead-off leg. And now she's with Laura.
Coco, congratulations. You got Team USA off to a great start. It hasn't been an easy few days for you. You've come from Perth, different time zone, different conditions, but you made it look very simple. Did it feel that way for you?
I mean, yeah, I changed my intention, and then I woke up so late today. But overall, I mean, it's never easy playing Karolina. You know, kind of the whole match, I was like, you know, intense and focused. So I think that made the difference today. But happy to, you know, get my team off to a good start here in Sydney.
And what happens in the second set when she starts to come forward like that? Karolina started to crush and rush a bit on the return. We saw a few serve and volleys. What do you do in that situation? Try and slow things down or go even faster?
I don't know. I know she's going to do it, and you know, my coach is just telling me to play the best that I can when she does that. You know, anytime somebody serves in volley, I feel like, you know, it's, well, except for her, she has great volleys, but it's just like a 50-50 chance you win or lose the point, like based off your first ball. So I was just telling myself to just forget about her coming forward and just try to get a good return in, and if she's a volley winner, she's a volley winner.
And there's a good atmosphere on your team. I'm just looking at your teammate, Danielle Collins, who looks like she's doing a vlog. Have you taught her how to do this? Are you keeping the rest of the team young?
No, I mean, Danielle, she's pretty young, you know. I'm surprised she hasn't done some twerking yet today. I had to tell her not to do that. But no, my whole team, we have great team vibes, escape rooms. We haven't done a team TikTok yet, so maybe today or tomorrow we'll do it.
If Taylor can get the win in the next match, what are you expecting from that? It's another tough one for Team USA against Thomas Mahac in the men's.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough match. Mahac is a great player. And then, you know, I obviously have full confidence in Taylor. He's a great player. He has one of the best mindsets, I think, on tour. And, you know, I don't take that lightly. But after, you know, spending some time with him at Olympics on the mixed court and then today and this past week, I think he, you know, this is just the beginning. And hopefully today, well, I have a lot of confidence that he can pull up with the win. And if not, I'll be ready to play Mex.
And we look forward to the team TikTok later tonight.
Yeah, if we can get everybody in one room for once.
Thank you, Coco. Congratulations. Give it up for Team USA, starting 1-0 up.
Of course, she'll be ready for mix. This one was born ready. What a start. What a wonderful young woman she is. And I think they're really enjoying themselves, the Americans. The men's singles is to come. But Andrea, before we head off for a little break, because we've had a lot of tennis to cover today, we'll have a look at the numbers in just a sec. But I have to say, for the fans, what a boon to have so many fantastic women here this week. Paolini, Gauff, Swiatek, Mukova.
Well, and Mukova had to play 3 top 5 players back to back to back. That is a tough ask for the young Czech woman, and she's done really well. But Coco Gauff was just too strong, too consistent today. And take a look at that. She's really good in the winner department, where usually she would be more on the defensive side. She served outstanding, just got broken that once when Karolina Muchova kind of redlined it, really. And still she almost managed to hold that service as well. So a very impressive performance by Coco Gauff.
The United States halfway to the final.
Okay. Go first. Right. Good to go.
Please welcome, representing Team Czechia, Tomáš Mahac. And please welcome, representing the United States of America, Fritz.
Welcome everybody to the United Cup. It is the semi-finals, the second of the semi-finals here today on Ken Rosewall Arena. And Taylor Fritz of the United States about to take on Tomáš Mahac of Czechia. This match should be a beauty. Both players have played very, very well throughout the tournament thus far. The Americans, they have the lead, courtesy of Coco Gauff defeating Karolina Muchova in the opening singles. A very good result for her, particularly when you take into account that Team America have arrived from Perth. They got over here a couple of days ago, got in straight from the airport, dropped their bags, came out to Sydney Olympic Park to get a quick session in, and they have acclimatized very nicely indeed. I'm Todd Woodbridge, and alongside of me will be Jim Curry in just a moment, but courtside we have Mark Pecci as we get ready for the coin toss. So welcome to you, Mark.
I'm Thomas. So gentlemen, after the coin toss, there's going to be a picture with Nick, please, in front, and one picture without the pictures, okay? We have the net machine, 25 seconds between points. You have the clock in the corners. Towels, you have the boxes, but you have also the assistant on far sideline that can bring the box, all right? Any questions? No? Thomas, it's your choice. John Newcomb or AO? AO. AO. Nick, here we go. In the air. Let's go. Perfect. John Newcomb. Serve. Set. You go in the middle for the picture.
So young Nick starstruck by his own image sitting up in the big screen before he did the coin toss, rather, and Taylor Fritz wins the toss. Mark Pecci, you are courtside with us there. I know you paused for the coin toss then, but this match should be fantastic tennis.
For the coin toss?
Yeah, have you not had that one before? Yeah.
I did pause for that one.
Welcome. It's been a big week.
It has been a big week, Todd. We've all been there, that's for sure. Listen, I'm super excited about this match. What I'm fascinated about on is different things on both sides of the net here. Can Mahac come out and put in the performance he did yesterday on a similar scale? If he can definitely trouble Taylor. But you know, Todd, it's very difficult to be flawless 2 days in a row. It doesn't often happen.
No, it doesn't. It's like the great golfers. They might shoot 63, 62, but they don't come back and shoot it again the next day. So you're absolutely right. But he's 24 years of age. He is at a career high, 25 in the world. Comes off a very solid season in 2024 with 33 wins to 23 losses. Made the final in Geneva. And when you look at his ATP history, he won his 51st career match. So he hasn't won a lot of matches when you compare that to Taylor Fritz on the other side of the court, Mark.
Yeah, and that's a big thing, and that's the other thing that I was going to say. On the other side, you've got huge experience, you've got a taller man with a better serve, and obviously from a point of view that he knows how to go deep in majors. So I'm excited to see how Mahac handles a higher caliber of player coming off that performance yesterday.
Well, as mentioned, Coco Gauff seemed to adapt beautifully to the change of conditions and venue and the travel. We'll see what Taylor Fritz can do here. They've only played on one other occasion. Taylor Fritz won that. Back in 2020, hard to really put any of that match into this one here tonight. Of course, on clay, but it went all the way to 5 sets in the opening round of Roland Garros.
Yeah, not just clay, Todd. That was the autumn edition of Roland Garros in the COVID year, so it was freezing cold as well. Completely different conditions to obviously what we've got tonight.
Well, it is a nice evening. 25 degrees, been quite hot here in Sydney. It's always a little humid, and even more so with inside Ken Rosewall Arena. Covered court. Small gaps at the top of the stadium, which only just allows a small bit of air through the stadium. It doesn't get any breeze across it whatsoever, and particularly at this late stage of the evening on the western side of the stadium. The shutters are down to keep out the shadows, so it is rather humid inside of the stadium. That's the sights from around the grounds. Well, Ken Rosewall Arena looking stunning. Big crowd in for this semi-final, and it's an opportunity for us to go courtside to the captain of Team Czechia, Daniel Vacek. Welcome to you, Daniel. Your man has been playing some terrific tennis throughout this week. You must be very pleased with that. And then tell us how you think he's going to go here tonight against Taylor Fritz.
Oh, yes, he did play extremely well this week, so I hope it's going to continue. Although Taylor's had a fantastic end of the year, and he played extremely well. So I think it's going to be a very, very difficult match. Hopefully a very close one, and let's hope the better guy is going to win.
Well, Daniel, Jim Courier's joined me. Jim?
Yeah, Daniel,
Hi, Jim.
we know that, hello, we know that it was not the easiest build-up to this tournament for Thomas. He was not feeling well, he was sick. Where is his fitness level now as it relates to 100%?
Oh, I hope it's going to be close to that 100%. And luckily, he had a relatively short match yesterday, although not an easy one, but it was short and he didn't have to play the mix, so he could rest. So let's hope he's going to be 100% today.
Is there anything specific, Daniel, that tactical-wise that you guys are looking at playing here tonight?
No, pretty much very similar.
Similar.
All right, go.
Your man's
Okay.
with you. We'll let you go, but good luck to Czechia.
Thank you, Chuck.
Well, there you have it. He wants to play the same as he did yesterday, and if he does that, goodness me, watch out Taylor Fritz, because we saw some massive ball striking from Thomas Mahac, some of the best that we've seen so far early in this season. 53 minutes he dispatched of Flavio Cobolli, which was quite extraordinary.
It's Taylor's girlfriend, Morgan Riddle, and the captain's wife, Lily, to her right. Lily Russell, Mike Russell's wife. They travel the world. They are a tight-knit bunch, as is the American team and the Czech team. This one promises much. Fritz starts the favorite, and he's going to start serving as well.
First set, representing Team United States, Taylor Fritz to serve. Ready? Play.
Well, the 27-year-old American had a career high of number 4. 2 titles back in 2024, 7 career titles to his name. Starting to build quite the resume throughout his career. Runner-up at the Tour Championships just a few weeks ago. And Petch, a very different proposition for Taylor Fritz coming up here tonight with Mahac. Mahac, when he took on Flavio Cobolli, he was able to dictate the court. He shouldn't be able to do that as much this evening, though. Primarily because of the serve of Fritz.
Well, I mean, Fritz is a much better version at this stage of their respective careers than Cobolli. Serve-wise, way more accurate, a little pacier for the most part. Forehand has improved out of sight and genuinely doesn't miss a backhand. He loves to trade, so he's also able to wear down Mahac in some of these rallies.
Well, Mahac overpowered Cobolli yesterday, and he's going to have a harder time doing that against Taylor Fritz, because Fritz, once he gets control of a rally, you've got to do something special to get it out of his control. He likes to stand in that center of the court and just spread it, dominate it. How does Mahac get Fritz moving side to side is a question he's got to answer. Because if he leaves anything hanging, boys, good night. That forehand's going to finish things off for Fritz.
The early exchanges here are actually an opportunity here for Mahac, who's obviously been playing here in Sydney, to maybe just get a quick early jump on Taylor.
He's hitting the target early on serve. An ace to seal the opening game for Team America.
First game.
It's a great movie, by the way, Team America. Have you seen it?
No.
Oh, you want to.
Could be Team USA as well, couldn't it?
You'll hear more out of Taylor Fritz's mind than you will from most players. Most players sit down in their team zones and they receive information. Taylor actually likes to give it. He likes to tell his coach, Mike Russell, what he's feeling, what he's experiencing, and what is happening. So it's fascinating to actually hear it from the horse's mouth. So we'll try and lay out as much as we can whenever they're in the zone, and Taylor's getting verbal.
Well, that is an improved part of the Fritz repertoire over the last 3 or 4 seasons, is that the physicality and the movement, in particular, the speed has improved dramatically. Mahac's getting dealt to him what he did to Kaboli yesterday. Jim, of the American players that have come along in the last 5, maybe 10 years, was it Taylor Fritz that you thought would be the one that would lead the way, the one that potentially might win a major? Got so close at the US Open, reached a first Grand Slam final.
I think he's certainly been the leader from a results standpoint. First to win a Masters 1000. Did that at Indian Wells, beat Nadal in the final.
Oh, this is good tennis from Fritz early on.
You can see how steady he is in the rally there. That is a really nice metaphor for how steady he's been with his progress, how steady he's been with his consistent output and concentration. And he's been very professional from the jump, and that's helped him jump ahead of his fellow Americans, and it might help him get a quick break of serve here.
First break point of the evening. And it takes one strike of the forehand, and Team USA off to a flyer in this men's singles.
Team United States leads 2 games to none.
Taylor Fritz grew up with players that you probably know if you're a tennis fan. Tommy Paul, been a semifinalist at the Australian Open. Francis Tiafoe, a semifinalist at the U.S. Open. You might have heard of Riley Opelka, who's been injured for the past couple of seasons, but oh, by the way, just defeated Novak Djokovic in Brisbane last night. They're all peers. They all came up together, training together, pushing each other. It was unclear that Fritz would be the big dog. When they were juniors, he was the least successful. Tommy Paul, Tiafoe, they would play games with each other to see how many games they were going to lose to Taylor in sets. But Taylor has a lot of talent, and a lot of it's visible. But his biggest talent, I think, is inside of him. It's his determination, his competitive spirit. He is a dogged competitor.
Well, it could have been quite easy for him too to not have that spirit, if you like. His life was comfortable. His mum, Kathy, a very good tennis player. In fact, a former top 10. That's how good she was. But she was Kathy May of the May family, who, if you know the United States, the department stores.
30-11.
Yeah, they're monster family as far as success goes. Taylor definitely came from privilege, but you wouldn't know it by his work ethic. And you know what's funny about some people that come from privilege? The reason that they're in a privileged situation is their parents worked hard to get there.
Well said, Jim.
You see players like Jessica Pegula and Emma Navarro, whose families are extremely successful, and the parents have worked their tails off to get there, and they've inculcated their children with that same work ethic. Might get watered down eventually, but it hasn't with Taylor.
And what a great start for Team USA. Seals his second service game like he did the first with an ace, and it is 3-love in the opening set. Well, Team USA, they've arrived from Perth. They did some great tourism stuff over there. They got to go to Rottnest Island and the like. Maybe next time they get into Sydney. They're not going to have time this weekend the way they're playing, but they might want to take the ferry over to Manly Beach. It's one of the northern beaches. You can take it from the CBD, grab a ferry right over almost to the beach itself right there. You come in off the harbour side, take a short walk along the promenade, and there you have the Pacific Ocean on your doorstep. Well, look at that view there, magnificent. Well, day 9 of United Cup drawing to an end. Team Poland were the first through to the semi-finals earlier today. Will it be Team USA that they take on tomorrow? A bird's eye view of Ken Rosewall Arena as we pan inside the 10,000 plus seat stadium built for the Olympics back in the year 2000. And Taylor Fritz, he's appearing in his 11th singles match here at the United Cup. Only Hubie Hurkacz has appeared here more amongst the men. Of course, you can see on the screen there, that's 13 appearances. So loves playing this event, loves playing for his country. He kind of does like and performs well in teams events. Joyce playing the Laver Cup and one of the key members of that particular team. Team Red in the Laver Cup. So time for Team Czechia and Mahac to get on the board here.
Yesterday's contest with Gaboli Pech. Mahac was the bully. Right now he's being bullied in these baseline exchanges. Fritz is out hitting him off both wings by a sizable margin.
It's impressive. It's really impressive. And do you know what I love, Jim? I don't know what his average rally position was in Perth, but it looks to me like he's taken up a slightly deeper position, particularly obviously when Mahac is serving. He's absorbing the pace. He knows it's coming, and he's going to actually extract errors like that more often than not. If he gets a chance, though, you're absolutely right. It's foot to the floor.
This is what he was doing in Perth, according to our data. He was about 3 meters or so behind the baseline at contact on first serve returns, and then right on top of the baseline for second serves. So he's playing to that pattern here tonight as well.
Yeah, the deeper position on his first serve return has been something that he's incorporated in the last couple of sets. I was curious about the actual rally hit point.
Gotcha.
Because a lot of the time when he gets that return back on the first serve, he is a guy that likes to shuffle closer to the baseline to try and take control of the rallies. He's confident with that. But there's a few times tonight already that he's allowed Mahac to beat himself, which is another art of this game. Getting after that second serve, isn't he?
And that's one of the things we talked about, Perch, about Mahac's game. It is very clear how much he's improved over the last 12 to 18 months. He's a very different player, far more aggressive. He's decided that he needs to step up too, or close to the baseline, dictate points. But if there was a piece of the game that still needs improving, it's the second serve. The first serve's got pop on it, but the second serve, when you come up against a player of Fritz's quality, you can already see that he knows that he will take advantage of it and can take advantage of it.
Let first service. Advantage, Team United States.
Well, from a couple of game points, very quickly back to down a break point. Saves it there.
Yes.
Captain Swiatek, career high singles ranking number 26 in his time on tour, number 3 in doubles. Impressive career. And like a parent who hopes that their children does better than they do, he's probably proud that his player Thomas Mahac is now ranked 25 in the world, one higher than his career high, and I don't think that's going to be the end of it for him. I think he's moving north up the rankings as Mahac. So impressed with his form already this year.
And that helps settle. 2 breaks would have been a bit of a disaster. Now he's still in this first set.
Now he's going to need to try and find a way to match fire with fire here, because Fritz is overpowering him. And the big weaponry of Fritz is actually suppressing Mahac's speeds. His speeds tonight are down from what he's been playing because Fritz's are up. Taylor has come out with intent and purpose to destroy every shot on the forehand and backhand. Taylor's up significantly on his speeds tonight so far. And hasn't made too many mistakes, even with the additional pace.
What's interesting about Mahac is he's 24 years of age. He's just starting to step into this level of tour. As I mentioned, 51 ATP wins, but he's done the hard yards on the Challenger circuit. 110 wins to 54 losses there. He's gone down and he's played matches to learn the ropes. This is a little bit of a momentum swing right here, Petch.
Yeah, the one shot that he's been a little suboptimal on at the start of this match has been that two-hander. Just didn't get his footwork to the ball that time. I know we talk about going to the strength to open up the weaker side, and I say weaker with somebody that's 4 in the world in inverted commas. But I think right now Mahac needs to plug away on the two-hander of the American, see if he can't extract another error. Forehand looks immense, as does the serve. I was in the gym earlier today with Michael Russell. That was a humbling experience.
Oh, that was very well disciplined from Mahac there. The same could be said for Taylor Fritz, keeping themselves in the rally.
30-40.
So a break back point for Mahac.
There's baseline exchange here, primarily a cross-court backhand contest until Mahac decides to change it, drive it down the line, and Fritz was just a little late getting there, didn't quite time it. And Mahac saved the break point a game ago with a big serve down the tee. Now a chance to get back on serve here.
Fleeting though. That's exactly what Mahac did on his break point. Just thinking about Mike Russell, you saw him at the gym. I sat next to him at breakfast. He had 3 hard-boiled eggs and 2 poached eggs. So you can tell he lifts a few weights.
Protein power.
Absolute.
Huh?
What was on your plate, Todd?
Just some fruit.
Team United.
I'm calling Yahtzee on that.
A little bit of melon.
You can stop now. Let's see if Fritz can stop delivering big serves. He's serving himself out of a jam here. Oh, he mistimed that one. Got funky.
Yes.
What was he trying to do here, Petch? Leaping backhand and just got the ball too inside?
He got A, too close to it, B, he, I think, thought the ball was going to go wide and stop moving, because normally you would see him move around that and hit a forehand.
Net.
I think he just misjudged the flight.
First service.
Oh, there it is. He's got wheels.
This passing shot is quad-tastic. Slides out into it. Good flexibility and a great flick of the wrist. Strong legs getting him into position. And a huge amount of talent delivering a gem and another break point.
Well, athleticism from Mahac, and we are back on serve. 3-2 opening set.
Team United States leads 3-2.
He is just a phenomenal athlete. I mean, he needs to be a phenomenal athlete. to play this game these days with the speed that the guys are hitting the ball out. We saw Taylor's numbers, top end close to 80 miles an hour on the backhand, sitting at 85 on the forehand. Those are huge numbers, and yet this man's still able to track it down, and more than a whiff of burnt rubber still in the arena after that slide from Thomas Mahac.
It's the balance he has at end reach too that is just so impressive. Those legs are so strong. Well, let's take another look at this incredible bit of retrieving from Thomas Mahac.
Yeah, just stretching and sliding, using every ounce of flexibility and strength to get out of the way of that shot. That was the backhand down the line. Fritz missing the volley. Couple points later, and he wants to hear it, and he did hear it. A lot of energy in the building for Mahac because he gives as much as he takes.
Time.
Well, tennis is about entertainment, and when you watch that athleticism from Mahac at times, you think if he wasn't a tennis player, perhaps he could be in Cirque du Soleil or something like that, some sort of physical entertainment come circus performer, because that strength is just incredible. So we're back on serve.
It's strength and the flexibility is a real magical combo for Mahac. And he gets up on his horse and rips this forehand. This is becoming a signature shot for Mahac. The leaping forehand. And it becomes a cannon in the end.
Leaping on the horse, Jim.
He just goes up the staircase to get it, doesn't he? Tries to get up to get an angle to rip down on the ball with his shoulders, and then the racket just whooshes through the strike zone. It's dramatic, and the fans go bananas for it. There might be some posters of that on some kids' walls someday.
Well, he's certainly settled in, hasn't he? Now, this is the quality of tennis that we saw yesterday. Owning the center of the court, dictating the play.
It's the quality of tennis that he displayed in the fall in Asia when he made a deep run in Tokyo and then beat Carlos Alcaraz in Shanghai. And we're wondering, is it just a momentary blip? It actually looks like it was much more of a premonition than anything else. Some players might be rattled, having had 3 love and a break point, and now being about to be tied here if Mahac can win this point, but Fritz doesn't tend to get too ruffled. Pretty calm throughout his battles. Didn't he show that at the US Open in the semifinals last year?
Not going to get that one. An apology from Arch, but he's going to take it nevertheless. And it's a holder serve, 3-all.
3 games all.
It's a great comeback from Mahac, and the match is all level here. But Taylor Fritz was down 2-1 in the US Open semis to Francis Tiafoe, the American, his peer. Fritz didn't panic. He stood strong, ended up taking the 4th set late and running away with the 5th. There's his therapist. Been looking after his body, helping him get healthy, Mahac. We'll tell her story here at some point, maybe early in the 2nd set.
One of the key things for Fritz to remember here, and he's learned the lesson, is it was an old adage from a coach by the name of Charlie Hollis, who used to play and then coach in Australia, coach the likes of Rod Laver, Mark Edmondson, Wally Masur, many, many others, including myself. And he would say, never stand and admire your own shot. And Taylor got caught just ever so slightly in that previous game on the point that set up break point. You've got to be prepared for every single ball to come back against Mahac. But that's a very nice bounce back indeed. A clean game, holds to love. And a settler as Team USA have 4-3 in the opening set.
Leads 4 games to 3.
Well, some great slow-mos of the physicality that is required to play at this level of the modern era of tennis. What the body goes through, the stresses and the strain, is exaggerated when you see it in slow motion. Another successful United Cup, edging its way to completion. Semi-finals day here. Poland through earlier today. Coco Gauff has given the United States a lead here in the women's singles to open proceedings. Taylor Fritz trying to see if he can seal it and put Team USA into a final tomorrow. But Thomas Mahac is putting up a very strong fight. He's coming out to serve now at 3-4 with new balls.
Kaya Mokova on her way back down to offer some support. Fritz a little anxious on that one. His left shoulder came out a little early on the shot. A little bit of a jerky motion at it. Caused the bad timing. Fritz with his best major at the US Open in 2024, making the finals. And for Mahac, it was his best as well. He made the 4th round where he lost to Britain's Jack Draper.
Game, team 2.
Equally as quick a hold for Mahac to level.
Mahac is going to enjoy being seated at a major for the first time
4 games on.
in a week's time. As the Australian Open gets underway a week from tomorrow. There's Carolina back on the bench. Everyone shuffles down one to the left, their left. Fritz is going to be seated number 4.
It's actually a pretty big match this for Mahac in terms of his seeding, Jim, as well, as you just said, because if he wins this, I think he'll be a top 24 seed for the first time, which means he would miss the top 8 seeds potentially in round 3.
That's huge. For him and for the top 8 seeds.
Correct.
Oh, that's clever. Yeah, a little shrug of the shoulders, because this was quick to get in. That was a good volley, and then Fritz just uses a lot of left hand to get the racket head around the outside of the ball and just delicately rolls it cross court. No panic from the American.
Held that as long as Warren Buffett does stocks.
It's another love game for Taylor Fritz, and we are on serve. This is an entertaining opening set. It is 5-4.
Interesting discussion on change of ends in the team zone for Team USA. Mike Russell noting to Taylor Fritz that most of the first serves from Mahac have been going up the middle into the tee. So they were deciding amongst themselves, should Taylor stand closer to the center of the court to be there, or to take it away and maybe dissuade Mahac from serving there, or should he wait until the toss goes up and then start to move? And we're about to find out which one they've decided to do. I think it would be better to wait, because you actually, if you know the serve's coming tee, you want them to serve to the tee if you're Taylor Fritz, because you want to, get to that, you want to kind of have that knowledge, and then you want to start the point after you return in the center of the court. You don't want to have to fight to get back to the middle off of a wide serve. 80% of the first serves that Mahac has made in the deuce court have gone to the tee. and 2/3 of them that he's made in the ad court have gone to the tee. So there's a clear pattern in play there. He doesn't always go there, but that's definitely where he wants to go. So how do you make that information work for you? Let's see if Fritz just starts to lean there once the toss goes up. Sure did.
He's quite an analytical player, Taylor Fritz, isn't he? He would enjoy these types of events where he can sit down and verbalize with someone.
Actually, he's very analytical. Taylor Fritz hates on-court coaching.
Does he?
He's on the record.
He uses it
vehemently.
Well,
he typically coaches himself. But if you ask him, what's the one rule that you want changed? He wants on-court coaching gone. Probably because he's one of the better analytical minds in the sport.
He can work it out.
It's an advantage for him, disadvantage for other players.
I'm voting for Taylor Fritz.
Well, he's putting himself in position here to take this set late at 15:30, 5-4. Just needs 2 more points to do so.
He's so good at sneaking. As soon as he sees his opponent's off balance, bang, those first 2 steps to come in are some of the best in the game. As soon as he knew that Taylor Fritz had to take that hand off the racket on the 2-hander, he was in.
And there's the benefit of going against your pattern. Just every now and then, Fritz clearly covering the middle of the court there. That was not particularly well located, that serve, but it did the job and then some.
Advantage with Team Czechia.
Well, that was huge, wasn't it? He's gone big out wide. And Fritz might be looking to get around and use the forehand. Only won 44% of second serves in play up until that moment. That pulls it back to 50.
That second serve at that point is something that you really rarely see a player do, but when a player is full of confidence, the way the Mahac is, they're willing to do that. They trust themselves more. He's earned the right to go for that serve based on his results here in Sydney. What a save. This set could have been done and dusted if he didn't save the break point down 3-love, Mahac. Now he's leveled at 5.
Evenly poised pitch.
This is a great show of tennis, but it's not just because they both hit the ball so cleanly, but just playing the pressure points incredibly well. And credit to Mahac, we can get seduced by his aesthetically pleasing game and the power, but boy, doesn't he compete well.
He has a lot of self-belief, does Mahac, maybe more so than most players ranked 25 in the world. But when he beat Alcaraz in Shanghai, Alcaraz came off the court shaking his head, went to press and said that level of tennis that he played was top 5 tennis, point blank. He said that wasn't a guy ranked outside the top 30, which he was at the time. He was able to sustain that. And he'd beaten Tommy Paul that tournament earlier as well. Paul, a top 15 ranked player. This guy believes he belongs.
Doesn't particularly like your home nation either, Jim. Mahac has won 15 out of his last 16 matches against Americans.
People that don't like America, that list is long, Cash. And we've earned it.
Ben Shelton, the only man that's got him in those 16 matches in Madrid on the clay.
It's the one shot that hasn't been as effective. He's been pinned a bit more into the backhand corner, which he's very happy to go toe-to-toe with Fritz. Another good service game from the American. So holds to 15. We might be heading the way of a tiebreak. 6-5 opening set.
Team United States leads 6 games to 5.
It's not as scary on the outside because it's not going to cut away from you like that. But like, if you kind of on the new side, I think I need to like maybe stop and step around. He hit the view. He only hit one. Good job. Other than if he wants to, I gotta really.
Discussion between Taylor Fritz and Mike Russell on this change of ends. They haven't stopped the entire minute and a half. And Taylor just relieving a little bit of pressure on the shoe. You can see on the left side there around about that big toe joint where they slide. You can see the colour of the court burnt into the shoe. Players will usually go through somewhere between 2 or 3 pairs of shoes a week on these hard courts. So 5-6 Mahac serving, trying to take this opener to a tiebreak after trailing love 3. Let's not forget that.
Love 15.
Just the first double of the night from either player.
Even if you're looking down the tee, you'd have to be moving there quickly because that one swept both lines en route to that ace. 4th of the evening for Mahac.
Well, in the commentary box here, we both looked at each other saying the way he was setting up for that, that could have been anything, but in the end it was well controlled with pace and power. That bounce smash oozed confidence, didn't it? That was a lot of self-belief in that. You'll often see people just be sure to make that one back in, reset the point because it's ball so high in the air. You might call that forehand just a little tight. Some tension smothers it as we head into a tiebreak. Two doubles, a couple of missed balls. Not swinging as freely here.
A lot on the line, a lot at stake. Chance for Team USA to get within one set of another final here. They won this title in 2023. Want to do it again? The Czechs want no part of that.
1-0. Team United States.
What do you see will separate the two here, Betch?
I mean, I definitely feel like it could be either way at the moment. They're both playing great. It's just a super entertaining match, but obviously both of them take quite big cuts at the ball. There's potential for an unforced error. It's easy to always feel as though it's going to be a moment of magic. It may not be in this breaker. The mundane may get it done.
That second serve was so close.
1-on.
That was the reaction from Taylor Fritz after he misses the backhand. It was not from the backhand, it was from where the serve landed. Couldn't believe it caught the back edge.
We've seen that one before. Fritz and Mahac locked into a backhand-to-backhand battle. And Thomas, the one willing to take the risk, and drives it down the line and pounds it deep off the line, basically. And Fritz unable to handle that. That was just Fritz saying, I'm not going to miss. You're going to have to risk it. And Mahac gets the biscuit. It's the same, Petch, that's the same type of battle that Fritz locked in with Zverev, one of the game's best two-handed backhands, and was able to win a lot of those battles, Taylor.
Yeah, he trusted himself. I mean, I like the play from Taylor just to keep asking the question to see how patient Mahac is going to be. But the man from Czechia answered in the affirmative that he was willing to wait for the right ball to take on down the line.
And then Taylor answers with 2 quick points to stay on serve and keep up front.
And if I was Taylor and we got back into that exchange, I wouldn't want to change it up that quickly. Just because he lost that other point doesn't mean what he was doing was wrong.
goes for a big ball off their forehand straight away, and an unforced error as they change hands after the first 6 points of the breaker. Both going back into the team zone briefly for a swig of water and towel off. Had a good record, Mahac, of winning the first set, going on to win matches over this last season. So this tiebreak becomes crucial, especially for Team Czechia.
Team Czechia.
53 minutes on the clock. It took 57 minutes this afternoon for Hubert Hurkacz to book his win over Alexander Shevchenko of Kazakhstan. It was part of Poland's 2 points they needed.
It took him 53 minutes to dispatch Flavio Caboli in the quarterfinals too.
Yep.
4.
Fritz so good with his first serve in this tiebreaker. This is the chance Mahac has been waiting for.
Oh, he throws in a first double fault. That ball toss way out to the right, had to wrap around the outside, hit a slice spin. Couldn't get over it to get it up and down into the court.
First time Mahac has been up all day.
He's got set point.
6-4. Team Czechia.
Just got guilty of trying to steer that backhand. Taylor Fritz. No spin on the ball, flies long. And he needs the one. Finishes it off with an ace.
Team Czechia.
What a comeback in the opening set from Thomas Mahac. From love 3 down, fights his way to take it in the tiebreak. 7 points to 4.
7 games to 6.
Well, no surprise. Looks on the face of Mahac, no sort of relief that he got the set down. Just looked like he expected to win that set, which is that new belief that we're seeing come out of him as we take a look at the first set summary.
Well, Mahac's serve held steady, didn't it? And he got away with his double faults in his last service game before the tiebreaker. And the one double fault, that's what really changed the direction of that tiebreaker. That was the mini break. And that was all Mahac needed. But he never lost faith. Even when he was down 3-love, break point down, he kept steady. And that confidence just rose to the fore. This guy's a big believer in himself, and he's making all of us, I think, believers.
Well, this is turning into a big night of tennis here on Ken Rosewall Arena. Coco Gauff dominated the women's singles against Karolina Muchova. And the American Taylor Fritz finds himself in a little trouble here, down a set. Thomas Mahac coming out onto court, continuing to show the form that has got the tennis world talking.
Second set, Team Czechia to serve.
So set number 2. Well, once again, he beats March with a delicate rolling backhand cross-court. This is very clever, Petch.
He loves the shot. His backhand is very flexible, and again, just holds it. He allows Mahac to just kind of make a little bit of a move here. It's a bit too much weight on his outside, on his right leg. Can't get back to cover that.
Just a little bit of court surface work being done by the ball kid. And Mahac went for the roll, just dampened the court.
If you watched Mahac play last fall, you're probably not that surprised at his level. But if you factor in that he was planning to do 5 weeks of off-season training, and as he got going in there, he fell ill and was in bed for 2 straight weeks, not able to do anything. It's pretty remarkable that he's come out of the blocks playing this well, because he's been up against it as Coco comes back down to offer some support for Team USA. A great story in ATPtour.com. You should always check there for good stories on your favorite players. And there's one that came out just the other day from Andrew Eichenholz, who interviewed Swiatek about the challenges that they've had, and they brought their fitness coach down with them. They've been doing a lot of extra work in the build up to this tournament on the ground here, which is not something they would normally do. Normally it would be tapering and resting and getting ready. But he's been battling a lack of fitness and also just a lack of practice. And that's something I have to say, that this man, Taylor Fritz, plays just about as many tournaments as anyone at the top of the game. And he plays a lot of exhibitions. He does not like to go home, seemingly. As a road warrior, happy out on the road. He stays healthy. He doesn't get sick. It's remarkable.
14-13.
Well, from 15-30 down, it's a big serving to hold the opening game of serve, and we all know that that's not easy, but you need good people around you.
And this woman here, Helen Shao, lives in Sydney, and she's become a secret weapon for Thomas Mahac. She practices Chinese therapy here in Sydney. I believe she doesn't she do it above the Crow's Nest, or in that building?
In Crow's Nest, yeah.
Crow's Nest,
yeah. She's a good mate of John Newcomb, who obviously great champion of Australia, celebrating 50 years since he won the Australian Open, and Nuke would take credit for finding Helen.
Well, Helen is
Helen found Nuke, one way or the other.
Helen is one of those people that Thomas Mahac found, and that's a big part of the reason that he's on court here. She's been helping him get back to fitness. He actually had some problems with one of his ribs from coughing too much. But she's we just happened to be sitting in the player restaurant having a chat with some friends, and she was nearby, and we were talking about Mahac, and I said, I saw her, I was like, your player is playing incredibly well. I didn't know exactly their story. I just knew that she was working with him, helping him stay fit. She sat right up with us and said, hey, you know, Jim, you got a neck problem. Todd, there's something wrong with your chest. And they're like, how in the world does she know that? She just saw it, and she's not wrong. And she will be in Melbourne with Mahac, working to keep him fit and healthy as well. And I can tell you, Petch, she put her hands on my neck right exactly where I've been having trouble.
I've been wanting to do that for years, Jim.
Well, that's a good point. As that drifts wide.
There's a few wanted your throat.
Yeah, me too. She's a borderline magician. And players should be lining up for her services if they can. Not sure she can fix you, Petch, but we'll try.
That one flies long, and the backhand just having a little trouble finding its target on a number of occasions. Not missing by much, but it's enough to give Mahac 2 break points early in this second set. One saved.
In his opening match against Casper Ruud, Mahac, he was extremely physical. It was humid. It was a 3-setter, and he was fatiguing. And his coach, Daniel Vacek, is allowed to give him a massage at the change of ends with no limits. And Helen was coaching Daniel on what to do. What in the world? They figured something out. He and Fritz figured something out there. Back to deuce.
Advantage of Team United States.
Gee, that's a nice recovery from 1540. The serve finds its mark, and levels at 1-all. I just wonder, not an excuse, but you're sitting courtside, Petch. The change of conditions and venue for Taylor, is there anything in what we're seeing off the ground that might indicate the adapting here has been a little tougher for him? I mean, Coco seemed to handle it well.
Yeah, Coco talked about changing strings. I'll be interested to see Taylor's philosophy on that. Not everybody likes to change tensions in different circumstances, but I mean, not really, because if you go back to the opening set, 3-love, break point, chance to go 4-love, really should have won the 5th game of that opening set. I don't think he struggled in that regard.
When we had Mike Russell on the desk in the studio yesterday, he said that the conditions felt a little slower here, which Taylor actually liked. Taylor likes a slower hard court tournament. His biggest title is on one of the slowest hard courts of the year at Indian Wells, because it helps him play better defense. And then we know when he's in position how he can punish people with his offense.
Always an interesting tournament at Indian Wells when you talk about conditions, because slow court, fast air during the day, desert warm air, and then in the evenings the temperature drops significantly and becomes incredibly cold, and then the air gets heavy, and it's like 2 tournaments in one, that place. From a day session to night session, you have to make adjustment. Bit of his own medicine back, Mahac there. Interesting little forehand that he went to play. He went to play the drop shot, but then he held it so long that Fritz then was onto it. He was starting to come forward. And applause from Mahac to say too good on the pass. So from 40 lump back to 40-30.
New balls, please.
The crowd thoroughly enjoying this battle here. It's tight. Mahac has the first set and 2-1 on serve in the second.
It's 2 games to 1.
Jsou jehličky jako tráva. A nemůžu skápat. Já nevím, musí to něco, já nemůžu skápat. Zase lejte. Už vůbec nemůžu. Já už jsem nemohl tady na ten baseball. Já bych ho měl, ale já už jsem nemohl. Já už jsem měl jeblinou.
In their side.
Cramping over.
In their side. Doing this.
Nemůžu vůbec nejde. Píči, vole!
And there. There. Yep.
We can never
for somebody that's looking incredibly good on the scoreline, that was a really interesting changeover from Tomáš Mahac. He was deep in talk to Daniel Vacek, and you can see that what he's saying and doing there now is exactly what he did as soon as he sat down. Helen, that we've just introduced to you at home, up telling Daniel Vacek how to get into those legs. So perhaps after an hour and 10 minutes, some fatigue setting in.
Yeah, there's the advice on how to administer the massage. They could also get the ATP physio to come out and give the massage. Of course, the ATP physio wouldn't take input from Helen. Daniel will, but that would indicate that he's feeling a little bit of fatigue, I would think, or some tightness in those legs. The scoreboard looks good, but that is a positive shift for Team USA. That's a good-looking scoreboard for Team Czechia, but that is worrying. And Captain Vacek out on the court to offer support here, even though he won the point. Mahac still fuming. Petch, what do you make of all this?
Tough to gauge, isn't it? Why he's as angry as he is right now after that last service game. Whether it's physically he's frustrated with how he's feeling, and he feels as though that's going to have an impact as we go through the runway of this second set, and he's already kind of ahead of himself, because up till now, certainly since he recovered in that opening set down 3-love, he's been the equal, if not just marginally better in a lot of the longer rallies.
Well, perhaps it's the weight of knowing he not only has to win this match, he also has to help win the mixed doubles.
Well, it'd be unwise to not stay in the moment right now, because, as you've been saying, Jim, Taylor Fritz, one of the great competitors out there on the tour. It's not always a direct correlation that the best competitors are at the top of the game. Some just have games that can dominate opponents, but Taylor is absolutely in the upper echelons of competitors.
That's what Fritz did at the US Open with Tiafoe. He basically just outlasted him physically and then ran away with it in the end in the 5th.
If it's to go to a mixed, he brings some pretty good cred. Thomas Mahac, Olympic mixed doubles champion in Paris last season with Semiakova. He wins the toe-to-toe battle off the back end once again.
30-40.
He had 2 break points in the second game and another one here.
This is rare air to be consistently beating Fritz in backhand-to-backhand exchanges. Finds a forehand to figure out the problem for now.
Yes.
When you start to fatigue, you feel the need to pull the trigger earlier in a rally. That was an interesting forehand. Second serve, had control of it.
Yes.
So tough to read that serve. He throws it quite far to the right, and there has to be an element of you as a returner that starts leaning to your right to try and cut off the slider, and yet he can still turn it down the tee. That's the one shot he didn't have in his suitcase when he travelled the world prior to last year.
2 games on.
It's a valuable one. When you have as much horsepower in the forehand, you do open up plenty of space in the 4 courts. Now, this game becomes very interesting. Mahac has had a couple of chances to break already. He's shown his frustration and perhaps tipped his hand that there's a little bit of fatigue in the legs. Let's see what he can deliver here. Fritz might have a little momentum now.
I'd love to know at times how Win Predictor does try and suggest that he was such an overwhelming favourite when this guy's beaten Djokovic and Alcaraz for top 5 wins last year.
You turning with me?
It's early days, Tom.
Got to be careful who you hang around with.
He did it, the lefty forehand. That's not the first time we've seen it in this tournament. Shades of Sharapova, who could famously do that pretty well. And he goes for a couple in a row here. I mean, why hit a slice if you can do that, huh? It's amazing. This guy is just a hot shot wizard.
That shot has been an expensive illusion for Taylor.
Just a little flat, isn't it? He's just not getting either it flies long because he hasn't got the spin to bring it down that occasion, not enough to get the trajectory up and over a higher part of the net. Quick service game will certainly please Mahac, and he gets it to 15. 3-2 on serve, second set.
Right. No, this. A little bit out.
I tell you what, they're fairly thick legs too to have to work upon. You need a bit of work in your wrists to be able to do that.
It's amazing though that she's just seeing things without even touching it. Just watching him move out there. It takes a village. Daniel Swiatek doing yeoman's work here as the captain for strategy and for fitness.
Well, he can add that to his resume now, Daniel Swiatek, former player, coach, captain, and team therapist. Intriguing battle between Team USA and Team Czechia. It's the USA that have the upper hand, thanks to Coco Gauff, looking to once again reach this United Cup final. They've been the champions. Taylor Fritz serving 2-3, second set.
Love 15.
Fritz had no problems with his second serve at all, and then out of nowhere double faulted in the tiebreaker, and he's thrown in a couple more since. Usually pretty darn reliable with the second delivery. Perhaps the threat on the other side of the net forcing him to go for more.
Love
And he's trying to use depth as a way of protecting himself from another special delivery from the racket of Mahac. And just overhit it.
Well, the pressure has been building and building. You would think surely Mahac has got to take advantage of one of these soon. 2 break points in the second game, 1 in the fourth game, and now another 3 here in the 6th game of this second set. If he doesn't get it, it starts to eat away at your mind. One saved.
Good leave. It was perilously close to the line. I'm sure Fritz's heart was fluttering as he watched that ball descend after he decided to let it pass.
It's almost one that you'd like to hit for safety, but well done. 2 of 3 saved. Sensational.
Czechia.
Well, there was nothing wrong with the legs in getting up to that drop shot.
Czechia leads 4 games
Fritz
to 2.
regrets hitting this drop shot. He changed his grip early, and that allowed Mahac to get going early to it. But this finesse was special. Slides into it, steals the break. It's a set in 4-2 for Team Czechia.
So, Petch, now comes the next test, isn't it? It's that belief to hold 2 service games to finish this one off. I mean, he's had wins over number 6 in the world, Rublev, en route to his first Masters 1000 at Miami. Biggest win of his career over Djokovic when he reached his first final in Geneva of last year.
Well, Doubt is the first cousin to belief, but I'm not sure that Doubt is a cousin of Mahac. He just looks as though he is destined for special things.
The first signs of those nerves sometimes are visual within movement and the physicality of the feet. They just get a little heavier, get stuck. And the second is some deceleration, either on serve or into the hit. We'll see if we see any of that from him here. Excuse me.
This guy is winning points that he has no business winning, but he's winning fans that he is earning with every dramatic swing of the racket. He's been the revelation in this tournament on the men's side by some margin. That's a tough feeling if you're the number 4 player in the world, to feel like you've got to do more than normal against a guy ranked number 25 in the world, but that's what it looks like. Looks like the rankings are flipped out here. What's the hallmark of modern men's tennis, guys? It's players that can play on both sides of the ball. Great offensive players and great defense when they need it. Mahac is a long way from the top of men's tennis from a ranking standpoint, but he's illustrating those qualities time and time again in this tournament.
Super game from Love 15 down. No nerves there. Is a game away from a very famous victory. 5-2, second set.
Team Czechia leads 5 games to 2.
The crowd here tonight in Ken Rosewall Arena have had a treat of tennis. Coco Gauff, too good in the opening women's singles. And so far, Thomas Mahac has stood up for Team Czechia. He's looking to level this, to try to take it to the mixed doubles, to separate these two, to find out what team will go on to take Poland in tomorrow's final. Taylor Fritz only down a break, but serving to stay in the match at 2-5.
Let first service.
Taylor Fritz talked after he lost in the finals of the U.S. Open to Jannik Sinner about how when he played Jannik, he couldn't do what he normally likes to do. When he's playing someone and it's getting tough on him, he goes to bigger targets and tries to wait players out. He tries to do what he's doing now, which is to play to safe spaces and wait for his opposition's level to drop. And against Sinner, of course, that level didn't drop at all, almost all of 2024. And right now, Mahac's level is holding. He's not out of the woods yet, but he's 2 points away from shaking hands. This is a scary level of tennis, fellas. Even the misses look good.
Yeah.
That could have easily dribbled over. But Taylor Fritz, to Mark Petchey's point, is the type of competitor that can somehow find a way to stay alive in these situations and turn it around. He's not going anywhere. Mahac is going to have to take it from him.
Change up with a slower ball off a slice backhand, draws the error from Taylor Fritz. And he's now only 1 point away from leveling for Czechia. So close yet so far.
Advantage, Team Czechia.
Taylor Fritz tries to change direction, catches the ball late. And that gives Tomas Mahac a second match point. And fleetingly taken away once again.
Yes. Let first service. Let first service. Advantage, Team United States. Okay, Team United States.
Taylor Fritz, well done. He hangs in, saves 2 match points, and he puts the pressure back onto March to see if he can serve this out.
Team Czechia leads 5 games to 3.
2 forehands there that just were sprayed from the Czech.
That will certainly give Taylor Fritz some hope that there might be some cheap points available. Taylor Fritz, the fire burns brightly inside of him. It's Mahac serving for the match.
Get that one back. He might have been able to take that one out of the air, but goes for safety. Winning that first point changes the way he looks at this game now, serving for the match.
Taylor having a good look down on the other end of the court there, just looking at his opponent. He's going to give him enough returns here, you feel, just to give this man a little gut check. Well, that's what he'll want to do.
outrageous. That angle does not exist. Or does it? I guess it does. That was ridiculous, Todd.
Well, Taylor was doing a good job in this rally to change things up, trying to go forehand to forehand, and then from here, no one expected that.
Oh my gosh. That's that strong left hand that he uses on that backhand. Fritz certainly didn't see that coming.
Yeah, you'd like to say, oh, that was a little lucky, but when you watch it in slow-mo, there was no luck involved.
And there was margin as well. It wasn't that close to the line.
Taylor has the Rafa mentality, point in, point out.
Well, there's a lot in that point. The first ball toss went astray. Then he takes a lot of pace off it. He goes for a quick sneak into the net. Does well to even get that ball in play. But Taylor Fritz comes up with the goods. Break back point. Game on.
Team United States.
Taylor Fritz is back in this. He breaks back and it is 5-4.
Team Czechia leads 5 games to 4.
This is what cable TV wants to hear. Let's
Jak mám hrát, když mám křiče, kurva? Štryky mi, vole!
What a change here, Mahac. Fuming once again, furious at the outcome of that game and probably of what he's feeling here. And Taylor Fritz is feeling like this match might be coming his way now. He'll be thinking back to the US Open semifinal. Will Taylor Fritz, remembering how he survived a tight opening 4 sets and then ran away with it against Francis Tiafoe as he faded physically. See what Mahac has in store. He could still break for the match. Fritz has been struggling to hold all set long.
Well, the reactions from Thomas Mahac in the change of ends more or less say it all. Have a look here, Jim.
Just storming to the bench, pointing to his legs, and just fuming for about 90 seconds in the chair.
Petch is just about to walk past you up close. How does it look?
Yeah, I'm just going to stay quiet for a moment. I mean, at that point, being a coach, you are only there to absorb his fears. That's all you're there for. And that's all Vacek did. He was just taking it. He's disappointed with himself that he couldn't put this match to bed, but credit to Taylor Fritz, came up clutch at 30-all to give himself the chance on the break point.
That's a good response and the opening point from Mahac.
Love 15.
Yeah, and credit to Daniel because he didn't throw any gasoline on the fire. There was an inferno there that Mahac was bringing to the changeover, and he just doused the flames. Man's been there, done it.
What part does Taylor play here?
Huge part. He's got to play the role of the stable player, the one who trusts himself and will grind it out unless there's an obvious offensive shot available. He needs to extract pain from Mahac. And obviously go for big on your serve. That's a monster weapon. If he has a forehand to swing, pound it with impunity, but otherwise, backhand to backhand, long rallies, make it physical.
And I agree, Jim. I think there'll be even more profit in that labour the longer this match goes on, especially if he could drag it to a third set.
All of it's an investment for the Americans, considering Coco Gauff won the opening match. Sure, they'd love to win the singles, but a win in the mixed doubles is just as good, and Mahac is the best chance from a male perspective that they have, the Czech team in the mixed doubles. That's a lot of tennis ahead of him.
Team United. So we're back level in set number 2.
5 games all.
So here's the win predictor. It's still 71-29. I wonder how much human emotion is put into that, because data gives us those numbers. But adrenaline and stress and nerves and anxiety, all things that are running through the body here for Mahac after having an opportunity to serve for this. That changes so many things when you're out in the heat of battle. And this is flipping quickly.
Yeah, guess who's winning the longer rallies now? And it's Taylor Fritz dominating. He has not given up belief. And he has been a constant competitor here. Mahac's level is dropping.
Everybody's feeling the tension. Captain Vacek has put a towel over the camera in the team zone. He doesn't want anyone to be watching him. There it is, you can see it moving. Fritz rips the forehand, gives himself 3 break points. What a huge change in momentum from Taylor Fritz. He gives Mahac the body language, runs past him at the net. And this has changed. It will be Team USA to serve for the second set when we come back at 6-5.
nebudu trápit, vole, po 6. Po 6 jsem skrečoval kvůli 3. Mě to nebaví, ty vole. Mě to je uprdele už, ale. Když se tady trápit jak čurák. 4 gemy, vole. Frajer, vole, jen kopem háže, že mi lidi nemůžu. Kolik za ten celý rok, vole, důležitý. Kolik? Já tam nejdu, já to škreču, ale to takhle. Já nebudu tady dělat svůj čuráka, vole. Já z něj vole jenom kvůli tomu, že už nemůžu. Nebudu hrát. Mě to uprdele. Nemám šanci vyhrát. Jak? Ty vole, ty nemůžu skákat u servisu, vole, 4 gemy na servisu.
Anxiety, stress, adrenaline. I talked about all of those a moment ago, and this change of ends has just been extraordinary.
Time.
The man in picture has lost control.
It's been a tough watch. Change of ends. He sat basically berating himself and going right at Daniel Vacek. Lessons to be learned from this one, from sure. Mahac has shown us such an amazing high end of tennis for much of this match. But he has lost the plot emotionally at the moment. And he's about to lose this match right here too, because it's hard to see him turning it in the 3rd set. But oh, he's going to quit right here. This match is over. He's walking in. It's done, I think. Yeah, it is. What a abrupt ending. And USA is into the finals in the most extraordinary way.
Well, none of us saw this coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, Thomas Mahac, representing Team Czechia, is retiring. Game, 7 match, Team United States.
So Team United States are through to the semi-finals, and there will be a lot of questions to be answered from Thomas Mahac as he makes his way back to the team zone. He's been playing for his country. He was playing outstanding tennis, and 10 minutes ago he was on the verge of a famous victory. And now he leaves the court.
2 match points he had when Taylor Fritz was serving. Down 2-5, he served forward at 5-3. Taylor Fritz never blinked. He never does. He's always there. He is an amazing warrior out there, and once again, he figures out a way to do it, just like he did against Tiafoe in the US Open. So for Fritz, it's going to be a little bit of a strange feeling, but ultimately a good one, because he'll be back on the court tomorrow in the finals. Mahac has so much to be proud of. The way he's played this tournament has been absolutely astonishingly good. But this one is a big lesson and a big learning opportunity about how to manage his emotions and his body when it's starting to fade on him, because instead of berating himself and his coach, what he needed to be doing was eating energy gels and relaxing and resting. And he did the exact opposite thing that you want to do when you're fatigued and stressed. He made it worse.
And mentally, he departed the court even before that 2nd set has gone. And that's an extraordinary thing that he's going to have to deal with. The tennis world, we were building him up, but that will be hard to recover. That's something that everybody in the locker room has just watched, and it will take a long time for that to be forgotten. So, in what has been an extraordinary couple of minutes, Mark Petchey is with the victor, who I'm sure didn't expect to be here with you right now, Mark.
Taylor, congratulations. Team USA back into the final of the United Cup a couple of years after you won it. That's got to feel good, firstly.
Yeah, it's great to be back. That was obviously I mean, that was a crazy match, very physical, and it's not the way that I guess I want to win and end it, but I think we're all happy to be back in the finals again.
Yeah, that was a wild end. Can I ask what Thomas said to you at the end of the match?
He said he'd been cramping for a couple games already. I didn't notice, but yeah.
Yeah, we didn't see that either.
Yeah, he was moving pretty well, but I guess he was playing through it, fighting. Like I said, it's really humid in here. That's something I was thinking of was a possibility. If I could win that set, take it to a third, I was thinking maybe someone might start cramping later on. And yeah, it's tough conditions. It was a physical match.
Never lost to a player from Czechia as well. Kept that record intact, 9-0. That feels good.
Yeah, I didn't know that was. I didn't know that was.
We keep a track of everything down here.
Now it's going to be in my head next time I play one.
I apologize for that. Good news is you did break his winning record against American players, 9 straight on hard. I do want to ask you, we only have a ranking for the matches that you win, but there are many of us that feel, and I know Jim Courier up in the commentary box there feels this, you are one of the best competitors without question on the tour. Has that been natural for you, or is that something you've learned over the years?
I think I've always kind of had that fight of I never want to give up. I just want to compete. To be honest, that's why I play tennis. That's why I love sports growing up. It's just competing. I love to compete.
Do you like to compete with Michael in the gym? Because I was in there earlier today and it was a fairly humbling experience. Is there any machine that you can beat him on?
Can I Bulgarian more than you?
What?
Can I Bulgarian squat more than you?
Squat?
Bulgarian, yeah. Maybe that. I don't know. No machine.
I tell you what, Michael, you're competing as hard as he is out here. You're not going to give him that, are you?
No cardio machine. No, he's got me.
He's got you. We're going to have to get that on video at some stage. Taylor, you're going to be back on Sunday. You're going to take on Team Poland. It's going to be a fantastic occasion. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Taylor Fritz with a truly memorable and surprising win over Thomas Mahac, who was all over him until he ran out of gas. Taylor Fritz finds his way to the finish line and puts Team USA back into the finals. They were the champions here in 2023, and what a final that promises to be. There will be a mixed doubles match coming up. Unclear who the players will necessarily be, but it will, without a doubt, be Taylor Fritz against Hubert Hurkacz tomorrow, and Coco Gauff versus Iga Swiatek. Why we love sport, you just never know what's going to happen until you get on the field, and Taylor Fritz was outplayed for much of this match, had an early lead, and then Mahac made a huge charge before he ran out of gas physically, but Taylor Fritz served great, 72% first serves in play, 15 aces. How in the world did Mahac have so many chances to break Taylor Fritz when he was serving like that? That's a credit to the level the Czech had when he was feeling okay physically. Taylor Fritz, he just doesn't give in. He has that spirit. He talks about how that's something he's always wanted, and Mahac is going to be regretting how this one ended for a while, you would imagine. So much promise, so much talent, so much success already this season. Well, we hope he'll recover, rest up. He is someone who is so thrilling to watch. And hey, you want emotion in tennis? That's not a robot right there. That is pure human emotions on display. How much he wanted his body to give him the ability to compete when it just simply couldn't. So that's it for the singles tonight. Mixed doubles around the corner.
good to go back here.
Please welcome, representing Team Czechia, Gabriela Knudsen and Patrick Rikil. And please welcome, representing the United States of America, Desiree Kravchuk and Dennis Kudla.
Well, it's been a night of high drama here on Ken Rosewall Arena. Team America have progressed safely through to the finals of the United Cup. Taylor Fritz getting the win. Of course, Coco Gauff was very impressive first up, and dramatic scenes where Thomas Mahac has left the house due to cramps, walked off the court and could not continue. So a big win for Team USA. They are through to tomorrow's final, where they will take on Poland. So mixed doubles, a real opportunity for all four players to get some matches here, with the remainder of the Aussie summer coming up. Dennis Kudla there from Team America, teaming up with Desiree Kravchuk. So a real opportunity for Team America to get the clean sweep. Czechia, Knudsen and Rickel raring to go as well.
Hi guys, we have Kayla with us for coin toss.
Hello, how are you?
So before we start, please stay here with Kayla at the end of the coin toss and face Peter for one photo. Then one photo, it's only for the end, right? Housekeeping, surplus at the back of the court, on the sideboards, towel racks on the sideboards as well, TV changeovers, please stay seated till announce time. Your captains know about the buzzer. Let's see. And I think that's about it. Yes, yes. If you guys need anything else or if something's wrong, let me know. Any questions? Carla, you want to ask them if they want an AO or John Newcomb? AO, please. AO? All the way up. Got it. Nice. Fantastic. AO for you guys. Receive. Side. Carla, stay with them. Thanks, Peter.
So I've got the dream team back with me tonight. I've got Laura Robson alongside, and of course Andrea Petkovic. It's a very good evening, ladies, and I know you had the pleasure of calling Team Czechia in the mixed doubles last night, so you're very well versed. We'll start with you, Petko.
Well, I was just going to say, did Laura make it to the booth already?
Just.
I did.
What? Incredible effort. Incredible effort. I heard you slacking Germany for their fashion sense. I will not take it personally. And this is, honestly, I really like this pairing. I had a great time watching them yesterday. Patrick Rickel really moves around the court very naturally. I think he will be a great doubles player. I think he focused on both things, will now try to play more doubles, and I think he will be a very good doubles player. And honestly, Knudsen was quite impressive as well. And they just had good vibes, and it's going to be interesting to check those vibes of the Czech team after what just transpired.
They'll be up against it, though. It's an experienced American team, Laura.
really experienced. Des Kravchuk in particular in the doubles. She is a double specialist, made the WTA finals last year with Caroline Dollarhide. Currently actually doesn't have a partner for 2025, has been entering in tournaments over the next few weeks and maybe months. Should it go well with Danielle Collins, but of course Danielle's kind of focusing on the singles, so you're at the mercy of that slightly. And then Dennis Kudla, really great experience.
Yeah.
So I think there'll be a lovely mixed doubles pairing. Des Kravchuk, of course, has won a slam in the mixed, so
4 of them.
yeah, so I feel like she'll back herself in this situation to come good.
Yeah, she's a quality mixed doubles player. We know she knows how to win the big ones. I find that extraordinary. She doesn't have a regular
I know,
partner.
there were so many switcheroos at the end of the season on the WTA doubles side. We've got Mertens playing with Perez, Shesue Wei playing with Ostapenko, which was another one that was slightly confounding to me. And then, yeah, Des Kravchuk, I think it's tricky because if you're Dollarhide at the end of the season, you do want to focus on your singles. Yeah. And then there was a bit of a disparity in her singles and doubles ranking, which, you know, you do have to make a choice at some point, and it just meant that Kravchuk was kind of left on her own.
Ah, okay. Well, high drama tonight here. We've had Thomas Mahac here. That is Coach Daniel Barczak.
Oh, this was certainly high drama. Still almost can't believe what happened there.
He just totally lost control.
Oh, it's been a while since I've seen someone check out like that so quickly as well. You know, at 5-4, he was already done for, it felt.
Shakes hands. America through. Extraordinary scenes. High drama here in the singles with Thomas Mahac having 2 match points against world number 4 Taylor Fritz. Was in fact up a set, 5-2 in cruise control. Great effort from Taylor Fritz to hang in and turn it around. Got up 6-5 in that second set, and then it was all too much for Mahac. Walked up to the net, shook hands, couldn't continue. So that has sent America through to the United Cup final. They won it a couple of years ago. And do they go in as favourites, ladies? Do you think America is favourite?
Oh, I don't know about Andrea, but I think it might come down to the doubles, you know, because I'd say America the favourites in the men's singles, Poland the favourites in the women's singles. So it could be a very exciting day tomorrow.
I agree. I agree with Laura. I rarely ever disagree with Laura, and if I did, I would keep it to myself. Yeah, that's true. And if I ever did, I'd keep it to myself, and Taylor Fritz here maybe discussing what just happened and how he has won this match.
Yeah, I mean, it just happened so quickly. Are you in disbelief down there, Petko?
I am. I was courtside for the whole thing, and I was almost honestly speechless, and that's rarely ever happens to me.
All right, players ready. Dennis Kudla to serve for Team America. I can't help but think when you were saying Desiree Kravchuk doesn't have a partner, what about Storm Sanders down the track? Would that be an option when Storm gets back playing?
If she hasn't already got someone.
Yeah, well, time will tell on that one. But she's a great player, Desiree. 11 in the world, high ranking. 7 in the world, sorry, her high ranking. So 11 titles. She's done it all. 4 mixed slams.
14.
Good start for Team America. I bet about half an hour ago, these guys weren't expecting to play mixed doubles. They would have been thinking,
Oh, given the scoreline,
no.
there's just no way. And they were very aware when they signed up for this event that should it come down to the deciding mixed doubles, the top singles player gets to choose who goes out on court, and in this case, both Gauff and Fritz would absolutely back themselves.
Patrick Rickle. I'm sure you spoke about it last night, but his father was a very good player.
We did a deep dive. Don't you worry about it, Josh.
Good. David Rickle.
Love it.
Very different style player. He was a very crafty, handy left-handed player, but Patrick, quite the opposite here.
Lights. First.
I always thought he's a really solid ball striker. Dennis Kudla, one of the great competitors, always prides himself on his physicality, his fitness levels. Really primarily spent a lot of his career on the Challenger Tour. Got up around 50 in the rankings in singles.
Yeah, highest ranking of 53.
One of the good guys, Dennis Kudla.
All three of them had it covered.
Australians really love their coffee and people catching balls, huh?
Definitely.
They really do, don't they?
Yep. Any time you can grab a catch at a sporting event. Yeah, strong communication here for Czechia.
Yeah, I was impressed with Rickle last night. I felt like as the match went on, he just got more and more confident with his ability to come forward, serve and volley, return and volley, but then create some chances for himself on the cross as well.
Yeah, he's got his ranking up to mid-70s. Be interesting to see how he does progress now that he's primarily focusing just on doubles. He just got caught up there. Mixed. Wasn't quite sure whether to commit or not. Hard to do.
15. He's definitely not done that many times in his career.
If ever.
You look just as confused as the rest of us.
He really took framing to the next level.
Yeah, that's solid. I feel like Kravchuk Kudla will do a fair amount of I formation tonight. Kravchuk especially so used to it. Almost did the career mixed doubles slam.
Yeah, she only needs one more.
Yeah, well, made the final of AO last year.
Yep, she's won all the other ones. She wins the AO. You think the fact that she's a lefty makes a
definitely
makes a bit of a difference, I think. Deciding point, first one of the match.
And surely she goes for the slider wide again to Knutsen. That was a chance.
Real chance gone for Czechia. Team America with the hold, and they lead 2-1 first set.
I'm splitting so early on her return. I need to like find the rhythm, and then his serve I thought would be way bigger. I mean, I think once I get the split down, you try to stand way in on her serve. Crazy how good you are. I was like, wait, and you find it? The first one I left, I was like, good.
She's not going to want to go line with me, so you just keep those like that, and it's going to probably come to you eventually.
When she goes there, and I see you running over, because he has like first move, I don't want to like go too early, just kind of see what you do. But if I see depth, I'm pinching hard middle and only giving her alley. That's like that's my mentality. Or do I go early and give her the lob or the cross?
We're with Team America here, and we're in the mixed doubles where it's Kravchuk and Kudla in action. If you're just joining us, Team America have progressed through to the final here of the United Cup. They'll be taking on Team Poland tomorrow in what promises to be a massive day.
15. Let's see, 15.
Oh, it's awesome. That had it all. That must have looked awesome. Courtside, Petko. I know I could hear the excitement.
Yes, I feel like I'm playing too, because I was just moving with these incredible shots. Great reactions by Dennis Kudla, I have to say. He didn't play a lot of doubles, but I think he should have had that quarters at Wimbledon on his favorite surface on grass, but
it's been a good start, hasn't it, for America?
They get the first break, 3-1.
Yeah, of course, that quarter-final for Kudla was with Jack Sock, who's got to be connected with that. Jack Sock got to be one of the best doubles players.
Absolutely, won Wimbledon. Moved over to
pickleball, yeah, but won Wimbledon twice. Won US Open as well.
Great athlete, huge serve, big forehand.
Super agile at the net, so shame to lose him to pickleball.
Yeah, did crack the top 10 sort of briefly in singles after that big run in Paris indoors where he played so brilliantly, and yeah, just seems to be doing very well in pickleball. How's your pickleball skills?
Oh, it's not good. It's not for me, that.
You're more of a paddle girl?
I am. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it's good. He's a great ball striker, Dennis Kudla.
But I like Kravchuk on this volley here. Went back towards Knutson just to give the team a bit more time to work with. If she'd gone back to Rickel or anything short that he could have had an eye on, then it would have been point over.
That's a great service hold for Team America. Doing it comfortably at the moment. 4-1 first set. Petko, have you played much pickleball or paddle?
Neither.
Neither?
I refuse. I'm a very loyal kind of gal, and I remain loyal to tennis.
Nice.
A tennis purist, I like it.
Yes.
I'm like, we keep closing, like crossing, and I'm thinking it's like a top guy, and I'm like, oh, you got it. And then like, it's not there, and I'm like, oh. That's good. Yeah, I gotta move it out.
It's been a wild night here at Ken Rosewall Arena. It was Coco Gauff who got the tie off in brilliant fashion for Team America. Has been in great form all tournament long. Straight sets win over Karolina Muchova. And then it was Thomas Mahac who was up a couple of match points in his match.
I wonder what he's up to right now.
Yeah.
Karolina Muchova has joined the team bench.
I think they're still trying to work out what happened, what went on. Classy, isn't it? Dennis, good luck. Not an easy shot when you're having to move forward and find space over the highest part of the net down the line.
Well watched.
30.
Don't imagine Rickles missed many of those over the last 12 months. Looks so steady.
Very tidy service game from Rickle.
4 games.
Staying in touch, just the one break, 4-2. Petko, have you got a theory on why Czechia have produced so many top players, particularly on the female side over the last 20 years? Why they just have this ability to pump them out? And the depth is incredible. Their ball striking's pretty to watch.
I do actually. I think I would need an hour to elaborate.
We've got that.
Depth.
He's just thrown you into a deep dive
we've
here,
got an
hasn't
hour.
he?
But I just, in short, I will say very good coaches. All of them are very sound technique-wise, and it's very centralized. The Czech Republic or Czechia is a small country, and they almost all grow up in the same club in Sparta Prague. So the competition on a club level for girls that are 8 years old, 9 years old, 10 years old is absolutely insane. And I strongly believe in competition. Competition builds resilience and makes you a better player. And I've gone there a lot to practice, so I've seen it firsthand, and it's insane how these 7, 8-year-old girls and boys are playing such great quality of tennis to witness on any random club court in Prague.
Oh, great shot. Yeah, it's an atmosphere that many countries are striving for. The other academy is in Progestov. Hopefully, no. I know I've not said that right, but I've been Prostiov, isn't it? I've been there because they used to have the under-14 World Championships there, but that's where Daniela Knudsen has practiced in her career. And it's those two clubs, the one that Pekka mentioned. Too good. Basically everyone in Czech tennis has been to one or the other. And that applause was for another catch.
Easy catch, that one. There was not too much footwork involved. A seated catch.
Oh, we love a catch.
About 4 or 5. Oh, he's happy with himself. This gets a little interesting.
14.
A couple of break points here.
Kravchuk already had to save 2 on her serve earlier on in this set.
Clean as a whistle. Team Czechia with the break back. 4-3 first set.
States lead, 4 games to 3.
Really a premeditated return. Made her mind up she was going line. Got it out early enough. Really committed. Great return.
They're looking to finish on a high.
It's been a great campaign. Semi-final run for Czechia. Mukova's got better as the event's gone on. She'll be a threat, I think, at the Australian Open.
I would agree.
Another warm day here in Sydney. Particularly warm under the roof here at Ken Rosewall Arena. Still plenty of fans around for the last match of the evening. It's mixed doubles. Kudla Kravchuk up an early break, but it's now back on serve.
30.
Yeah, maybe need to do that more often, just to keep Rychel honest at the net. She's back on the content game. Danielle Collins had the GoPro out earlier, doing a bit of vlogging.
Hasn't played a match at the United Cup, Danielle Collins.
And she would have known that when she signed up for it. You kind of see it as more of a practice week, a building block. Had a topsy-turvy finish to the season, was so close to making the WTA finals, then ended up being the on-site alternate. And thought she was going to retire, of course. Very much wanted to retire, but hasn't been able to start the family that she desperately is keen for.
I feel like it's been a training block for you and Petko today. 4 matches. Getting your eye in for the summer. It's been a big campaign.
Petko, I think we're thriving. That's Danielle that you can hear.
That definitely was Danielle. You can hear her again here, really bringing the energy.
That's a victory.
Just the service game that Team USA need. Up 4-1, back to 4-all. Great hands. So it's Team America back in front. They lead 5-4 first set. First up in the night session, it was Coco Gauff up against Karolina Muchova, and she was brilliant. Coco Gauff right from the start, got out of the gates quickly, raced through the first set. A little closer in the second, but really it was a dominant display. And then in the second, it was Thomas Mahac who equally got out of the gates quickly, was up a set, was up 5-2 match points in the second set. But in the end, it just got all a little too much, and the youngster just couldn't quite handle the occasion physically, and shook hands and said, I'm out of here.
Time.
Had their fill of tennis today, those youngsters.
He's got good accuracy on his first serve. It's a little interesting now at 30 all.